the rotation for Migi to probably get in one of the best waves of the event so far.
And you got it, tied with the highest 2 single wave scores of the day. Miguel Pupo comes through with an 8.5.
Which is the best score of the event, but tied with 2 more guys.
Jordy had an 8.5.
It's kind of, Cole Hausman had on the previous heat.
8.5.
It's kind of almost, what else it needs to be done to get over an 8.5 at this point?
You know, let's say at the end of that wave, just for fun.
Yeah, just for
if he had, you know, instead of pulling out with the claim, which I think the claim, I don't think it didn't help him with that score, but emotionally, I think it was totally deserved, it was warranted. But had he had a section and just hammered the finish.
Finish it off.
9.5.
Had to be going around that.
But, I mean, you can't be bummed on an 8.5. That was a incredible wave, and he surfed it to just near perfection. And I do like that the judges are leaving some space up there, right up in the penthouse.
There's a reason why, because they want to see, they need to leave a gap in order for the surfers to get bumped.
If Al Cleland goes upside down on a finisher and lands clean, that'll give them room to throw out the 9 and potentially the 10. Love to see a Yeti get given to one of our surfers. Al Cleland's wave comes through a 7.33, 18.34 to go. More perfection coming. And Mitchell is right there in the party zone. The Red Bull athlete zone is going off. It's getting loud in the bleachers. What a day for it, Mitch.
Oh, definitely, guys. And, you know, when we just talked about quality of waves, we have them right now. I'm just super stoked on what we're seeing. Positioning has changed, though. The wind direction has also changed just slightly. We have that little onshore, which to me, guys, is actually really good, especially if you're a goofy footer. It gives you that extra coping. We saw that on Miguel's 8.5. And once again, Chris, you mentioned it a lot throughout the event. Floaters definitely underrated to me, especially when they're using transition that way. They're so underused, and they're very valuable when it comes to big scores like that. But remind me, who got priority out of that paddle battle right there, Chris?
It's Al Cleland Jr. out the back with priority.
So this is a big moment in the heat right here, because both of these guys made mistakes at the beginning. They fell on their waves. They're a bit out of position. And with the tide still rising right now, we have a few more hours of the tide still coming in. Positioning has changed, and having been here so many times before, having competed here at the QS level with 4 people out of the water, rather than just 2, there's a couple of markers up the point, and there's a couple towards where the lifeguard towers are that I think are going to be essential right now to a backup score. The 7.33 from Al, great answer back. Right now, you need to be on the best wave of the heat, in my personal opinion. You have the 8.5 that you're going up against. You want to be on one of those sets, and it's so hard to really decipher which is the best one. It still seems like the second or third wave of the set tends to be the better one, though.
Thank you, Mitch. Can you take a quick scan of the Red Bull athlete zone? Are the women arriving? Are they ready to rock and roll?
100%. Quarterfinal number 1, Caitlin Simmers, Sori Lindblad, 2 great friends going at it once again. It's going to be a great day of action. We have women's quarters, then men's quarters after that. We got some more waves on the horizon, gentlemen.
Let's do it. Can't wait. Quarterfinal action from the women coming up, and what a way to start the quarterfinal series in the BFF battle. Caitlin Simmers going up against Sawyer Lindblad. Can't wait for that one, but we got more from this heat in the water. Miguel Pupo now gets this wave under priority, and it's looking like it's offering up plenty of room for Miguel to work. Outside section, kind of as expected, nice and vertical. Now he just works his way through to the inside. Subtly building up points down the line here, but the judges really looking closely at that end section and not super impactful there, a little lackluster. Not Miguel, but the wave didn't really allow him to open up and really hammer that final hit. But nicely surfed there. He's looking to get rid of a 4.07 and may have done that on that wave.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that was smart from both surfers. Al Cleland first to let that wave go, because he's not looking for a backup. He's going to be looking for a bigger score. If Miguel better, and then Miguel should just better. First turn, very critical. Second one, he jams it right on the pocket, brings that board around. And then here's where you mentioned the wave starts to slow itself down, starts to get that track from the previous wave, gets a bit foamy. He still keeps his rails very clean. And finish it off with a decent turn for the section he had in front of him. So great surfing, gonna better his 4.07 because the damage out the back was done mostly on the second turn right here. You see the extension, acceleration throughout the turn, and the amplitude. Good surfing there for Migi.
Yeah, I mean, even his transitional turns, they just look so nice. They look like turns that feel good. He's just loving life. Look at that. Have to.
Yeah.
Situation
How
he's
could
in
you
right
not?
here.
This is going to set a good scale and a good idea for what all is going to be needing moving forward with this backup of Miggy on this last wave.
We're over halfway through here with 14 minutes, 30 seconds to go. We're waiting for the last score for Miguel Pupo. At the moment, Al Cleland well within striking distance. Only needs a 5.25. That's 2 turns for Al. And if he gets the right wave and puts together the right performance, I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. We got a 99% chance of an excellent score for Al Cleland in the next 14 minutes.
Yeah, I agree.
You going to take that bet?
I feel like mostly with how many waves we have, it has been on offer the last few heats, and he's going to probably need that because Miggy's score is going to come decent, you know, like, and most likely you think Miggy's probably going to better his situation as well once again.
Yeah, 6.83 for Miguel Pupo's last wave, and that was kind of a, you know, medium-sized wave. So to get that big of a score on that type of wave, he's done something massive. 8.5, 6.83. Katie Simmers coming up next against Sawyer Lindblad. We got 13 minutes left in this heat in the water, but we're going to take a quick break. We will be right back with more from the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. In 11.5 minutes, Punta Roca is for the girls. Katie Simmers going out with Sawyer Lindblad for quarterfinal, heat number 1. Dream matchup for surf fans all over the world. Can't wait to watch that one, but we've got some business to take care of now. 11 minutes, 20 seconds left. Miguel Pupo now in the lead with an 8.5 and a 6.83. Al Cleland Jr. in a little bit more of a sketchy situation. Now needs an 8.01. That would be the second best wave surfed in this heat. Miguel Pupo did it on kind of a whatever looking wave, but made it work. Got the attention of the judges. 6.83, more than enough to get rid of the 4.07 he'd been hanging on to for quite some time. So now with 10:45 to go, Al Cleland Jr., what's he waiting for? Does he have to take the biggest bomb, or can he do it on a mid-sized set wave, Jesse?
I don't think it matters. I mean, it matters the size of the wave, but a medium-sized wave could have the shape and potential for an 8.01. I think it's a pretty set and standard go in his mind. Set anchor. When that wave comes towards you, pull the trigger. Be composed, be sure-footed, and go huge, because Miguel has done that already. So did Alan on the 7.33. Had glimpse of it. He just kind of mistimed the fuel of the turn, so he needs to clean that up.
Well, he's got 10 minutes to do it. You know, our camera crew, our social teams, we don't miss any moments. And we got a cool little moment yesterday. Al Cleland Jr. got one of the biggest wins of his career so far. Let's listen in to this behind-the-scenes moment here from El Salvador.
See that set right on here?
Oh, I started pulsing. Wow.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
Good job.
Honor surfing against you, big dog.
Keep going.
Always. You're my idol.
Keep going.
Keep ripping.
Go get them.
Try to.
Yes, sir. You know how to do it? Go get it, brother.
Love to see it. You know, we've, of course, in the piece that we've been watching on Filipe a few times throughout the week, you see both sides of him, his fiery side. You know, he does not like to lose, but you also see how much respect he has for his fellow competitors. And right there, you know, giving credit where credit's due to Al Cleland Jr. You know, there was no denying that Al Cleland won that heat. Filipe knew it, and I just love to see that type of good sportsmanship going on behind the scenes. They didn't know there's cameras on them. That's a real, honest, cool moment of what happens here at these events. And you know, you just love to see it, because at the end of the day, they all are surfers, they're all surf fans, and regardless of who wins, how they win, you know, they all have the ability to take a step back and give full credit to their competitor.
Yeah, they're all pretty good friends as well. No, like most of these guys have been traveling around the world since, you know, ground days. So, I mean, at least most of them are good friends, you know? So it's always a pleasure to kind of go against each other and do what they love for a living in the best conditions we could probably ask for out here.
And most of the rivalries are imagined and created by us.
That is kind of true.
Which is fun. But they're all friendly rivalries, I would say. You know, we've seen years on the championship tour where surfers truly did not like each other. That's fun too. Makes for good entertainment. But it's pretty safe to say that the men's and women's championship tour, all these surfers have a lot of respect for each other. You know, we haven't seen any real ugly stuff happen in over a decade. So with 7:27 to go, the waiting game is on. Miguel Pulpo is out the back, but he is in second priority. Al Cleland Jr. needs a big score, an 8.01. I feel like this time with this, you know, with 7 minutes left, he's gotta sit and wait for that right wave to come. That's going to be the hardest decision for him to make.
Yeah, set anchor. And like, obviously with the wind picking up a little bit more, you can see now mostly out the back, like you can see a little bit more clean surface towards the bottom of the screen, but out the back there's a lot of texture to it. So the beginning of the wave is going to be a bit crumbly. So that's when you have to pull the trigger. Do I go on the first wave of the set, or do I wait for the second cleaner one? Look at how much texture there is right there. You can see it by the surfers seating around.
It is a completely different story than it was 30 minutes ago.
Yes. Well, the good thing about it, though, as we come inside the point, the wind gets a little bit more protected, and the face of the wave gets pretty clean. So that's what happened in both of those surfers' wave, but just the beginning gets a little bit more crumbly, which it's going to be an adversity for the surfers right now, mostly for Al. Like, Miki doesn't care. He already has a 15.33 total. He's probably hoping he'll blow even harder, you know, to make things tougher for Al Cleland.
What are these waves coming in from the side? It looks like the wind has actually switched almost 180 degrees. We're seeing cross chops going the opposite direction now.
Yes, 100%. You're right. Like it literally, that's what it is. So obviously wind creates swell. And because of the wind is strong, but very close and tight to us, it creates a small little swell that kind of messes up the lineups and everywhere you're surfing around. Which this is one of them that's actually less exposed because of the bay kind of gets stuck in, and you can see out the back a lot of whitewash and crumbles, but in the inside on that wave break, and you can see the face of the waves pretty clean. Wind now blowing from the southwest, if I'm not mistaken, and this morning was from the northeast, the polar opposite.
5 minutes to go. Cleland out the back. He's got his choice of waves here. And, you know, Miguel Pupo is a total veteran, one of the longest serving surfers on the tour. He's been in this position a million times, whereas Al Cleland, who definitely has a long history of competition, but not at this level. He's never been in a championship tour event here in El Salvador. Yes, that's what we want to see from our surf fans. And look at that international crew we got down there. Locals, travelers from all over the world, making El Salvador just an even better place. When everybody brings their cultures from home with them. And Jesse, it is spring break, so be careful out there at night. Things have been getting a little wild in Surf City, and as they should.
It's vacation time.
I think surf towns are made better, you know, with visitors. Add some liveliness to the environment. And this clock now is starting to sprint away from Al Cleland Jr. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left.
And it's crazy because the wave goes through, the ocean goes through motions and periods of like pulsing and kind of taking a moment. And this is what's happening right now in this heat. Like there's been so many waves in the last, what, 40 minutes? Or even with throughout Jordy's heat. So like the last hour and so has been very consistent. And this is the only moment that you kind of saw the surfers sit out the back for a period of time without a rhythm wave. There's still 3 minutes, there's still hope.
Well, Al Cleland has that lucky necklace. Maybe it's time for him to blow that flauta de bamboo. He's got that lucky whistle around his neck. I'd say just blow that thing, see what happens. Miguel, quick look at that one. That set just kind of crept in a little too close to the rocks. Pretty flat on the face there. That's not a wave that would give you a chance to get an 8.01. And Alan has enough history in competition to know that exactly what type of wave he needs. But now as the clock starts to go even faster, 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. He hasn't made any wrong decisions yet in the last 10 minutes because there hasn't been a wave that gives him, you know, enough space, enough room to work to get that 8.01.
Yeah, I guess if you can, obviously it's so easy to win hits from a chair with an AC when you're watching the screen, but that only problem that he had in the beginning of the heat, both of those surfers were kind of tight, they were tense, and he gave the opportunity for Miguel to get like the fourth wave and really opened up. That 2.67, he pulled the trigger on a very down the line kind of fat crumbly wave, and he tried to do the air, lost priority, and Miguel took off on that 8.5. Obviously he had the chance on the wave behind, got the 7.33, but Miguel's wave definitely clear in the screen that it was bigger, it had more wall, it was cleaner, and went back into backing it up without priority, which just we've been talking about so much in this event, like because it's slow and it differentiates so much the sets from the medium-sized waves, how important it is for you to pull the trigger at the right moments and make the right decisions.
Minute 15. Maybe something on the horizon. You see some lumps out there. They're camouflaged though. You know, this texture not only makes it more difficult to keep it clean on the face of the wave, but also probably a little bit more difficult to identify a wave that's good and clean. Decent sized set right there. Am I seeing lines? Do I need to clean my glasses? What am I looking at here, Jesse?
It's hard to tell. Like it feels like there's a few lines. We can look over our shoulders here. Yeah, it seems like there's a set kind of approaching, but up the point might be a little bit too much up the point and not those ones that stretch down.
30 seconds left.
You can see Miggy's starting to scratch because he sees that kind of medium-sized set that it's up the point, and he has not much more chances anymore, so he's going to try and pull the trigger, but can't even get to it. That wave is way too underneath and deep.
All right, 7 seconds left. It's not going to come in time. All right, so for you fans watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, those streams will stop at the end of this heat, which is now. So a new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond for everyone in Brazil. Coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and the WSL app, as well as Google Play. For fans of you in the US, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. So all you need to do is refresh, go to one of those other sources to keep watching, because we've got Caitlin Simmers, Sawyer Lindblad coming up. The waves are still going off. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We will be right back.
It's time for the quarterfinals. Sawyer Lindblad, Katie Simmers in the lineup now. Two 19-year-olds looking for some big sections. Right out of the gates, we've got the goofy foot from San Clemente, California. Sawyer Lindblad throwing down a two-turn combo. One of her best friends on tour happens to be a world champ. Katie Simmers throws down the slice, driving right towards Lindblad through the froth on the face of this wave. Finding her bottom turn, nice arc into the pocket, back into another slicing cutback. The pride of Oceanside enjoying this ride all the way through this inside track. She loads up, throws down the carve again, finds a lip section, and goes down on the finish. What a great young guns heat we have. Two 19-year-olds with a big future. Katie obviously accomplishing so much, but same with Sawyer Lindblad as last year's Rookie of the Year.
Definitely, I love these matchups. I love these young matchups because this is, you know, what we're expecting. That next generation meeting up now in the quarterfinals. I love the contrast of styles, backhand versus forehand. Katie had some great moments in the opening rounds. I think she still holds on to the highest wave total of this event so far. Been a number of days since we've seen Katie compete. We saw Sawyer the other day, but it does feel like a lifetime ago that we saw the women in competition at this event.
Yeah, a lot of lay days. The good news is El Salvador has a lot of different surf spots, and sometimes even on the lay days, Punta Roca had a window, maybe 20 minutes here, 30 minutes there, where you could actually get some good practice in on those days off. So Sawyer was all over it, waiting for her score to come through. Let's go to Katie's wave first here.
Yeah, lengthy wall for Katie to really sink her teeth into. You see Sawyer on the inside there, just watching her competitor. A lot of foam on the face. This is the second wave of the set, so she's got to kind of get around all those lumps and bumps. Seeing the wind coming from that southwest direction. And Katie just relying on that rail. Feels like this wave, you know, really figuring out the tempo and the timing of this wave. Looking for that finish on the inside as this wave starts to steepen up. You know, the only critique, obviously, that you didn't make that last maneuver there. Loving the water angle. You can see how cupped out this wave gets, and loving this long period swell, Joe. A lot of the surfers coming out of the water saying that the energy right now, the wave's got a lot of push, a lot of power behind it, and really enjoying today's conditions. Love the mix-up of the layback there.
What's your favorite part about Katie's style with turns like this?
Unpredictable. I think Katie, you're always looking at her repertoire. You never know what she's going to do. I mean, it's always interesting when Katie gets to her feet because she's got such a unique read on the wave. Beautiful bottom turn. I mean, just her fundamentals are just so strong, and then you've got the added elements of unpredictability.
And the long trunks are back. Here was Sawyer on her first wave.
Yeah, Sawyer, this was a really staunch wave from her. I like the way that she attacked these bigger oncoming sections. I mean, when you look at the height of those sections and just how critical her maneuvers were, I think the judges are really going to enjoy this two-turn combo. The degree of difficulty right there to maintain her body composure over the stringer of the surfboard, ride out clean.
Giant talent pool in San Clemente. Sawyer, one of those surfers that you get to see all the time, Rosie, when you're at home, not just at lowers, but all the great waves that are in that amazing surf town. And Sawyer's turned into quite a leader with the younger girls coming up.
She is, and she's so humble. I mean, she is such a good mentor for the younger girls in San Clemente, or anyone in San Clemente that's out there surfing, because she's so quiet and humble and just always has a smile on her face and really enjoys her role as a professional surfer.
This is the final series, the final bracket here of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We will have a new champion on the women's side and the men's side, as the first event was won by Stephanie Gilmore. Caroline went back-to-back. Katie Simmers, world #1, has Sawyer Lindblad in the water right now. We got a big heat up next. Gabby Bryan, Bella Kenworthy, Molly Picklum versus Brisa Hennessy, then Isabella Nichols versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So many stories to tell throughout this round.
Yeah, I mean, the way that this event has evolved in front of our eyes. I mean, we were talking up the goofy footers when we first got here, and now there's only one left in the draw in Sawyer Lindblad. And also only one other rookie with Bella Kenworthy in the mix, with all the other rookies unfortunately falling out, even though they were in that top 10 picture of the rankings coming into this event.
That's right. Aaron Brooks, Vahine Fierro, part of that great rookie class. And we're also seeing some call-ups for Nadia Aristarbe as well, with Joanne DeFay taking the rest of the year off, Tatiana Weston Webb as well. Katie Simmers becoming the youngest world champion in history. Before, it was held by Carissa Moore, winning her first title when she was 18. A lot's happened very fast, so it makes sense to start comparing Katie's ascent to own the tour and pro surfing to the greats like Steph Gilmore, like Carissa Moore, and how quickly they started taking over as well at different eras.
That's such a good point. And to think, you know, Katie qualified for the championship tour, turned down her spot, so it could have even been a quicker ascent for her to make that world title. But just so mature to take her time. And to me, she's one of the women that's really enjoying everything around competitive surfing, all the locations that we're traveling to. She's bringing friends, she's surrounded by a good crew, she's got a lot of support, so it's cool to see her also really involved at the rising tides that we've seen at every event.
And sometimes surfers take a few years before they start kind of redefining their trips. You know, it's like Katie's got that real cool, mature soul to her, where she's already looking at the fun factor of this lifestyle. You know, our team asked her before the year started, you know, how has her life changed with this world title? And she's like, yeah, well, more money, people know me, and I guess that's cool. But she has such a real answer to all those questions. It never looks like she's giving us a canned answer. She's really thoughtful about, you know, taking in what she's learned in the last few years and what it's like to all of a sudden have everyone look at you as the best surfer in the world on tour. You know, for a 19-year-old to take that on so fast, I think she's handling it really well.
Yeah, I agree, and just some funny moments for me. I mean, even traveling, it would be like, what are you excited about? She's like, finding some good skate spots. I remember when you were interviewing her at Bells Beach, and it was obviously Easter, and there was a huge chocolate Easter egg on the at the press conference, and she couldn't take her eyes off the chocolate Easter egg.
You get really like statsy, you know, with her and going, hey, you might be the youngest world champ ever. This was at the press conference at Lowers. And I was like, have you thought about that? I felt good about that question.
Yeah.
You know, it was like real big build up, a lot of press there, photos, everything. It's like, have you thought about that? And she was just like, no. I was like, oh man, do I have a follow up? Yeah, I thought that was going to be, you know, the big quote that we'd carry into the event. But that's what was fun. She has it, does it her own way. We love her for it. We love that she's different and unique and individual on tour, and definitely setting the pace already through her now just 3rd season on the top 17, picking up her 6th win. That was in Abu Dhabi in such a short period of time.
Yeah, and already in this season, carrying that #1 seed. She's been so consistent already this year, and like you said, 3 short years, she's kind of cracked the code of how she wants to compete and how she wants to take wins at every event.
Almost went back-to-back at Pipe.
Yeah, that was, I mean, insane. Just to watch the women competing at Pipe every year, I'm just blown away. Tyler Wright, obviously, 2-time world champ, taking that one out against Katie Simmers. I bet that felt nice for Tyler.
And then the final with Molly and Katie and Abu Dhabi. Just the way they were chatting to each other is really unique. So imagine, you know, riding a wave at Punta Roca, and then you're on the bike right next to your competitor. You get to watch their next wave and then respond. You know, surfers don't have sessions like that where like skaters do or snowboarders might in a half pipe, or like a little jam session series. The way Molly and Katie talk to each other, going back and forth, you're going, wow, this is the future, and it's in good hands. Seen a couple little waves rolling through. Katie's the one with 2nd priority, but Simmers did throw down a 5.77, just slightly better than Sawyer Lindblad's, but basically matching each other to kick this one off. Focusing on the Katie story, you think of North County, San Diego, you always think of Chris Cote.
Really?
I do.
I think of Katie Simmers, the pride of Oceanside. You know, when Katie's rise started, it was pretty clear that all of San Diego County had a brand new hero. You know, we have Taylor Knox, we have Rob Machado, but the mania surrounding Katie Simmers over the past couple of years has just been incredible. I mean, we saw what happened at Lower Trestles, the final 5. That was one of those days where Oceanside came out in full force. It's always been a low-key surf city, and that's just how they like it. They like to be under the radar. But Oceanside has been giving us a lot of amazing, talented surfers, but so far, nothing like we've seen from Katie Simmers. She has so much support from all over the world, of course, but I know all the homies, all the men, all the women, all the kids, everybody in Oceanside has a hero, and that is Katie Simmers. You've been seeing the art on her board. That was done by one of the greatest skaters to ever do it. Nora Vasconcelos just asked her if she has a message for Katie, who's in the water right now. And Nora says, tell her I'm watching. And her boardies are core as expletive, which we can't say on TV. But that's kind of the attitude that I think a lot of people have surrounding Katie Simmers. She's out there. She's a fan favorite. She's going up against one of her best friends right now. This is a dream matchup for surf fans all over the world, including everybody in Oceanside and San Clemente.
Thank you, Chris. Sawyer Lindblad has a nice section to connect with on the back end. Just doing some impressions of Lowers right, especially with this type of wind and this pace to this inside section. Sawyer drives off the bottom and is able to really put a solid finishing move on the end of that wave at Punta Roca, using priority well. That score will go with her 5.5, and she will take the lead over her best friend on tour. Coming off with an equal 9th in her rookie season last year, and this just in her 2nd start, looking comfortable. Her best result in the making here at Punta Roca.
And Sawyer just so smart to get those two waves so quickly, just take that early advantage over the world champ.
As we wait for that number to lock in, let's catch up with Miguel Pupo and Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We call Miguel Suave, which means smooth right here in Latin America. Muito parabéns. A great heat. The last heat of the round, though, at this point of the day, it's hot, Miguel. The tides come up. How do you just adjust and maybe get a little cool before your heat?
Yeah, yeah, it was a really good heat. You know, we had a lot of waves in the first 25 minutes, and it's pretty much crucial for me that I got that 8.5 on the exchange. And after that, I was just trying to replace my backup score, which I did, which I was like really happy with it. So at the end, I had no control. You know, he had priority for like 15 minutes, and I was hoping for no more sets.
When you qualified in 2011, was this the goal? Surf these types of waves on the Dream Tour?
Yeah, definitely. You know, when I first qualified, it was a dream for me to surf with my idols and just to be in the best waves, Trestles, you know, Fiji and everything. And now we're back here again. The last time I was here was 22. We had not good swells, but this time we'll be scoring even on the off day. So it's pretty happy. It seems like a surf trip, not an event for sure.
Mensagem em português para o Brasil.
Valeu, galera que tá na torcida, minha família. Feliz aniversário para minha filha. E é isso aí.
Parabéns. Obrigado.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Miguel Pupo. What a performance that was. Absolutely ripping. Giant backhand float where he's in so much control over that turbulent rooftop section. So impressive. He's a vet these days, and Miguel Pupo gets another chance in the quarterfinals to enjoy the best day of the waiting period here at Punta Roca on this Friday. After that wait, we do have a score in for Sawyer Lindblad, 6.43.
Yeah, really good little scoreline shaping up for Sawyer right now. Just pushing so hard off that tail when the wave gets critical, has great timing and read through the sleepy section, eyeing off something down the line. Almost a little bit of a hitch there with the chop on that bottom turn, but cleans it up so nicely. Smooth, powerful surfing, just on a pendulum, Joe, just up into the lip and finishes it off with that whipping maneuver off the tail. You can tell, like, Sawyer, I've noticed that she's been down at the beach, she's been chatting with Jake, she's kind of been really assessing the conditions and watching the other performances and, you know, taking notes as we go through this competition. Sawyer's had a smart approach to heat management as well as what's going on in and around the event.
Such a great athlete representing the next generation. Katie Simmers now will try to get the lead back. Just running down the line, this wall, just waiting for Simmers to grease that first turn, back up to the top in an unreal transition. Still going in attack mode. World #1 just slows things down along with the pace of the wave. But wow, it was rapid fire excellence from Katie Simmers. It's opening up again. End section. Throws down a snap, but she'll let go of it. Maybe fatigue playing a factor. It is really hot. The water is not quite refreshing. It's about the same temperature, in the 80s. So seeing her just lose the finish, but wow, when she got going rail to rail there, that was...
I'm having flashes of
insane.
lowers when she won her world title, just looking down the line, so much speed. And I think my favorite thing about this two-turn combo is there's no, she doesn't burn the speed to kind of control that move, come back into it. That third slash right there, there's no hitches, no rail bogs, there's none of that. It's all just clean, precise, technically sound surfing. I think the judges are going to have an absolute field day with this wave from Katie. Is that a make?
I think it's incomplete. You know, it's the best in the world these days, but I think she did enough damage to get the best score of the heat so far.
It's fun having a little look in the competitors area because you have Jay Bottle Thompson who's here supporting the Australian crew, and he's a former you know, World Tour surfer, and he's kind of just shaking his head at the surfing that Katie's doing right now because it's just on a whole other level.
There's just that grace side of it all, that finesse, that connection. It's hard not to compare the greats that are in that category, that Tom Curran-like style and approach, where it looks like there might not even be judges or scaffolding or camera people anywhere near Katie Simmers, and she can just do her surfing in a spotlight and produce clean lines that haven't been done before. You know, she's not like going, okay, that worked for this surfer, I'll do this. She's just herself, and with the fall and the finish, I'm thinking it was incomplete still. A 7.57, well deserved, and back out in front of this heat.
Yeah, such a good exchange from Sawyer and Katie right there. Just, it's interesting because I think we always trying to peg Katie surfing. We're always trying to compare her to someone, and we always, you know, you always want to make someone familiar to us, but Katie's just such an enigma, and that's what makes it so refreshing.
Judges' reaction to last of Katie Simmers. 2 scores in the excellent range. Brilliant surfing from world number 1, and Sawyer Lindblad has priority. Needs a 6.92 to catch up to the reigning world champion.
What is the biggest challenge that you have being a surfing girl?
It's just really scary when you're in a lineup and it's only dudes out, and they're like, you can like feel their dude energy, masculine energy, or whatever you want to call it, but you can feel it when you're the only girl. But the way to overcome it, I guess, is just surf with your friends. Like, my biggest inspiration was my friends growing up.
Nosotros estamos trabajando muchísimo para poder colocar a la mujer en un mayor posicionamiento en el surfing en El Salvador, y obviamente Rising Tides es clave para eso, y las chicas del tour inspiran a nuestras surfistas.
Es súper bueno porque es cierto, antes solo habían hombres surfeando y ahora hay bastantes chicas incluso en la federación, y es súper bueno para el futuro de las personas que surfean y del país.
When I was growing up, I kept surfing because I had really good friends and role models, like older girls who showed me how to do it. So I feel like it's just really important here because women have had like less opportunity to surf here.
The girls say, like, you need to just show up. So I learned that even if it's me, the only girl in the water, I need to show up and I need to be there just to encourage the female energy in the water.
Rising Tides!
What a great addition to WSL Rising Tides, brought to you by Body Glove right here at Punta Roca in El Salvador. And it's just so great to sit next to Rosie Hodge, who's made a career out of this lifestyle. I'm sure you could relate to those conversations that, you know, Katie Simmers having with this local crew, and what an advantage that they'll have getting to learn from a world champion on the ropes of a lineup and being a girl out there. And what's coming up in your mind, Rosie, of relating to those experiences growing up and sometimes realizing you might have been the only girl in the water at times?
Yeah, I mean, I totally relate to all of that, but also just knowing that feeling of those young women getting to rub shoulders with their heroes, like thinking of the first trips where I got to meet some of my favorite surfers, the impact that it had on me, and it was so lasting, Joe.
Being able to ask questions to your heroes, be up close and personal. It's one thing to get a pass to watch them in the grandstands, but to actually get to be friends with them. I mean, Erin Brooks is a product of the WSL Rising Tide series. We have video of her asking questions to Carissa Moore, and then she just absorbed it, applied it, and made the tour.
And it makes it feel so much more accessible and obtainable to these young grommets that are kind of, you know, sometimes those dreams feel so far out of reach, and then you get to see, well, if she can do it, like, why can't I do it? And like, what's my pathway to get there?
10:25 on the clock with these two friends and childhood rivals, San Clemente and Oceanside, about 20-30 minutes away, depending on traffic in Southern California. Got the beach breaks of Oceanside, North County, San Diego. You've got Lower Trestles and all the beach breaks in San Clemente. Seen a lot of each other. Sawyer's up now, looking for the lead again. Nice patience before that first snap. Goes down to the bottom. Nice second turn to find the power source and attacking that whitewater crumble. Pushing hard off the tail. And now on the windup, big section, big windup, absolutely drilling it is Sawyer Lindblad. Each turn was perfect for the section. If she had a nice steep section like her finish, she went all out. She had to lay down a carve or a fading move to continue down the line. She applied that really well, Ro.
A couple chops up the face of this wave, and she does so well to kind of eye off these sections. Hit it up in that top third where the wave is still a little, has that little bit of steepness. Working it down the line, gets that projection up and over with that float. And again, just whipping that tail. So, you know, every maneuver that she's done has been different, and that ender right there was just so sharp and precise. And I think Katie's really bringing out the best in Sawyer as we watch these two women compete against each other. Sawyer's definitely taken it to that next gear, more so than we've seen in the earlier rounds of this heat. Better waves, more quality surfing. Sawyer's definitely meeting the moment. Tricky wave to surf. That was that first wave of the set. We've seen that southwesterly wind kind of play up the face a little bit. She's used to this though. It's almost like a south wind at lowers later in the afternoon.
Yeah, nice back and forth with these two, and also just changing gears for the backhand attack is great to see. Able to go more vertical. She's definitely leaning into her point of difference with her back to the wall here at Punta Roca. Sawyer Lindblad last year was able to feature in 2 critical finals in that first lap around the world. A very important one that she had, first at Main Break Margaret River, where she was runner-up to Gabriella Bryan, where she shows up at that event going, oh my goodness, am I going to make the mid-season cut? And then she kind of went out of body, especially with that big backside hanger, got into the 9s, and then that catapulted her all the way to a runner-up finish.
And it's arguably one of the hardest locations to get a result when you're under the pump like that. The conditions are always changing at Margaret River. It can get big and messy, and you can be left out at sea, but Sawyer, she handled that moment so well to solidify her spot on tour.
These two teenagers have had 4 previous matchups at the championship tour level, and that's kind of a lot. I mean, Sawyer just qualified last year. Katie's into her 3rd year on tour. They have had 1 final together. They actually went to social media. They posted a photo of themselves as Groms in an amateur final. They both kind of had that dream moment, kind of realizing, well, we're on tour and we're in a final head-to-head in Brazil in front of thousands of fans. That's when Katie ended up going back-to-back with her titles in that beautiful country in South America. And I think it's cool too when you have someone with so much success like Katie, already the best in the world, but you can tell there's some extra belief in Sawyer when they have heats together, because she's known her whole life. It's more like she can more like look at Katie as a friend, as a peer. You know, for other competitors that are just going, oh my gosh, that's the world champ, she could probably intimidate other competitors, but Sawyer's going, no way, this is one of my best friends. I'm gonna really push her in this heat.
And I think there's that feeling even with Molly Picklum, like you'll talk to her about the matchups that they share, and we'll probably get the same analysis from Sawyer. It's that Katie's pushing everyone to their best surfing, and Katie doesn't play that intimidation factor. She just is herself. She's friends with everyone, and so it does feel like that's really encouraging. Like there isn't so much that underlying rivalry as it is just wanting to bring out the best in each other.
Katie's parents didn't come from the surf industry. They're really awesome to hang out with. Her dad, an electrician, her mom, a hospice nurse. representing Southern California. Her brother, Timo, got on a roll in Barbados recently. That event just wrapped up for the North American Series, and he was pretty cool. He was talking about just making heats again and just getting on a roll. For him, he said it's been a while. Loves his sister so much. They've traveled together. They found that crazy right that they made a video part about, where they're just running down the line, getting so barreled with Soli Bailey and a great crew from O'Neill. That was insane. Everyone's just going, okay, where's that right? I'm still trying to figure it out.
It's funny because everyone wants the coordinates to places like that, but it actually takes a lot to get to these unknown places, and it's all cushy coming to some places that everything's laid out for you. But if you really want to make the mission, you got to have that in you.
I'm kind of getting the impression you know where this is, and you're holding back on me, Ro. Oh, nothing. Crickets. She knows where it is. I'll get it out of her. 4:40 on the clock. Priority is with Katie Simmers. Waves on the way. 7.57 and a 5.77 backup at the moment for world number 1. Spot in the semifinals on the line. That'll be tomorrow on finals day. Sawyer looks like she wants the first one. First turn, nice placement, right in the pocket, ton of speed. How is that classic style off the bottom from Lindblad? Pushing harder into the pocket there. Another fading cutback, looking to better a 6, but needs a 6.92 for the lead. Hits it off the lip line. Nice connection. Long runner here. Good backhand pace of this wave, and she will shut it down. No mistakes from Lindblad, but uh-oh, world number 1 with some speed and flow. Little slingshot wrap. Laying down that rail in the pocket again. Slopey open face, but gosh, look at her speed she's holding. Great looking surfboard from Chris Borst. Fun inside track. She is just skating her way into a solid connection on the inside. What a great battle with these two 19-year-olds. There's Katie's dad. He's kind of trimmed that handlebar mustache a little bit, but he does have a Harley to go with it at home.
It's hot, Joe.
It's hot. Yeah, exactly.
Don't want any extra.
Not really beard weather.
No. Here we go. So Katie, this is the answer back from her. The second wave of the set. Clean face, just hits right back into that water, white water. Extremely difficult to not get bounced off by that strong whitewash. And she's doing her best to stay in the critical part of the wave, because these waves tend to push you out to sea and make your surfing seem a little bit lateral. So Katie just read that wave so well. Loved the finish on that wave, loved the start. Just pushing through that tail, releases the fins, just stays head and shoulders over that stringer, making sure that she rides out of that move and cleans up that earlier mistake where she fell on the 7.57. This one from Sawyer, maybe one of my favorite waves from her. First wave of the set. These turns were incredibly critical, tack sharp, and like I mentioned, it's so hard to stay in that critical section when that white water is trying to push you out and make you more lateral. I think Sawyer's going to be looking good for, you know, just that sub-7, but the tricky part is Katie's score that's going to come in.
Gosh, what a great exchange that was. And I really love how Sawyer's just doing her surfing. She can really apply pressure, having advantages being a backhander. But then you go to Katie, you're never going to outflow Katie Simmers, are you? Like, you never could outmatch that flow state that she's in between turns. Those transitions are flawless, and it's always good to stick to your strengths, and Sawyer's doing that really well in this heat. Caddying responsibilities are always fun. Looked like River Biolis there with Tommy Whitaker. Trying to stay cool, trying not to melt the wax of the backup board. And we're down to a minute 20. Most important exchange just went down with these two Californians. A spot in the semifinal is on the line. Sawyer coming very close to the first win of her career last season. She wants to make that happen here in El Salvador, but a giant matchup when you've got world number 1.
Tricky heat, both of these women waiting for the loss of that exchange. Katie now with that priority, even though she was on that second wave of the set.
Judges know with this long paddle out, they can take their time, look at the replays, and make comparisons. Katie just came off a 7.57. Her third wave will still be the best wave of the heat. Katie improves her total out front with a 6.77. Sawyer gets her best score, a 6.47, and stays in second, left chasing a 7.87 as we're getting close to the countdown. But very close, really competitive, just like all their heats have been. This one still favoring world number 1 as Katie turns in the highest combined heat total of the women's event so far and is fired up moving into the semifinals. Katie's got fans everywhere. They love that one. I think that was for Sawyer too, though, because she put up a great fight. Coming up next, it will be Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Bella Kenworthy. We'll have Matt Biolas join us for the call. We'll be right back. Wrapping turn as Italo winds up a massive rotation. Good afternoon, everybody. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. What a gorgeous day here in La Libertad. So many waves up and down the coastline. The best right here at Punta Roca, and we're scoring the best day of the waiting period. Quarterfinals continue. Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Bella Kenworthy, Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Matt Bile is joining us for the call. Thanks so much for coming in, Matt.
Thanks for having me.
It's always fun hanging out with you to talk shop, talk life, talk surfing. First of all, you having a good time this week?
Yeah, it's great. I surfed almost every day, and yeah, enjoying watching the best do their thing.
We go to a lot of events together. We see all the time, Matt. It's one of those places where when you get a lay day, everyone surfs here. Like the staff is surfing a lot. You see, if Punta Roca is not good, there's so many other options that are like head high plus.
Yeah, there's a lot of waves and there's fun waves. There's a lot of like waves for average guys to go out and have fun. It's not like going to super tubes in Portugal or anything.
Yeah, totally. It's definitely the fun factor is great. Can get here quickly from places like Southern California, where Bella Kenworthy comes from, representing Dana Point, surfing a lot of Salt Creek and Lower Trestles in her lifetime. Taking on Gabrielle O'Brien, the Lost Team rider, who has been just on fire this year, Rosie. This year, it just feels like there's something even extra. I mean, we said that last year about Gabby O'Brien, but I do feel it's real. Like, more training in the off-season, more dedication. She's a serious threat.
Or more self-belief too. You start to get those run of good results. You get that confidence building up. Definitely just so impressed with Gabriella. Definitely think she's knocking on the door of a win here in 2025. And this wave suits her surfing so well.
Matt, one thing I've noticed about you with team riders, it's like you've always put the importance in building a solid relationship first. You know, sometimes you're like, hey, let's go snowboarding before we even talk about boards.
Yeah.
You know, talk about that, the importance of actually getting to know someone before you even start trying to make a world title campaign happen.
Well, I mean, a relationship is the important thing, so they can speak clearly and you know, be confident in the feedback they give you and comfortable with me. With Gabby in particular, she used to hang around with Kira Pinkerton, who lives a couple doors down the street from us her whole life. She'd bring Gabby around to order some boards for nationals and stuff. And then about 5 years ago, we ran into her at Kandui in the Menawais and surfed and hung out with her and her father. So, you know, it's a good relationship. It's watching her grow. I think Rosie was 100% correct. It's self-belief, and she's really confident. She knows what she can do, and she's going out there and doing her thing, and it's working.
The driver 3.0 is something Gabby Bryant's been talking to me about this season, and then the hard part that she's had to deal with her boards is just picking out of all the magic. She said they all been working great, and she's just got to decide which one to ride. Break down the elements of the driver 3.0.
Gabby's boards are a little bit not exact, like right off the press. They're actually really close to the boards Carissa was riding the last few years. They're almost identical. They're like 5'10", 18 3/4, 2 3/8, you know, almost 2.5 actually, but a little more foam, a little stiffer, and something that can handle the drive and the power that Gabby creates in her turns.
Speaking of Carissa Moore, just got a message from Riss. Good morning, Carissa. Thanks for joining the conversation. And she's been spending a lot of time with Gabby. She's loving Gabby's approach to the tour this year. Carissa's like, yeah, she's in a really good headspace that's translating to her surfing as well. And she's been very consistent. Carissa was really stoked on seeing her in Portugal, saying that was an X Factor event for her, getting into that final and being runner-up to Caroline Marks. Went on to say the right-hand point breaks are her strength. She went on to say, though, in a matchup like this, though, it's like two of her favorite surfers on tour right now. She's going, I think she met Bella when Bella was like an infant. There's a classic photo that goes around social media of Carissa and Bella riding tandem at Doheny, and Bella's just a little mini-mate.
It's so interesting you bring up that point. Bella actually getting a little bit of, you know, the coaching aspect from Carissa's dad, Chris, while she was looking to qualify for the championship tour. So Carissa obviously going to be watching this one, two of her really good friends coming up against each other.
And looks like we will get a nice roll in and a start. It will be the rookie on tour controlling the first wave. Kenworthy hits the first section, goes over the top of the whitewater. Nice easy pace, connects off the lip well. Finding a lot of speed. She will catch up without a problem. Lays down the wrapping cutback. And the Californian locks in again. She's got a fun inside track opening up. Hits it hard. Right on the lip. Makes it out in front. She's starting to think finish. Final turn for Kenworthy. Snap to slide. Controls it and rides away. Gabby Bryant to answer. Big punch out the back with all that power off her back foot. Hard off the bottom again, lays it out in front. Coming off a birthday celebration, Gabby Bryant's in a great place. Nice whitewater section to tag with speed, power, and flow. What a great start to this matchup, bro.
Wow, just a back-to-back. I think the judges going to have to really set the scale, settle in on this one as they lock in the numbers. I mean, Gabby is just all power. Those 3 turns were so impactful, big, meaty sections for her, where Bella had that kind of skating around feel, drifting the tail a lot. But when you watch Gabby surf, I think just noticed how long it takes for the spray that she essentially just fire hoses off the back of her fins to hit the back of the wave. It's insane to break this down, Matt.
So solid with that first connection, and he has a shaper watching this wave, Matt.
Yeah.
How's the board look?
Board looks good. It looks powerful, and it's holding in. Her wave looked like it's harder to surf than Bella's. Bella's wave provided, and she stood up and smashed it all the way in. And Gabby was able to do a few big turns, but it was a heck of an opening exchange. I think they were both ripping.
It's funny when I ask Paisel about watching replays, he's staring at the board. You guys have different eyes compared to most when you're looking at equipment.
Yeah, sometimes we're just looking from the ankles down.
Just seeing where the water's flowing.
Yeah, look at the rail and the fins and all that.
And then Bella's wave, Rosie.
Yeah, just a really nice read from Bella. I feel like she did so well to negotiate around the bumps. You can tell that there's a lot of that happening on the face of the wave. She maintains her speed down the line, eyeing off these next sections. There's a little bit of downtime in between her turns, but she gets this cupped out section on the inside and gets to lay that rail down. I think there's always that kind of question mark when rookies come on tour of how they'll kind of evolve their surfing, and to me Bella's been so impressive. Her surfing has just gotten bigger and better as the years gone on. Just really impressed with her you know, competitive fortitude too, the way that she's handling her competitors at the moment and her heat strategy. But definitely got that little bit of a draining edge on this wave as it sticks to that shallower part of the cobblestones and gives her that opportunity to get up in the lip a few times.
Yeah, and a creative finish as well.
Look at that, just bowl. It's hard not to make a lowers reference when you see the color of the water like that. As she punched out that real critical part of the wave. That was important for her to get some speed to get to that end section.
Eyeing it down the line and you know, getting low, getting up and over that board. So even in that, you know, when you're looking at the two-turn combo that we just focused in on, drifting the tail and then creative finish, and almost see a little bit of what might be pain on Bella's face there with that knee brace and whatever's going on with her body and that injury. Actually got a word from Jason Kenworthy, Bella's dad, because we've been saying, you know, Bella's feeling 100% on that knee, but him just mentioning to me that Bella tore that ACL. It's still feeling tweaked. She tore it practicing for the wave pool back in November. And Bella's done a lot of hard work working on that injury, trying to get better, trying to heal. But it was a potential, you know, season ender for her with that ACL tear. Didn't need surgery, but that's kind of what she's dealing with.
Oh, that's great insight, Rosie. And a lot of times in passing, when you're like, how's the knee? It's just like 100%. Sometimes from an athlete, that's just like, hey, I'm looking confident right now. I don't want even to worry about any sort of injury at the moment. But I love how you got more details from why she still has that knee brace on here at stop 4. 7-1-7 for Bella, 8-1-7 for Gabby. What a great start. And remember, this is the round where you start getting points on the Vissla CT Shaper ranking. So Gabby Bryan with the lead, just a point better than Kenworthy, and a lot to talk about in the back end of quarterfinal number 2. Gabby Bryan got some points for Team Lost last year by winning a major event in Western Australia. Big part of the Lost team, and Sharp Eye in second at the moment this year. So this is this year's rankings into stop 4. Channel Islands, number 3. Britt Merrick's on hand. Marcio Zuvi with Sharp Eye was here the other day as well in El Salvador. Darren Hanley always in the mix in that top 5. And cool to see Timmy Patterson at number 5 with a team of Al Cleland Jr. and Italo Ferreira. Matt, it's been cool seeing you catch up with Britt a little bit in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. You guys have known each other for a long time. What have those conversations been like?
Commiserating. No, I mean, you tend to get along really good with the people that kind of live the same sort of life and deal with the same sort of issues and run a similar business. It's, you know, these hotshot surfers down here, they all get along because they know each other's life and world. So, yeah, it's easy to talk to people that are in the same genre as you.
Is there any collaboration there? Because I know you guys have a lot of respect for each other, and just like surfers pushing each other, someone does something big, everyone else wants to try it. Does that go back and forth with guys like Britt and yourself, or even the other shapers over the years?
I mean, Paisel and I have goofed around designing a couple boards together, but I think usually with those guys, whether it's Darren or Britt or John or the other guys, Marcio, I had lunch with Marcio the other day. We mostly talk about like business, you know, like supply chains and labor and workers and things like that. You know, it's all the things we kind of have in common. But design-wise, we tend to just kind of stay quiet, and we each have our own little worlds and our secrets.
I like that, and that drives the whole industry. We love catching up with guys like Matt Violas. Let's now catch up with the world champ. Katie Simmers is with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, and the highest total of the women's event so far. Congratulations, Katie. Really fun waves out there, and peak high tide when you paddled out. How do you feel this afternoon? Most importantly, how do you feel like you performed out there with perfect waves?
Yeah, I feel nice, and it feels nice to just surf against Sawyer because we kind of grew up surfing together, and that was kind of the ideal situation, just for there to be a bunch of waves for us both, and I feel like we both got good opportunities. I think I was kind of looking for a cleaner wave, and then it ended up working out. Yeah, it was really fun. There's like a lot of ways to win a heat, but to beat Sawyer, I feel like you kind of just have to surf good, and so I'm happy that I was able to do that.
You said the other day that you'd barely surfed out here during the free surfs. It's basically been a surf trip. Your father actually went left the other day for the first time. What's it actually been like to enjoy this moment with your father and with some of your best friends?
Yeah, I think I haven't been surfing here. It's like pretty crazy to hop on these rocks every time you surf, and if you have a not that good surf, then it's pretty terrible, to be honest, to walk over the rocks. So we've just been kind of just surfing everywhere around here, and there's a lot of waves, and it's pretty hot. Trying to get a tan, a slight tan, trying to get some freckles, and yeah.
Congrats, Katie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
Always love chatting with Katie Simmers, world #1. What a great heat that was. 14.34 is the top score for the women's event that Katie Simmers just laid down. If you missed it, you can rewatch it on worldsurfleague.com. Meanwhile, we have 2 waves in this one. Brian with an 8.17, Bella with a 7.17, and still talking shop with Matt Biolas. The other day we talked to you, Matt, and you said you had a bit of work to do while you were here. Have you already finished that? Or no, you still got some work coming up?
Still got some work coming up. Yeah, there's a really cool place at Papaya in Tunco. Jaime, he's a board builder. He's got a hotel on the beach right there by Bocana, and he's got a complete factory there. He's got a good machine. He's got a crew of builders. So Sharp Eye and I, we both work with him. We build boards here for the locals and for tourists that come into town and need to pick up a new board. So yeah, we've been picking up a few customs. I go in the afternoons to tinker around. And yeah, it's fun. It's like a great excuse to come to the tropics, build boards, and go surfing.
How good does it feel to be in a surf shop around here? Is it comparable to what you'd find at home, or has it got a unique kind of Latin flair to it?
Yeah, the factory's definitely got a Latin flair to it. They actually got AC in the shaping room, thankfully, but most of the factory's pretty warm.
I got a random question though. With that heat, what's it like? You know, the lamination and the hot coating of the boards, and trying to get that that chemistry right.
Well, it's easy to get a light board when the weather's like this. The guys, you don't need as much catalyst. You can shoot them off a little less catalyst, which can also tend to make the board stronger in the long run. But yeah, warm is good for building surfboards. In the winter at home, we have to warm up the rooms. We have to insulate and run heaters and warm up the resin and warm up the rooms, and you obviously never have to do that here, so it's kind of nice. So the guys on the Gold Coast, like DHD, JS, those guys, they've always benefited from that. Going all the way back to before in the 90s, the pros would always be like, oh, the boards from Australia are so light, The heat helps.
Dude, rad question, Rosie. I love that. Yeah, temperature and just the idea of trying to repeat a board. Like, you have a magic board and make another one. And from my point of view, Matt, I think you've done that really well. I think that's part of your reputation of being able to rebuild magic over and over again. What's been that process like of really focusing on consistency?
You try to use, the same blanks, the same machines, the same settings, take, detailed measurements here and there of the finish. The most difficult thing is the fact that a blank, it's a pliable substrate. It's not like, you're not like working on a rock solid piece of aluminum metal or something. So every blank's a little different, the grains and the wood and the stringer, but then we use the same glass, the same laminator. We have basically one laminator in California does specifically all the team boards, so we keep like the cut laps the same and the same couple of sanders. So it's just trying to minimize differences and try and use the same crew, do things the same way with the same materials, and try and stay dialed in.
It almost sounds like surfing. You try and control the variables that you can, and you know, control all those factors and keep in mind that recipe for every time that you're applying it.
It's a lot like surfing. I mean, I think that's what makes surfing so exciting and so addictive. It's never the same.
Last year it was really fun to watch Betty Lou with a bunch of different boards. And I was guessing, I was like, who's she going to end up with? You know, and Sakura joined your team, Matt, through the off season and to kick off another great year on tour. She's in the quarters later on today. What's been the process been with Betty Lou? First getting to know her and making great boards for her. How's that been?
With Betty Lou, she ordered a couple boards. I didn't even know her. And I know, like you said, she got boards from a lot of people. And then we ran into her here last year. And after the event ended early in the window, I stuck around and surfed out front here and caught a few waves. And she was here with Ross Williams. And she's like, oh yeah, I really like the boards. And evidently she took the boards I made to Lakey Peak, which is like an ego wave. So maybe we just got lucky that she tried our boards at Lakey Peak and really liked them. But I've been there, and that wave can make you like just about any board. So we got lucky there. But she was really cool about it. She got on a plane and flew to California and came and hung out with us in San Clemente. And yeah, she just said, let's do it. So we did it.
What a great addition to the team. Gabby Bryan on her driver 3.0, backing up her 8.17. Nice opening hook. Draws that hard into the pocket. Third move, she'll lay that rail down again with a tight rebound. Wave super slopey, not really building with a wall quite yet, but she's hanging in there. Starting to stall, hugging the pocket, and now she will kick out. Didn't really have that running wall she was hoping for. She's got to back up now to the 8.17. Now with 14:15 to go, but everything looks great, Rosie. Just clean reads in the pocket here.
And I think it's all about finding that back up to the 8.17 right now. As she takes off on this wave, it's got some good height to it. Unfortunately, it just kind of tapers off on the shoulder. She's still trying to stay tight in that pocket, tight through the transition. This is where that wave gets a little bit slopey and kind of pushes out to sea a little bit, just not hitting the cobblestones just right. But it's going to be a good number to go with her 8.17 and put Bella in a situation for the answer back. But when, you know, the exchange is so tight with the 7.17 and the 8.17, Gabby's looking to kind of replicate those excellent numbers because this heat is really close at the moment.
Yeah, playing the game, knowing when you need to finally just go surf to make sure you have something to go with your 8.17. So she took a gamble on this one, didn't quite let her tee off like her 8.17. This turns into a 4.5.
It's a good backup. I mean, and like you said, just playing that game. She's been sitting out there for quite a while, waiting for this backup wave to come her way. And it looked really nice on the takeoff. We are seeing that tide start to fill in, get a little bit higher.
And now looking at a big turn out the back. The rookie on tour, Bella Kenworthy, finding a bigger wall. Third maneuver. Nice snap, right on the money. Nice pace, leans back into that turn. Off the bottom again. How's this bowl that she's been enjoying? Driving into the end section, and she stays on her feet. Great decision there for Bella Kenworthy with her wave selection. A lot of different types of turns, and really impressed. If she is dealing with a little bit of pain, she's letting it all out. Needs a 5.51 for the lead. I think she gets it.
Yeah, that was the best quality wave that we've seen in this heat so far, and Bella just surfed it flawlessly in my mind, and we didn't even get to see the start of this wave, but let's have a look. She's taking off with that priority. Wow, just bangs it right there, waits for this next section to kind of stand up, showing a little bit of variety, switching up these maneuvers every time she meets that lip line, just that little bit, the layback right there, up into that corner hook. Beautiful finish too. I think in terms of critical sections and having just a strong finish, bookending this wave, Bella did so well to just dot the I's, cross the T's. The judges are gonna think about the score and give her a really good number, I'd have to say.
Bella Kenworthy's last heat was really entertaining. A wild rookie clash with Aaron Brooks that she ended up getting the win off of, and now fired up against Gabrielle O'Brien. Brisa Hennessy's preparing for Molly Picklum. We're going to take a quick break. Still hanging with Matt Biolis right after this. What a heat. Quarterfinal number 2. The rookie goes absolutely loony with this score. 8.5. Takes a big lead over Gabrielle O'Brien. A lot of variety, a lot of commitment, and great wave selection as well.
Incredibly surfed, well rewarded, up in that excellent range. The best wave that we've seen of the heat so far, and absolutely dismantles it.
Love her change up there, leaning back into that turn. Put her in perfect flow to finish it up.
Just critical maneuvers all the way across this wave, really offering up multiple sections, and then definitely this inside section came at her with a lot of velocity, and she met that force.
Solid wave there for the rookie on tour, representing Southern California. Her father, Jason Kenworthy, was on the Lost team.
Yeah, Jason and I go back to the 80s. He was instrumental in us getting the brand going back in the day. We were inseparable for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, growing up surfing Salt Creek all the time. That's where Kenworthy was at his local break, but obviously real close to Lowers in San Clemente. And so was he a team rider first, and then did he start helping making movies and everything, Matt?
Yeah. Even before movies, he used to help us. Like, he had the only good truck out of all our friend group. He'd drive us to LA and help us do production, like build board shorts and buy fabric and all sorts of stuff. Like, he was integral.
As we watch Gabby Bryan looking for an answer back. She just heard the score come through from the rookie. Nice clean rails from Gabrielle O'Brien to start. Big, healthy looking top turn wrap. The Kauaian lays into her third turn. So much fluidity, connectivity between turns. So much rail and power. It opens up so she can blast that section in the pocket. A lot of spray still flying. Gabrielle O'Brien, so far so good. Closes it out with a solid finish and hits the 3 all the way to her camp in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Richard Dog Marsh loving it on their feet. Leo Fioravanti and Connor O'Leary, part of the Dog Pound.
Wow.
That was big, Matt.
What a great heat. I mean, these girls are just throwing huge punches at each other.
Bella's ready to answer. Kenworthy on the windup. Nice foam climb. Harder off the bottom, went straight up through that section. Lays it down. Total control for Bella. Whips that one quickly on the top of the wave. Driving into that oncoming section, and she'll get out of there. A back and forth battle with Gabrielle O'Brien and Bella Kenworthy in really immaculate conditions here at Punta Roca, with that tide filling in from what we had earlier this morning and the swell just showing itself, the wind going to a more favorable direction. some of the best conditions we've really had in this waiting period.
Quality surf, premium surfing. It's just insane to watch these women when they provided the canvas that we've been waiting for and what they've been doing, the back and forth, the 1-2 punch. Gabriella's wave was so impressive. Bella out on the second wave of the set. It's just you know, an answer back every time. We're hanging on every one of the maneuvers that these women are doing.
Roll in from Gabby Bryan to start off her first turn, Rosie. What'd you see in it?
Oh my gosh, I think, you know, looking at these turns, to me it's the degree of difficulty. Look at the speed that she carries through these maneuvers, those two in particular, then a little bit of extra spice on that third turn, staying low center of gravity, absorbing all the bumps and lumps, but everything is done with so much speed and power. The flow, the connectivity, that one, Matt, you really liked it.
Yeah, it's just an extra zing, you know, connecting with the lip and kicking the tail.
Looked great, and then from the water angle as well, you can see how big that open face was.
Just so well surfed, and it's just hard to articulate how difficult what Gabby is doing right now, and just you know, to your average surfer, trying to replicate these kinds of performances, it's just not going to happen. Gabby's just got this brand of surfing that she's one of the best athletes in the world, and I think the bonus on this wave was definitely the finish. Being able to get that chunky section, much like Bella's previous wave, is going to bring some more scoring potential to this wave for her.
God, just flexing off the bottom. Total commitment through those turns. Judges love flow. They don't want to see chase sections too much. They like to see that just back and forth rhythm there.
And I think the point of difference too is how much rail of the board is buried there for Isabella. Just really relying on that rail edge of the surfboard for such a lengthy amount of time.
Gabriella Bryan is in a crazy rhythm. Board feels magic. Driver 3.0. Art by Rider is just looking flashy through every point. And how about that? Breaking the scale into a new category. We've seen 8s already. How about into the 9s? A 9.23 for just a Punta Roca special, man.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue.
Great job with the board. How about the artwork? Art by Rider. You know, this helps Gabby actually remember which board's which, and this is a magic one. Dog hid it from her because it looks so great. Only allowed to ride this one in heats.
Yeah, Dog said, oh, hey, we need to talk about boards. And after these couple of waves, I don't know if we need to talk about boards.
Now you can just let it play out. All the hard work is done. First 9-point ride in the event. And Bella certainly ripped this wave, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, Bella is just on fire at the moment. And I think, you know, from the previous matchup, we're just seeing all of the women step up into another level. Bella's gone to another gear here. Wow, just locking in that 8.5 previously, the score coming in and not really factoring in for her, which is a tricky place to be once your competitor locks in that 9.23.
I'm really impressed with Bella, though. I mean, it's watching her grow up. I grew up with Sawyer and Ryder, my daughter, and, you know, just the surfing that she's doing now, she's surfing on a world-class level. She's in the game, and she's learning, and she's ripping.
I originally thought that she would be a pro skater. She was so good, so young, in the Pink Helmet Posse with Sierra Kerr and this grad crew that was just making movie parts already because they're, you know, Bella's dad could capture it all and document all those early beginnings. You could find a lot of those like little kid moments on YouTube of Bella just skating, charging, taking big falls, and, you know, surfing took over. And look where she is now, just putting up a serious fight with Gabby Bryan.
And how consistent she's been in her rookie season. I mean, I think this is her third quarterfinal so far, and I'm definitely not going to count her out as she has priority with, you know, just over 2 minutes remaining. But that consistency as a rookie in the first 4 events of the year is kind of mind-blowing.
And I guess it's easy to be maybe in the shadow of rookies because they've already won something before, like Vahine Fierro. Her reputation's huge in the Olympics, and Tahiti being the spotlight in our world for several years now, and winning an event as a wild card. Aaron Brooks winning an event as a wild card last year. And I think Bella's just here to go, yep, I'm a part of this mix too. I can compete, and especially a wave like this that just really brings out the best in her surfing. It's great to see, getting great boards from Britt Merrick and the Channel Islands Surfboards team. And Britt loves to be at these events to support his squad. As we're down to 90 seconds, situational update. Bella does have priority. She needs an 8.91. Her best score is an 8.5. And we just need another set to give her a shot. That's what we'd love to see in the final minute. Molly Picklum takes on Brisa Hennessy coming up next in quarter 3 as the title race has taken shape. And always enjoying our time with Matt Biolas at this event. Boards look great from Gabriella Bryan. As we have a pretty busy schedule this year. It's definitely important for you guys to do all your work in the off season. Event finals day looking like tomorrow. Everyone's got to get straight to bells because that'll start next week.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time between events. There's not a lot of time to experiment. We just have to. We made a whole bunch of boards for the Australian leg, and then I was able to jump on a plane and fly down here and have a week of fun in the sun.
Yeah. So it's smart for the surfers on tour, work with their shapers and make sure all the work was done because this year's going to fly by. Bella Kenworthy will take this wave in time. Going off the top, she needs an 8.91 and ended up fishing for something. Maybe she's going for something major down the line. So a bit of downtime, throwing a snap off the top, and she will start coasting. What a great heat. One of my favorites of this season. 7.17 and 8.5 were the first two scores from Bella. I mean, wild to think that she's runner-up in this heat with a 15.67 total. I mean, that was impressive. We'll be reflecting on this quarterfinal for the rest of the season.
Highlights, Joey. So many highlights from this exchange. Wow.
Yeah, she pushed Gabby all the way.
Gabby fired up after that runner-up in the final in Portugal. Now into the semifinals here in El Salvador. She's looking for a major win here in Central America. Bella leaves with an equal 5th. We'll be preparing for Molly Picklum and Brisa Hennessy. And always a big thank you for Matt Biolas for your time and joining us in the booth. And we cranked up that AC for you. Hope
Thank
you felt
you.
comfy.
It's a lot nicer in here than out there on the rocks, but you feel the energy out there. Thanks for having me.
Always, Matt. Always a pleasure. Contest continues. Molly Picklum taking on Brisa Hennessy. Best conditions we've had all waiting period. You're going to want to watch quarterfinal number 3. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Jesse Mendez for the call.
¿Sabes cuál es la ola más larga de El Salvador? El Sunsal tiene una de las olas más largas y suaves del Salvador, lo que lo hace ideal para longboarders.
Estamos en el Sunsal, a 10 minutos de Punta Roca. La playa es súper larga, entonces es perfecta para ver el atardecer. También hay olas perfectas y siempre hay gente surfeando. Y me gusta un montón porque hay palmeras, hay montañas, acantilados, se puede ver como un montón de toda la naturaleza. Y el sunset aquí, dependiendo de la época, se puede esconder o en el océano, que es súper lindo también verlo cuando está surfeando, o si no, en los acantilados y las montañas. Eso hace que salgan un montón de celajes y el cielo se vea rosadito y anaranjado.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. And Jesse, I don't think I've seen a surfer and a surfboard as well connected as we just saw with Gabriella Bryant at that, not Viola-shaped, Mayhem surfboard. What a heat that was. Give it up to both of those surfers. Bella and Gabriella went off, and the waves were firing that entire 35 minutes.
I know, and thankfully we've seen someone break into the excellence combination of scores. Obviously, Gabby Bryant with 17.4. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, the ceiling has been exploded, and if anyone's going to do it again, most likely going to be one of these two surfers in this next heat. Molly Picklum, her firepower will be on full display. Brisa Hennessy, power surfer, super consistent. This right here is going to be an epic matchup. You see Brisa right there, currently ranked number 13. That is way lower than she's been in the past few years. And Molly Picklum right up there in the number 2 spot. This is a huge moment for Brisa Hennessy. She wants to kind of regain that top spot that she earned last season. It's not going to be easy because, I mean, you picture both of these surfers in the waves we have right now, and it plays right into their strengths.
Yeah, it really does. I'm excited to watch this heat, and mostly because tide got a little higher, so it seems like halfway, not even halfway through, like 80% of the wave is pretty clean. We saw it from that last heat from Gabby Bryant, Bella Camworthy. Expect fireworks from both of these two women in the water right now because it's going to be an exciting one. Both very good on rail, super powerful. Maybe a little bit more creative there for Molly, more power for Brisa. Interesting match, just pretty even. Hard to pick one apart, like one from the other. It's just up to decision making. That's why I think I overheard Dog saying to Leo Fioravanti, make right decisions, the rest will follow. So I just think, like, at this point of the event, they're in the quarterfinals. They already dialed with their equipment, dialed with the wave, have been here enough, no jet lags. The less mistakes you commit, most likely you're gonna make the heat. Like most, because the surfing is there, everything's gonna just follow up. So just keep it simple and give us some little paddle battles like it's happening right now, one pushing the other. Just don't go too deep and miss the set.
Yeah, salt and pepper, push it. Molly Picklum definitely has something to think about, though. She's up in that, top 5 picture right now. And so far, Katie Simmers continuing on into the semis. Gabriella Bryant, who's a perennial top 5 threat, she is now continuing on into the semis. So for Molly, she needs to keep the pace that has already been set by Katie and Gabriella. After this, we've got Isabella Nichols and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, 2 surfers fighting to get above the cut line, sitting at 12th and 15th in the world. 28 minutes, 40 seconds left. Brisa Hennessy, obviously with that Central American connection, representing the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. She's had decent results here. 5th, 7th. But definitely, she's feeling right at home. A lot of similarities between El Salvador and Costa Rica. The weather, the water, the temperature, the rocks in some spots.
I'm actually surprised that her average is 7th in this venue specifically, because if you look back, the previous years that we had here were after the cut. So that means the girls are already losing first round, might be 9th place, or second round, sorry, that might be 9th place. So she's made like probably 1 or twice to the quarterfinals with the type of surfing she has. Probably expected to be even higher because suits her surfing so well these conditions. This year, definitely much bigger in size on this quarterfinal, so that could play into her advantage with the power surfing she's able to display.
Well, we'll see who gets the first strike here. It's 35-minute heats. Kind of been off and on. The last 2 heats were pretty consistent, so it's probably, if recent history stays as it's been, be slow at the start, fire up about halfway through, and then we'll see wave after wave after wave of manifesting here. like to
right.
see about 8 waves ridden each. Feels like a good number to me.
We spoke about like the rhythm of the ocean. It goes through pulses and then it has to slow itself down again and then comes back in. Mostly we're talking about a swell that is developed so far down, sometimes in Chile, sometimes down closer to Australia, below that New Zealand area. So it moves from such a long distance that creates separation in between the sets. That's why we have such a long period swells, different in comparison to the east coast of the US or something, where we have much shorter intervals because the storms are created much closer to the coast. So that's the difference point, like makes things a little bit slower, but when they come, it's just that perfect wall in front of you.
We're gonna go ahead and just unplug the ocean real quick and plug it back in. It usually has a good way of restarting things. While we do that, let's go down to Mitch Salazar with Gabriela Bryant. Came through victorious in her last heat.
Not only did she come out victorious, she has dropped the highest heat total of the event, men's or women's, also has the single highest wave score of the event. Your recognition from your peers, your teammates, the dog pound, everybody was just celebrating your 9-point ride. You just celebrated your birthday today. You got the best present ever. Congratulations.
Yeah, that wave was the best present ever. That came in, and there was one wave before, but I was like, I see a second wave, so I'm glad I waited. And as soon as I went over the first one, I just saw it had the most perfect line. I was like, I'm gonna take off on this thing and just do the biggest carve I can on the first section. So I'm so glad I completed it, and to see everyone cheering, that's why I looked in right after, and everyone was just like, I saw Connor and Leo just like with their hands up. So I was so stoked.
You know, in the end, you only have to impress 5 people, right? But when you get that kind of recognition from people who rip, who people are in the same position in you, what does it kind of feel like? I mean, if you can express it through your own emotions, especially through a performance like that, Gabby.
Yeah, for sure. You obviously do want to impress the judges, like you said, but I also like putting on a show for everybody and just showing the world the surfing that I can do. So every time I get that opportunity, it feels so good. And yeah, like everyone on the beach, and especially my team, they push me to do so good. And everyone back at home too, I just want to make them proud. And I know my dad's watching, and my sister, and Carissa, and Lena, and Luke, so and my brother. So it's really, really awesome when I get to do that kind of performance and everyone's watching.
You having fun?
I'm having so much fun, and I was so excited to surf today. And yeah, finals day, let's go.
Congratulations, Gabby. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys?
We're having fun watching. That was the best surfed wave of the contest so far. Score proves that point. I mean, the way she was on rail from beginning to end, super fast, nothing, just not a drop of water out of place. Everything, her form, it was just, that was as close to perfection as we
Someone has to go back in the water and pick it up her rail, because she left it in there. Like,
she did.
She was
just buried.
Buried in. It was incredible, those first 3 turns on that wave, and I'm glad someone cracked the 9-point ride club, because it was well-deserved already so far in this event from the day one, and now I think it just opened the door for everyone else to do it.
There you go. So you're saying there's a chance. 23-42.
There is.
Jesse, do you play Fantasy Surfer?
I've played way too many times before, and because I lost so many times,
you had to take a break.
I had to take a break. I had to step back, retirement from the fantasy for a little bit. You know, like, feels like you know so much, but the ocean just throws curveballs at you and you just lose.
It's really the hardest sport to pick. It's the hardest sport to bet on. My fantasy surf team is all over the place.
Well, we had a few big upsets this event already. Like, we had so many blue jerseys making heats throughout the day today.
Yeah.
And even yesterday we had obviously Filipe lose.
Yeah, a lot of top picks and power surfers went down already, including my team. I'm in 2 leagues,
Griffin,
Barnacles, and Lot Trolls, losing in both of them.
Oh,
and I'm
God.
here. I should know this.
That's the problem.
I do have Katie Simmers on my team as my power surfer, but I think every other person in the world has her in that same spot. Molly Picklum putting up big numbers. Gabriela Bryant. So these are your picks right here. So only 62% of people have Katie Simmers on their team. What?
No,
what
but
are you thinking?
it's crazy to think how stoked the people that just picked Gabriela Bryant, that 5% of the world right now is smiling.
Yeah.
And with the conditions that we're going to have tomorrow, you know, like, she's going to be a sketchy one to be against.
So yeah, with the power surfer picks, you know, 62% of people out there have Katie Simmers as their power surfer pick. So that means there's a lot of teams that are, in a similar position. But that 5% number for Gabriela Bryant, those are the teams now that are going to be launching their way up into the top spots. And I love to hear about people's, personal leagues and the stakes that they have. Some people put in money into a pool, and then at the end of the year you win. Other people have trips on the line. Other people have several different types of torture for the losers in their leagues. I mean, that could be your own reality show, the things that people have to go through when they lose in their fantasy surf leagues.
I'm sure there's some good pranks that are done for the last place.
Yeah, you're going to see some people this summer maybe surfing in weird jerseys and Speedos as their punishment
goggles.
for losing.
Maybe the setup that you mentioned just this morning.
The goggles, the Speedos, and the foil board.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can rip Seaside on that.
Yeah, the Lot Trolls League is made up mostly of Seaside surfers. Definitely hear about it in the parking lot when you're getting ready to surf. 20 minutes to go here, 54 seconds, and we have a paddle. It's going to be Brisa Hennessy. Pretty bumpy on the takeoff, but gets around the section. Good little bowl to work with here. Building speed, coming around it. Big slash there. Expertly placed. Almost gets the finish, but goes down. So that was just most likely a case of waiting for 10 minutes before she actually stood up. Legs got a little wobbly on the ride out of the last turn. Second turn, crisp.
Yeah, that was some damage. She was on her way to a decent score to start. Obviously, we can't keep the eyes only on the last heat because every heat has its own destiny. And this one started much slower, so smart of her to pick something out and try to maximize. Set this up. Now she goes up, down the bottom, gets up in vertical. But just here, somehow it's weird. Like it felt like when she was coming out clean. This might be the second turn. Look how much she presses on that back foot, gets that nose up in vertical.
That was awesome.
Keeps it very clean in the second one. Makes everything well, all the way to the 90%. And as she's landing, that inside whitewash just hits her, and she goes off balance.
It's one of those slow motion falls that when you know what's happening, you're thinking, oh no. 19:30 to go, and it's a good point. The judges don't do a complete reset to their scale, but they definitely judge each and every heat on its own merit. It's like what they say, right? Taco cat spelled backwards is taco cat.
And they adjust to the situation, obviously. And I feel like we're going to have one of those heats. I don't want to jinx. I hope I'm jinxing by saying that. But it seems like it's one of those heats that's going to be quite slow, and it's could get tight. The nerves start to creep in, and you have less opportunity in front of you, so you can't commit any mistakes. Hopefully I'm wrong, but it seems like the ocean's taking a little breather.
Your tide's still coming up. Rocks are pretty well covered right now. 18:40 to go. First wave for Brisa Hennessy comes through. Respectable 3.5. Really on the strength of that second turn, which was a total smash. You got full credit for that. A decent start. It's getting weird with 18:20 to go, but I think the cadence is going to start to pick up now. Huge numbers in the previous heat, 17.40. Highest single wave score, highest heat total. Gabriela Bryant laid it down. Bella Kenworthy kept her honest with a 15.67 total. Right now, only one wave rid in the last 15 or so minutes. Semifinals are getting stocked with the world's best. I'd say the flip side on the women's side compared to the men's side is a lot of upsets in the men's bracket. The women's bracket, it's pretty much the top performers that have been getting through heats so far. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum here in the quarters. The upper echelon is shining. I think, losing Caroline Marks was probably the biggest upset for this particular event. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the ice bath before her heat. Now, the longest I've ever stayed in an ice bath is about 5 to 6 seconds. So what does this do? You seem like the type of guy that enjoys a cold dip like that. What does that do for the surfer as they prepare for their heat?
I'm actually interested to see, like, before heat, I usually expect people to warm up. Obviously, we're in a sauna itself, so maybe she's just trying to get, obviously she's trying to get cold. And my good question behind that one, I've never seen that happen before. This is the first time. Very little option to actually get colder before the heat. Usually everyone starts to warm up and do a few exercises.
I think Miguel Pupo may have done the same thing.
Because he was, yeah. You could see that his hair was wet as well.
Cool down to fire up.
That could work.
We'll have to talk to Betty Lou after her heat. 16:20 to go here. Potentially seeing a pulse come through this lineup. I'm gonna lean into some Peter Frampton here and hope that this lineup comes alive. Let's go, we want action.
Yeah, it looks like both surfers are having a look at this wave approaching, but.
Yep, Molly's making a move.
Probably gonna pull the trigger on this thing. Looks pretty decent.
Brisa heading to the inside. Can Molly get it? She can't, so that's gonna give way to Brisa Hennessy. She's gonna pull the pin here and hope to blow this wave up. Has to kind of settle for a placement turn to start. That was a nice snap there. So just as you said, Jesse, through the mid portion of the wave, it starts to clean up on the face. Nice and oily here through this inside section. And you see the speed burst that Brisa Hennessy gets coming around that section again. Solid surfing on the inside. Kind of had to wait for it. Wait for the wave to develop. She definitely tagged it a couple times through that mid portion of the wave. Might be a little better than that 3.5, but definitely not the drama that we've seen on some of these bigger set waves. I think that's probably just another, second priority type of placeholder score.
I think it's a right move for her at the situation of the heat, obviously trying to capitalize. It's been a slow heat so far. Just the beginning of this wave, just very broken because of that wind. Then it starts to clean up ahead of her and she gets that low road, nice double up. Just clean surfing, keeping the rails nice. Right here, it starts to bowl up and vertical. Comes around the section, and once again, this is going to be a decent score for her. Great way to apply pressure, and looks like Molly up and riding right now, Chris.
Quick snap there for Molly on her first wave of the heat. Here we go. Pedal down, smash it. Tail slide there. Slightly hung up, but able to get around this section. Late hit to finish. Steps off her board.
This is a good two waves to kind of see where the judges are leaning more towards. We obviously see Brisa with the better timing throughout the whole pace of the wave, kept the rails clean, but less committed. Had those two turns to finish it off that were strong, but on the smaller size wave. And then he had Molly that felt like she didn't have the best rhythm because of the wave. You can see as she takes off, the wave is like splitting up. Hard to identify and aim that lip. She gets up in vertical, so more critical for her on the start. And this part of the wave gets very slow. She keeps herself with a good pace, but then she really commits to this maneuver right here with a nice finner. And comes out of it, gets up, and once again, just a little late, but the commitment was there. You're gonna see her bottom turn, use that inside arm to kind of aim and give her support. Presses on that back foot, gets completely disengaged with those fins. You can see the fins even from this angle, so imagine out the back how much flare she had out of that turn, and very composed coming out of it, but put herself a little bit late for the last turn, but aggressive as it gets, committed, progressive, just different styles.
As expected, things are starting to heat up in the lineup. Brisa Hennessy drops at 5.33.
And the crazy thing about Chris, because they kind of had to pull off the trigger on those medium-sized waves, look at those sets lining up. Like that second wave, I looked over my shoulder, it came from 100 yards up the point. Beautiful wave. And there's a third one as well that we cannot see on the screen right now, but it's just about to reach. And it's probably some of the biggest sets so far this afternoon.
You see these surfers are just a little bit too far inside.
And there's
the
a
first
fourth
couple of
one.
waves.
Look at that. This is some of the biggest sets we've seen it so far. Probably the size of like Jordy's, but obviously with the higher tide, it doesn't get as throaty.
Just when you thought it was safe to sit down to lunch and eat your pupusa, the biggest set of the afternoon rolls through unridden. I don't think any of those waves would have been too easy to ride, but 2 or 3 big turns on the biggest set that we've seen in the last half hour. That's a score in the making right there. And both surfers, without it being really their fault, they both are just coming in from riding waves. They're just out of position.
It's just,
and they got to watch.
It's just how the heat started. Like I mentioned, like he gets tense. You had to kind of pull the trigger at some point. Those waves came with 19 minutes after the heat started. So if, oh no, it might be 35 minutes, so even more than that. So it's, you got to pull the trigger at some point, and just by bad luck of the rotation for both of them, they're out of position for it.
We got 10 minutes, 49 seconds to go here in quarterfinal heat number 3. Breeze Hennessy versus Molly Picklum. Let's get you caught up real quick here. Jordy Smith went out there and went crazy. Some of the best surfing we've seen from Jordy. Definitely this season, he is looking right at home here.
I mean, it really does feel like he's on a board short J-Bay wave right now. Like even the way he read the wave, it's very similar to what he does at J-Bay. Like how he's capable of almost doing those cutbacks that feels like those carves that feels like a cutback. He brings it all the way around because he knows the timing exactly how much he can push.
That was probably my favorite little combo of the event so far. Slash, kickstall into the barrel, comes out, big wrap, and he finally admits it. He says it in his own words. Okay, fine. This does remind me of J-Bay. He was pretty protective of his beloved J-Bay for the past 4 years, but he admitted it there. And give it up to Leo Fioravanti. He was surfing so good in this event, and I'm sure he's going to be going to Australia fired up. Katie Simmers in the Southern California battle. It was O-side, going up against San Clemente, one of her best friends, Sawyer Lindblad. And Katie just went out there, put on a Tom Curran-esque type of show. Super smooth, super stylish.
How's those bottom turns? Do you see how she takes her pressure off and then engages again? And that's what gives her so much speed. It's not always putting 100% to it. She knows exactly when to apply pressure to the board. And that gives us a spring, a slingshot. She's doing that so well, just really a phenom.
I mean, she is pretty wild that she's already in that greatest surfer of all time conversation with so many more years ahead of her. In that last heat, well, the highest single wave score, the highest heat total, that all belongs to Gabriella Bryan. She had her hands full with Bella Kenworthy. This is probably the best heat we've seen of the contest. These two surfers going wave for wave for wave. But at the end of it, breaking into the excellent range on this wave right here. Gabby, greatness is right. Hashtag that, put it out in the world.
Look at how much water she displays in each and every turn and how much committed she is. From applying that power that she has. There's so much risk involved.
Look at that, double smash right back to back.
I love the claim right here. Boom.
Yeah, she earned that one.
Yeah, was that like kind of like a basketball?
I think so. I would have actually been kind of bummed if she didn't claim that wave.
I know.
That's one of those must-claim situations. Molly Picklum now back at it. Live action here from quarterfinal heat number 3. Who's going to fight their way into the semifinals? Well, surfing like that, Molly's making her case. Couple placement turns right there. Big spray out the back. Jumps into the foam party, but gets denied at the door. Crowd doesn't care. They love what Molly did on the opening part of that wave. Slow and steady, though. You know, it's not quite as explosive and flashy as we're kind of used to seeing from Molly, but I think, you know, again, sitting on that 617, this is probably just her safe backup.
Yeah, and that's just the situation that she sits on right now. She doesn't need to put fireworks in it. Sitting with the best score of the heat kind of slow, but she still did damage, was aggressive, was on the lip on the most critical part of the wave, and finished it off strong. Would have liked her to almost just forget about that section in front of her and put an exclamation point into the last turn, but this is beautiful.
Yeah, nothing safe about that. Best turn that she did on that wave.
And this is the turn that I'm mentioning, Chris. She's gonna bottom turn nicely. She's gonna apply pressure on that back foot with the layback snap, but she's kind of thinking down the line already. As you see it, she look over. But still gonna be a great score. 3 big turns out the back. Try to fit on a 4th, but too late.
Molly's already on her way back out to the lineup. Scores dropping now. The perfect pair, a 6.17 and a 6.17 for Molly Picklum. She's now in the lead. Brisa Hennessy, 5.33. Pair that with a 3.5. Now she needs a 7.01 with 6 minutes to go. Potential lines coming through. Seems like the wind has the wind backed off a little bit, or is it just the tide filling in that makes it a little bit glassier through the inside?
The tide filling in. It takes the noise from all the rocks that are uneven throughout the surface of the wave, so it helps. And also brings the wave a little bit closer to the shore as well, which we're in a point, so it helps.
So with 5.5 to go, these two surfers have gone head-to-head many times in the not-so-distant past. And here's your tail of the tape. 5 times they've surfed against each other. It's 2-3 in the favor of Molly Picklum. Her stats just a bit above what Brisa has put together in their CT career matchups. Their last heat together was the 2025 Lexus Pipe Pro. I mean, that was not that long ago, but it feels like years. The tour has been very interesting so far this year. And I think every surfer on tour has already traveled like over 1 million miles. Pipeline, Abu Dhabi, Portugal, El Salvador.
Probably most of them actually went back home from Abu Dhabi, and some in between Abu Dhabi and Portugal, and some of them are in Hawaii, which is like as far as it gets.
We got 4.5 to go. Quick turnaround after this event. Championship Tour heading to Bells for the traditional Easter event. Starts in under a week, so that's not a lot of time to basically repack everything. Obviously, wetsuits, all the warm water gear, you know, the jackets, everything that you don't bring to El Salvador. What about surfboards? Do you think people are trading in their boards for a different quiver for Bells, or is it kind of a similar board that you'd ride there through
kind of similar.
Aussie Trimble?
I think it's kind of similar. Some of them different. Obviously, the wave has, this wave is a little bit steeper. That wave is a little bit more fuller, has more volume towards it. The bow, mostly the bow. If you're talking about Winky Pop, probably pretty similar conditions to what we have here, but you have to mention that they're going to gain a good 2 to 5 pounds on wetsuits that they have to put it on. Very cold place. But some of the surfers, I actually was talking to Ian Govea on this morning, and he was already looking at forecasts for Bells.
Yeah.
That's how close it is.
Do your homework, be prepared. Quick paddle there. That was Molly Picklum in the red, but she was in second priority. No switch. Another set rolling through here. Looks like maybe 2 or 3 on the horizon. Brisa Hennessy is going to let this one go past. She sits up, establishes her position. Ooh, this one looks like it has some juice behind it. And she is going to turn and burn. Here we go, Brisa Hennessy surfing for a 7.01 or above. Great looking wave to start. Comes around the section. Nicely placed turn for Brisa Hennessy to start this wave. Big carve there. Leaning on that inside rail, throwing tons of spray. Setting things up. It's starting to run. Almost goes down and does. So the bobbled bottom turn results in a wild ride over the falls for Brisa Hennessy. That's a crucial mistake with 2 minutes and 24 seconds to go. It looked like she was well on her way to that 7.01, and that wave is still running down the line behind us.
Yeah, that's a bullet dodge for Molly Picklum with that mistake of Brisa. Beautiful wave, very steep. Probably biggest wave we've seen it in this heat so far. Nice and clean as he hits that inside ledge. She keeps the rails clean, keeps the flow, and right here when the wave starts to steepen, generates speed towards the end section. She kind of catches that inside rail on the bottom turn, and it's all done. A beautiful style here for Briza, opening up the arms.
That turn was nice.
Just doing everything very clean and nice up into this point. She goes to bottom turn, hits the lump, loses that rail. And you just sometimes when that happens, you kind of lose balance and loses the angle for you to attack the wave.
Almost looked like speed wobbles right there. Like she got a burst of speed out of the bottom turn and wasn't really expecting it. It threw her in kind of an awkward trajectory into that whitewater. And here comes Molly to play some defense with 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. And Briza will get credit for those opening pair of turns, which was just really clean, really powerful. But without that finish, hard to think that's going to be over a 7.01. It comes through at a 4.5.
I mean, imagine what if she made that turn and went into a few combination of more maneuvers down the line, because we saw that wave keep peeling down the point. Could have been the 7-0.
Well, we're saying there's a chance. Here we go. This wave could be a grower down the line. Quick snap to start for Briza Hennessy. Again, looking for a 7.01. Second turn is pretty cool looking. Building speed. Third slash was pretty big. But just again having some trouble in that whitewater section. I think she's calling it a day. I like this crew. I don't know if they know the scores or what's going on, but they're just stoked.
First cheering for Aussies, which is Molly, and now they're cheering for Briza.
Yeah,
so just cheer
good cheer for everybody.
Cheer for
That's the
good
kind of
surfing.
fans we want. Here goes Molly Picklum. This could be a victory lap, and it is. Finds herself on a special looking wave. Nice double arm drag carve. So Molly Picklum continuing on with the top tier surfers, making it through into the semifinals. So we've got Katie Simmers, Gabriella Bryan, and now Molly Picklum in the semis. We got one more quarterfinal left. It's going to be Isabella Nichols and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We will have a special guest joining us to help us call this last quarterfinal of the women's round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. straight back into an exchange right off the buzzer. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson going up against Isabella Nichols. Isabella on the first set of this heat. This one is running down the line, super smooth and stylish, even through a foamy face. Beautiful cadence. Really nice and smooth throughout. A great starter kit for Isabella Nichols. She jumps off her board. And then we turn back to the outside. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. Big carve to start that wave. She's out. Love to see a quick exchange for these 35-minute heats. This is the last quarterfinal of the women's bracket. I'm Chris Cote, that's Jesse Mendez, and we know him as William Jackson Bunch IV, aka Jackson Bunch. Welcome to the booth. Welcome to El Salvador.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a blast down here.
So this is your first major championship tour event in El Salvador. What's your experience been like so far?
I mean, it's been amazing. The waves have been firing. We've been having some really fun golf days on the lay days, and I mean, look at it right now. It's pumping.
Oh yeah, I can tell. The smile on your face says it all. We're all enjoying ourselves right now. And for Jackson, so far so good. Rookie year on the championship tour. 5th place in Abu Dhabi, definitely a standout. You know, that was an event that it's truly a wild card event, because that's a place, a venue that no one's ever had a contest at before. And then to throw everybody in the pool and see what happens must have been pretty fun for you. I saw you taking off on nearly every wave, blasting huge airs. How did that feel to do that well in your second event on the championship tour?
I mean, I got to go and practice it, and it's just a perfect wave, and just knowing like everyone gets the same wave, and you just get to go and show your best surfing. And yeah, just no holding back, only get two lefts and 2 rights, so it's a cool, unique experience to have a contest in the pool and only get that little bit of 2 waves, 3 waves practice, and yeah, it was so much fun.
Well, it was super fun to watch. And now we have a replay. Jesse, Isabella Nichols right here. I really like the cadence. Didn't oversurf this wave, did everything just right.
Yeah, she did. The only downside to that wave, I feel like there's a little bit more scoring potential because of what's going to happen in a little bit. She started off well with a critical turn right off the bat. The wave gets a little bit slow, and right here she gets indecisive to maybe do a half turn and go down the line, but she should have just finished in that critical part of the wave, because she can't get around. And like we've been mentioning, the judges are going to remember that last maneuver that she did, and right here she goes a little bit early, and the wave doesn't have too much curve for her to actually lay on her rail the way she's capable of. So she did that because she was thinking about 2 turns, and which it happens a lot of times, but in that situation she should have delayed herself just a touch more to be more aggressive and in the more critical part of the wave.
So she's casually making her way back into the lineup inside of 30 minutes now. First exchange goes to Isabella, a 5.5. Betty Lou with just a 1.83. Jackson, I feel like the first time I met you, you were about 9 years old and you were already winning state national titles. You had an incredible run as a junior surfer, and then you got it on the CS, get on the qualifying series. That's a tough climb, and you had a pretty big span between winning everything and having to go back to the bottom of the totem pole. Tell us about your rise up onto the championship tour. How hard was it, and how long did it take for you to get to where we are now?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of started off doing those pro juniors back home, and that only lasted so long because that's when COVID hit, and then ever since then, Hawaii doesn't really have many WSL pro juniors, so kind of just straight on to the QS, and once you got your couple QS events, you can you got to get top 2 for the under 20 to make the World Juniors. And yeah, growing up as a kid, World Juniors was super special. Just Kai Barter won that back in the day, and yeah, had a good year at that, had a good run, and with that, that was the same year I qualified for the Challengers. And yeah, I mean, it's tough growing up with like battling all kids your age, and then you go into the QS and you're battling guys that have been doing it longer than you've been alive. So it's it's super fun, and it's always learning.
No doubt. Well, we're about to learn something right here from Isabella Nichols. Patience pays off. She gets around that section and pulls out. It's just a little late, a little deep, and that wave definitely flattened off down the line, so I think that was the right choice for her to get out of that one. 27 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
Kicking priority back to Betty Lou, because Betty Lou had priority, probably lost the priority in some of battles that we didn't notice. Then she'd kind of have the right away again to capitalize and get back on the heat, because Bella obviously didn't start with a massive score, but still something of substance to 5.5.
Both these surfers are pretty much veterans, I would say, at this point in their career. Isabella Nichols had a lot of years on the championship tour. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson climbing up the ranks. You know, in terms of practice, right? You can practice, you can surf mock heats, you can do all the work, the gym and all that stuff. But, you know, Jackson, Jesse, you can also talk to this. When you're sitting out there with one other surfer in a lineup like this, that is massive, right? You could study this lineup all week long. You're not going to see the same face that we're seeing right now. It's totally different than we've seen in the last few days. Jackson, when you're out there, are you learning on the fly as the heat goes on? There's 26 minutes. What do you think Isabella is going to take from that wave she just caught and kind of try to make it, you know, learn how to advance through from what happened on that last wave?
Yeah, I mean, it's changing with these tides, and I think, I'm not sure what time it is, but I think it's still coming up. And yeah, the waves this wave is really hard to figure out which waves are good. I mean, obviously you'll see the perfect one and you know it's a good one. Sometimes it looks fat at first, and then it'll double up and grow down the line, and it's hard too, this wave. It's these last few swells have been really lully, so it could go flat for 15 minutes at a time. So it's, with Bella getting that first score, I know she's probably wanting to back it up pretty quick.
You never know what's going to happen. The tide's still going up for another half hour. Looks like something marching through. It could be a wicked opportunity for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. She's just a little deep. That wave steamrolls her. Isabella Nichols could be right in the zone. She gets it, but gets bucked off her board.
Looks like a bigger one out the back.
So that might have been a blessing in disguise for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. He gets, almost gets a little chip in. So both surfers kind of on the wrong side of the draw there. Isabella Nichols showing that she's human. She is so good, but that happens to everyone, regardless of what level you're at. Sometimes you just don't have a choice about it. The wave decides for you, throws her off her board. But Betty Lou, quick reaction time. She finds herself now on a screamer. Big snap carve to start. Cranks it off the bottom. Another high arc for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. Here's where she's going to wait for it to develop in front of her. Drops the shoulders, see that nothing more is going to happen. She's out.
Yeah, she was battling for that wave. Obviously, it's very tricky to know what's going to happen on the line, but that first glimpse and when she took off on it, I didn't really like the shape of the wave, mostly because the wave before was so big, so you can see it as she took off already. It was a lot of whitewash on the face of it, which it helps not you having the criticalness on the beginning, and then the wave just kind of died out. There's so much water from the previous wave that filled in that the wave just kind of died out. She did as much as she could with the opportunity she had in front of her, but needs to get back out there, because I don't see that being on her top two with the level of surfing that both of these surfers are capable of doing and the conditions we have on hand.
Yeah, so far 3.5 and 1.83. Both these surfers have kind of shown glimpses of what they're capable of, but we haven't seen the full story yet. 23 minutes left. Betty Lou and Isabella make their way back into the takeoff zone. Isabella's already sitting out there with priority, so it looks like no sets are going to roll through, so that means Betty Lou is going to be able to get right back into the spot. And we do have Jackson Bunch here in the booth with us. Jackson, you're part of one of the most exciting rookie classes we've seen on the Championship Tour in a long time. So let's just kind of go through the rundown. Talk about some of the rookies that you've come up with, starting with George Pitar. What have you seen from George that has you fired up to compete against him?
George is, he has an amazing style. His rail game is insane, and he's got some crazy tail whips for sure. Surfing in some of the free surfs with him, he's been chucking some tail for sure. And yeah, also have Joel Vaughn. He's got some crazy punts. He's a good friend of mine. And Alan Cleland, he's about my age, and yeah, he's been a travel buddy with me, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, you guys are all in that similar age, so you've definitely competed against each other a bunch in Challenger Series, qualifying series, and all the way back to Pro Juniors, maybe in NSSAs back in the day.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, two of the other rookies are on Quicksilver and with Marco, and yeah, it's been a super fun time just traveling and learning with all these guys, and yeah, just growing up with these guys. It's so fun.
Yeah, I think we're looking at one of the best rookie classes maybe in the last decade. You guys have been going off. And here we go, speaking of going off, can Isabella Nichols clean things up? That's a great start. High impact turn with an airdrop, follows through with a carve. This wave getting nice and clean through to this inside section, tapering off a little bit, just keeps working. No time or space wasted. Looks like it's going to develop to something nice on the inside. Settles for a layback snap, but a good, clean finish. I like the thought process there from Isabella Nichols. Push it in the right spots, keep it fluid. That's going to definitely delete that 0.50 and maybe get close to the 5.5 with 20 minutes, 41 seconds to go. We've got Mitchell Salazar standing by with world number 2, Molly Picklum.
That is correct, Molly. Congratulations. A very efficient and intelligent heat out there. You waited for a while to get your first wave, but once you did, it turned out to be one of your best.
Yeah, for sure. It was so nice to wake up this morning and see pumping waves, and coming up against Brisa, I was that nervous. Obviously, she's such a good competitor and gets like super competitive with me in the water. So it's always a good battle, and that's why we missed that set at the start. We're hassling each other up the point and just chatting to each other. It was pretty funny, but yeah, then I opened up, waited for a while, but obviously too, I knew that she didn't have a great score, so I wasn't too stressed, and then just went a wave to try and start my heat. And I was glad that it gave me a couple steep sections and just a few moments, and yeah, I was stoked to open up with that.
JB, Jackson Bunch is in the booth right now, and he's just talking about the different tiers we have here in the WSL, the juniors, the QS, now regionally, and of course the Challenger Series. For yourself and a lot of the generation of the young women, they didn't have to do the juniors. Can you just talk about how you progress so quickly now on the Championship Tour already, Miles?
Yeah, my story's interesting. It's actually a good question, and I guess for me, I did do all the juniors. The WSL Pro Juniors were a stepping stone for me to the tour in the Australasian Series, and I remember traveling with my family and hanging out with friends and doing that, and then the QS, I went to my first competition overseas. It was funnily enough in China, and then COVID hit. So then I had 2 years at home, and then they changed it. The challenges came, and I actually went to go and try and qualify that year and fell up. I pulled up short one spot, and then that was when Katie decided not to go. So I had a chance on the tour, got cut, then fought my way back, got my spot, and haven't fallen off since, and just been looking up ahead.
And you're close now. I mean, look at the experience you've had so far, and look at the ways all of this has impacted your career. Congratulations, see you in the semis tomorrow. Finals day, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Thank you, and also to everyone at home. I love you guys and all the support. I really appreciate it. The messages, the love, and yeah, I'm really feeling it here. So thanks, guys.
Congratulations, Chris. Let's see JB's mullet and see if we can grow one out ourselves too.
For mullet, I'm just now seeing it. He's been keeping that thing hidden from us. Jackson, we just saw Molly Picklum talking a little bit about her rise to surf stardom, and you're getting a taste of it right now. Obviously, you've been a household name for a very long time, and see Isabella Nichols' score come through there, right? Looking good, 6.67, so the highest single wave score of this heat so far. She's got to be feeling good about what she did on that last wave with 18 minutes left. Jackson, I saw you get involved with Jordy Smith. You're caddying for him. How did that come about?
I mean, Jordy was just looking around for a caddy, and
He made eye contact with you?
Yeah, there's just a big group of us down there, and yeah, why not go watch the waves from the sidelines? And man, that first wave he got looked so good from the channel. I was bumming. I was wishing I was out there.
I was actually about to mention that a few heats ago with you. It's like the people that are the most bummed are the ones that are actually not capable of being in the event today, because that's the days you dream of. You know, like you draw on your books at school when you're grown. It was so perfect, mostly doing that heat specifically. Some of the best waves I've ever seen here actually in El Salvador at this point.
Yeah, I think the wind died right before that heat too. It looked really tricky in those early heats, and I don't know what happened. The wind died down, and I think that was like one of the biggest sets that came through, and it looked perfect.
It was just an hour of pure glass right then too.
It was just to give a little poke on the big brew for him to let us know that this wave can look like J-Bay.
It can. He said it. I believe him. Let's take a look back at Isabella Nichols, this 667. Pretty exciting wave here. Kind of a mix of all her skills.
Yeah, that first turn was really good. That's probably where I think a lot of the score comes from, with all that commitment on that first section. And yeah, just linking all those turns together and finishing strong right there.
I like that confidence in the finish.
And I was mentioning on the previous wave, the 5.5 that she had, that she was a little bit ahead at its time. And this first turn, you can exactly know what I was talking about. She delayed herself. She was going down the line. She didn't stomp on the brake, but she let the board glide a little and gave herself a little bit of separation to actually time it, the most critical part of that wave, which, like Jackson just mentioned, that's where all, or at least 60% of this score came from, that one big turn. And that's all because of the reading, the timing, and how she was capable of noticing that she needed a little bit more time on the bottom turn to not get up too early. So you're talking about adjustments that you make throughout the heat, as far as like choosing waves and whatever, knowing the lineup, but also they're doing little adjustments from flaws that they have from the previous ride. So as soon as they stand up on the board, they know exactly what they did wrong and right, and they're going to adjust for the next wave.
Quick learning curve for Isabella Nichols. She's rewarded a risky first maneuver, helping her surf her way to a 6.67. We've got 15 minutes left. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in a tough spot, needing an 8.67. She does have priority, and it looks like the cadence of the waves is starting to pick up, a little bit more consistent, most likely through the back half of this heat. So here in El Salvador, we've nearly cut through 3/4 of the field. We have men's quarterfinals coming up. We're about to field our final semifinalists for the women, but it's a quick turnaround for surfers to head over to Australia, to Bells. Jackson, I know you've been around the world and back a million times. This is a different beast, though, on the championship tour. Give us some insight on the preparation that you have to go through. I mean, do you have the luxury of going back home to Maui and getting different boards, getting wetsuits, or do you have to drag everything along with you to go from El Salvador to Bells to West Oz to the Gold Coast? How is that working for you?
Yeah, luckily for me, I have brought a lot of boards to California at my coach Gabe Garcia's house, and just kind of that is my home base, because Hawaii is a bit far. But yeah, so after Portugal, I got to hang out, went home early, or went to California early, spent a couple days there, and switched out the boards, took out some boards, added a couple boards, threw out all the wetsuits, only like a couple pairs of board shorts, and then yeah, I think I get back to California for maybe just a day, and I'm gonna just switch out boards, add boards, stack as many boards as I can in the board bag, and throw all the wetsuits back in, board shorts, kind of like get ready for anything. And yeah, I've never been to Bells, so I'm really excited. It's a couple days to practice, but yeah, just one thing about the tour this year is learn quick for sure.
I actually have a question for you, just for people that are at home that have no clue of what's going on. The next 3 events that we have are completely different waves, and the surfers that are not from Australia have to bring everything. So it's a cold place, a warm place, and back to a cold place, and completely different scenarios, but we'll get back to that. Oh, I guess we can go straight to it. How many boards are you bringing on your quiver in order for you to have to deal with every condition of completely different scenarios in the next 3 stops on tour?
I have 2 FCS big team board bags. I think I can maybe fit 8 boards in each one. So just I'm gonna have maybe like 1 or 2 5.9s in case it gets really small. Have all my 5.10s, my 5.11s. I got, I think, 2 6.1s for West Oz, and just in case it gets really big, I got a 6.3 in there too.
Yeah, so that's the difference. Like, it's completely different scenarios. Waves that could go from, like, obviously Snapper Rocks, like a 1 or 2 foot, all the way into 15 foot at Margaret River, and like wetsuits, no wetsuits. So you got to kind of stack up and be prepared for everything, because most likely you're going to get thrown yourself around every condition possible.
Yeah, they're throwing a curveball at you there. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, completely different than the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, which is now going to be at Burley Head. So the preparation that you were doing for Snapper now changes a little bit. And, you know, maybe where you're staying has to change as well. You got to be right there in the zone. And then you flip everything on its head and you go to Margaret River, which can be a really fun, rippable, you know, meaty kind of peak of a wave, or you could be over at the box. I mean, there's way too many options there.
Or you could be dodging 15-foot sets, which it happened plenty of times there before.
Wetsuits, no wetsuits. And you know, you drive on the opposite side of the car over there,
Which
too.
Helps.
So
it helps already for you to get freaked out.
We're not trying to make you nervous, Jackson. We know you're well prepared, and your coach, Gabe Garcia, he's been right there with you from the beginning. So with 10:50 to go, Isabella Nichols still kind of maintaining that lead. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson looking for an 8.67. That would be one of the best waves of the entire day. So Isabella in second priority. She can toy with a couple of these. She can have a deep look at some of the waves rolling through. Good choice not to go on that one. Kind of dissipates quickly. So 10 minutes, 23 seconds left. Looks like we've got time to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. And of course, I know your eyes will be glued to the screen because Yago Dora is coming up next. The quarterfinals for the men's will start in just about 10 minutes, but we've got to get through this quarterfinal heat number 4. We'll be right back.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by El Salvador, land of hosts.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. stoked to have Jackson Bunch here in the booth. This hard-charging rookie coming off a huge result, the Abu Dhabi wave pool. And we're looking forward to watching Jackson do what he does at Bells Beach. What is inspiring you at Bells? Are you watching old Aki clips from the Skins event? What are you doing to just mentally prepare for that wave, which obviously you have so much tape that you can study in the history of surfing of Bells?
Yeah, I mean, how could you go wrong with watching some old Aki clips? And also been watching some Gabriel Medina clips. He's just insane at what he does, and he's done so well out there. Here we go, Bella's going. Looks like a really good wave. Ooh, nice turn, little hung up. Second turn, really good. First wave of the set, little bit of bump, but looks like it's doubling up really nicely. That was a great turn right there. Still rifling through the inside, and oh, really nice finish right there. She's gonna like that one for sure.
What a gift given.
Jackson.
What a gift given to her on second priority.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That wave snuck under and snuck past Betty Lou.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough out there, especially with this wind. You get the first wave of the set, and it can be really bumpy, but that wave doubled up really nicely, and I think Betty Lou was really looking for that second wave of the set.
It's got to feel pretty deflating when you don't think much is going to happen, and you give way, and out the, you can see this from the outside, just fins flying, spray flying out the back of this wave. Solid read here for Isabella Nichols.
I mean, very easy for everything to go wrong up to this point, and then gets bully, gets clean, hits that inside section. She's just going to town and finish it off very strong. Notice once again, she delayed herself in between the transition of the one before last turn to the last one. Right here, it feels like she's gonna lose the rail because it's so bumpy, but she makes sure that she's nice and composed on top of the board. And this is when things start to clean up. It hits that inside shelf. The wave starts to bowl a little bit more, and Betty Lou up and riding.
Coming around this section, up and into the lip, and it's a disaster. She goes down over the falls, getting mangled by the whitewater right now. She's gonna have to grab her board quick. Isabella Nichols is steaming to get back into the lineup. 5 minutes, 23 seconds to go. So for Isabella Nichols, probably had a good visual of this wave, and I think she dodged one because that was about to be a super radical turn, but it turned into a pretty hectic wipeout there.
It almost looked like she was stuck in between the two turns, almost like she wanted to go down the line like a floater, but knew she had to go big on that first turn.
It's probably one of the most common ways that elite level pro surfers fall, right? You have all these turns that you can go to, but if you don't make the decision quick enough,
it's a curse. You have too much ability,
too many
capability to do whatever you want. You get indecisive.
4.5 left to go. There's Isabella making her way back to the takeoff zone, and she's going to be stoked when she hears this number, a 7-1-0. She's just increasing her lead. Now she's got Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in a combo spot. For Isabella Nichols, little bittersweet right now, of course. She's fighting with everything she has to win, but she said in a post-heat interview just a few days ago, one of the sacrifices that she has to make as a top-tier professional surfer is she is missing her sister's wedding, and it's really wearing on her. Twin sister's wedding. It's wearing on her emotionally, but I like that she seems to be tapping in to that, maybe it's a little anger, maybe it's just a frustration, like she wants to be in two places at once. But I guarantee you 100% her twin sister is cheering for her right now. She gets a hall pass. They can have another party after the wedding. But those are just the things, right? The sacrifices that these surfers have to make. Got the best job in the world, but you're going to miss some things at home. Jackson, you kind of just alluded to it earlier. You probably haven't seen your own bed in a couple months at this point. You're not going to see it for a few more months as the Aussie treble is just around the corner. What do you do to kind of stay focused and keep, I guess, pieces of home with you while you're out on the road?
Yeah, I mean, just traveling. It's if you can luck out and get a nice bed, that's quite nice. But yeah, it's not being home for a while. After Abu Dhabi, I went home for about 2 weeks and really enjoyed it. Pipe was firing, and it was almost like a do I go to Wahoo and go and try and surf pipe, and I ended up just staying home and staying safe and just getting some fun waves over there. But yeah, right now, missing home. The waves were firing the other day. Guys, I think Imai went home early, and he scored at the bay. It was firing, so he lucked out. And yeah, I mean, just kind of enjoying this rookie year, and yeah, it's been really, really fun.
Yeah, I mean, you're 21 years old. You can stay away from home for a while longer. We can't wait to see what happens next for Jackson Bunch. Well, in this heat with 2 minutes to go, it looks like Isabella Nichols is in complete control. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson just unfortunately unable to break through that 3.5 point mark. She does have some time left, and she is in that top priority spot, but being in a combination position with only 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go, you got to hand it over to Isabella Nichols. Chris Cote, Jesse Mendez, rookie for 2025 on the championship tour. Jackson Bunch already with a huge finish in your second ever championship tour contest this season. And I'm expecting big things for you in the future. Australia, I know you've probably been there multiple times. What are your expectations for yourself going to the GWM Aussie Treble?
I mean, I just want to go there and just really try to take it heat by heat and not think about the cut too much, because it's quite stressful. But with that one quarterfinal finish, it's quite nice and a little easier to not think about it. And yeah, just got to get a couple heats, make a couple more heats, and really enjoy it. Yeah.
And of those 3 events, which one are you most looking forward to?
I was really looking forward to Snapper, but now that there's no sand, I've never surfed actually any of those waves. I've never surfed Burley, never surfed Bells, and never been to West Oz. So it'll be a quick learning experience for me, and yeah, I'm really lucky.
Here we go. This is Betty Lou. That right there was a ferocious opening turn. Her best wave. So with 25 seconds left, I mean, it's never over till it's over. Either way, it's always a treat to get to watch Betty Lou Sakura Johnson surfing like that. By far her best wave. Incredible surfing from Betty Lou.
I think this could be a turning point for her to realize she needs to be angry. Like, you could probably tell that she's like, the waves are fine. She has a 3.5 and a 1.83. And me, by knowing how she is, she gets pretty competitive. And that type of surfing she just displayed right now was so impressive. Like, the aggressiveness, the rail work, how committed and how sure she was of the decisions she was making. Like he mentioned on the previous wave, she was kind of indecisive. So bring that on into the next few events. She's going to do damage.
Yeah, I know that one's going to sting. You know, that was a heat she was probably really looking forward to, but I think that she could look back and, like you said, look at that one wave and really just focus on that. In her mind, just say, surf like that again and again and again, and she'll be winning heats all day long. We're going to flip things over to the men's quarterfinals. Thank you so much, Jackson Bunch. Good luck going to Australia. Look forward to seeing what you do over there. And from us, we're going to switch this boots. We're going to go back to Mitchell and Joe. And I'm super excited for this first quarterfinal. Yago, Dora, Matthew McGillivray. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yago Dora is the most underrated surfer on the championship tour. The Brazilian is a cool, casual, creative genius who surfs with a style that is so technically advanced, it's hard to comprehend.
I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to be better each day and keep improving.
Gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. Upside down, Yago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
Where most of the surfers can get a bit inverted with their tail out high above their head, Yago's consistently tweaking and boning out airs and actually grabbing so many different ways.
Dora goes to the air, answers back.
I like to be creative and really be free to do whatever I want on a wave. The feeling I have from surfing is more important than any title, I think.
You can always check out WorldSurfLeague.com to make sure you haven't missed any episodes of Inside Pro Surfing. The feature of Yago Dora will be out there very soon, of him winning his second event of his career just recently over in Europe, in Portugal, as he was able to get one off of Italo Ferreira in a fun little left-hand battle going to the air. Different versions of airs. Yago likes to do different grabs. Growing up with one of the best skateboarders in the world, Pedro Barros, as one of his best friends, he's been very inspired by the skaters out there, and he's got a worthy opponent in Matthew McGillivray. So we find them up at the top of the point. McGillivray, a point break specialist who has been unstoppable so far in this event. Very clutch as well, getting past an event favorite in Griffin Colapinto. Really clutch as well against Marco Mignot. A very solid quarterfinal heat, and the waves have been pumping. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar. We've got already some big semifinals set up for the women. We're about to do the same thing for the men.
Yeah, and we got a rematch on the women's side in the semis. Gabby Bryan, Caitlin Simmers. I'm looking forward to that one. These men's quarterfinals, though, are stacked, Joe. And just looking at Yago and how good he has been here over the entire course of the time we've had in 4 years. The guy's the best goofy footer on the planet right now, in my opinion. Of course, you have Italo right now, #1 in the world. But when we talk about creativity, somebody who just lights the lineup up, this is the guy in red out there right now who has the entire repertoire of maneuvers.
Had to get the stitches in his foot as this event got started. He's been wearing those booties, which have been good to keep his foot solid, but also to dance on the hot rocks. Surprised we haven't seen more competitors take on those little booties to get to the water safely, not have the bottom of their feet burned off.
You know, surfers are a different breed, Joe.
They certainly are. First section there for Matthew McGillivray. Look how fun this looks. Just leans into that top turn arc, flowing through his points. Crumbling sections are welcomed when you can project on them like that. And now Yago Dora setting up a fiery hot backhand, going upside down to start. Just giving a little bit of a teaser of what he might do against Matthew McGillivray today.
We're excited, aren't we, Joe? We already know what's coming right here. Heavyweight battle, Goofy v regular in the first quarterfinal. And just looking at Matt and the way he started, that should be a good score. And just overall, this is a necessary result for him, much more than Yago needs at the moment. He's coming off of the victory in Portugal. Yago didn't want it. Matt said, fine, I'll surf it. And this was really a wave that only a regular footer could have surfed this well. That carve was just sensational, Joe. In the pocket, a lot of spray. And as you said, projecting down the line very well with a lot of speed. Smaller wave, yes, but very well served. I'm a huge fan of this opening combo, especially this carve right here, Joe. In the pocket, tight. Reminds me a little bit of Danny Wills back in the day. Much taller surfer is McGillivray, though. But he is talented, he is fast, and of course, has a lot of power in these arcs, Joe.
Gosh, I love how quickly he can change direction in a tight space, leading with the upper body and just putting so much into that front side arc. Perfect transition off the coping here.
Oh, and then, I mean, his read in these last two sections right here, gonna start off with the mid-range score. It just seems like he did his homework. He seems like in a very relaxed place at the moment, Joe. And once again, these results for him are necessary. First quarterfinal appearance so far in 2025, behind in the rankings. But say he makes it at least into the semis right here, heading into another 3 events where we have right-handers in a row. Sky's the limit for the South African surfer in blue, Joe.
Yeah, last time he was in a final series on tour was here in El Salvador. Wasn't as long of a slump between finals because it was later on the calendar last season. This time El Salvador's before the cut line, moving to stop number 4, which is great for a guy like Matty McGillivray that counts on big points at an event like this.
Yeah, and another thing to note too, he's been doing a lot of cool stuff on the ladies as well. I believe he went skydiving, and what's the thing called when you have that like little engine on your back and you're just like sitting there the entire time?
Gosh, is that
paraglide? No, not paraglide.
It's not parasailing?
Something like that. It's that little engine turbine thing that you're like sitting down.
Anything like that, Matty's going to try.
He does.
As he's up now, first wave of 5.33, the man from J Bay had a little bit of weaving to do through all those bumps on the face. Tries to clean it up with a wrapping cutback. Nice little wrap again into some cleaner water there as he just continues with that whip, looking uninterested with the end of that wave, so he hops out. But fades a few cutties, trying to add something to his 5.33, knowing he's dealing with a guy who almost went all the way in this event last season. Let's now hear from a semi-finalist. Isabella Nichols is with Rosie.
Her best, your best results so far this season, Isabella, but it hasn't come without its sacrifices. I know you got your twin sister's wedding going to be happening today in Australia. I know everyone will be watching you at home. Do you want to give a shout out to your friends and family?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as athletes and you know, anyone really working on the road, there's sacrifices that you have to make, and this one was probably the biggest sacrifice I've had to make ever. And so my parents and my sister and George and everyone at home, I just wanted to say, I just hope you have the most wonderful day today. I'm dedicating this one to you, Helena, and out there, I was sitting out there just going like, when there was a big lull, I was like, she's doing this for me, like she's sending me this lull, and it's all working out as it should. And I mean, I'm going to be there in spirit, and I just want you to know that I love you so damn much, and I just can't wait to give you the biggest hug.
A lot to celebrate, and obviously making it through to the semi-finals, such a dominant performance. I mean, what confidence you take out of that, and what kind of momentum will you need to make the final and win?
Oh, it just feels good, you know, to get a result. The last few years, I've kind of left it till the very last second, and it's not a comfortable feeling. And I started the first 3 events off like a little shakily, and I felt like my surfing was there, but results just weren't coming. And it's really hard, you know, like year after year trying to go through contests, being like, my time's coming, my time's coming. I know I've got this, and to hold strong, and you know, this is a result for me now with the cut looming and all that kind of stuff. So to head into Oz with a couple results to start the year off, it definitely makes me feel a little bit more comfortable, and hopefully now I can open up, and it's home now. You know, we're gonna have some Aussie coffee to get home to, and I'm just pumped to get on the road again.
Beautiful words, beautiful performance, Isabella. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rosie. That was awesome. Great hang time with Isabella Nichols. And when you miss something like that, something so meaningful to yourself, like your sister's wedding, something you would just want to be at so badly, but when you perform and do well and make it count, there's a little bit of extra fire you've got for Isabella Nichols. You know, for her whole point of missing something like that, she's even more fired up to try to go all the way for a victory in this event. As we check out the final bracket, Isabella Nichols will have an all-Australian matchup against Molly Picklum in semifinal number 2. And that heat on top of the bracket, oh my goodness. Caitlin Simmers, reigning world champion, has been unbelievable, was so seamless with her performance in the quarters with Sawyer Lindblad. And the talk around this area, Mitch, the 9+ ride that Gabby Bryan got is already talked about, was what does that mean in surfing history? Was that the most powerful combinations we've ever seen laid down in the heat? That's the kind of talk and banter is going around Punta Roca after Gabby Bryan got that win.
Que calor, que calor. It's hot this afternoon right here, Joe. And of course, Gabby, one of the favorites to win this entire thing. As we look at Yago's second ride, this is going to be his best by a mile. Joe, much taller wave right here on the outside. Great opening carve to start things off up into the lip. Love that projection down the line. Keeping the flow as a goofy footer with all that white water pushing you forward is obviously difficult, but more than anything, having to regenerate speed is something that I really look at for people on the back end out there right now. Good carve right back into the pocket. Love the way he just combines it with that beautiful arc on the backhand And that's a tricky maneuver right there with the tide still peaking at the moment, Joe. We see him ride out completely. That is a completion for Yago right at the end. And for somebody that's also good on the rail, I feel like a lot of people don't tend to appreciate this kind of surfing from him as much because it's not something you necessarily see all the time out of the kid from Floripa.
Great rhythm and pace from Yago Dora. He said he's actually really been focusing a lot of time on improving on his backhand, and it's definitely gotten more precise and really impactful in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and working with another goofy footer. His father's a goofy footer, but Leandro da Silva, who is his current coach at the moment, is somebody who actually serves quite like Yago, and having those kind of similarities, somebody that's really going to be honest with you and tell you as that is just a pristine arc in the pocket. It's obviously influential, but more than anything, that kind of honesty that you can have with a brother, with somebody that you respect that much, is necessary when you're competing for a world championship. It's not like you're just trying to maintain your spot on tour, right, Joe? You're looking to be numero uno in the world.
Well, Yago calls himself a surf nerd. You know, it's like the coolest thing to be. We're surf nerds ourselves. You can't get enough of it. And when you have this as your job, Yago can't look at enough tape. He can't look at enough inspiration. He's always looking at different ways that he can improve. And that's after really successful years on tour.
Yeah.
From finishing 6th in the world, I think a lot of rookies learn that your job's not done yet once you qualify. If you want a great career on tour, you're spending that entire time trying to be 100%, but looking for ways to improve constantly throughout your time on the championship tour.
100%, and that just comes with putting in the work, obviously, being receptive to all kind of criticism, constructive criticism from the people that are closest to you, the people that you're working with, and obviously the 5 people upstairs that are scoring you the entire time, because they've had to adjust their scale because of people like him, because of Italo. And of course you have a big contrast in styles with somebody like Ethan Ewing or Griffin. And because of that, there's times where you're maybe diminishing your results because you're thinking, am I not good enough, Joe? There comes doubt into your mind every now and then. But as of right now, I don't see any doubt for him.
What a run it's been for Yago Dora in the last few seasons on tour. Last year he scared a lot of his camp a bit when it came down to Margaret River, and the whole tour was worried we were losing Yago Dora from the championship tour. He ended up moving on in the last spot, number 22, as we look at the starts that he's had in the last few seasons. Looking at last year, 9th, 17th, and then to a 9th again, and he was 17th after stop number 3. Look at what happened this year. 33rd at Pipe, that was really tough, and then a quarter, and then to a win that we just got to see at Supertubos.
And the worst part about the 33rd, he was one of the standouts during the free surfs over there at Pipe 2. Had already spent close to a month over there on the North Shore of Oahu. Best start already after 3 stops at the beginning of the year. But Joe, most impressive thing right there, or I would have to say the saddest part about that graphic, number 7, number 6 the last 2 years. Couple of spots out the last few years to qualify for the Lexus WSL Finals. I have a feeling 2025 is going to be different.
And those awkward heats with a brother and Jack Robinson, both being coached by his father at the time, and saying, oh, whoever wins this heat gets to compete for a world title. That's just wild. I mean, it's crazy to have that kind of emotion. We talk about coaches having the same surfers in heats. We've seen that with Leo and Ryan, and this one with Dog, but when there's a world title hope on the line, your season's on the line, but then it's father-son, and then also Jack Robinson, and to have that in repeat season, man, that's an emotional roller coaster.
It truly is, and as we always say, there's so many variables that are out of your control, and the only things that you can are your emotions, your wave selection, and the way you perform on these waves, Joe. And the way he's done it so far in 2025 has been exceptional, but even the last 2 years included, we already saw him win an event over there in Brazil. He's just coming off of the win in Portugal too, so props to him. He has truly evolved over the course of the last 3 years.
Well, it's great when you have Inside Pro Surfing giving us a lot of great highlights and insights for these athletes. Here's Yago himself talking about this discussion.
This year, what's new is I'm working with a new coach.
I'm not coaching Yago in this year, 25. It's a new formula for this year, and for my eyes, maybe work good.
I feel like I've always been putting myself in second place just to make sure like the vibes in the house were nice. I need to be putting myself more in first in order to achieve what I want. felt like it was time to try something new, to have a new kind of relationship with my dad also.
Is this the weirdest scenario in professional sport? He jumps on the bike behind his old man who's coaching the other bloke.
I mean, it's probably as hard as it gets. I know how it is now, father, so you're like, it's your son, you know. He does a good job of separating the family from the work, but it's not easy, especially when you come up against each other.
I like to see the two boys on the finals in Fiji 25.
So much love there from that man, Leandro Dora. He is just a class act of a human being, always just gives you time, gives you good energy. And yeah, it wasn't easy, that conversation in the off season. I called up Yago when he was at Pipe, just hanging out. And he was like, yeah, I mean, I had to tell my dad. And at first it wasn't easy. And for Leandro, he's still adjusting. You know, this is an adjustment to, you know, playing dad and not coach. And he told me recently, he's like, yeah, sometimes I still have the reaction of going, hey, I've got an idea, I watch a wave, I want to talk to Yago, but he wants to really respect that coaching relationship with Leandro da Silva, taking the reins this year in that department.
And at what point, you're a father yourself, I'm not there yet, and at what point do you recognize that you have to take a step back and make sure that you're being a father first and not being a coach? And that's not just with Yago. Jack Robinson has kind of been a surrogate son, to call it, for Leandro Dora as well. And having that kind of relationship, I know it's hard, and there was one key thing that Yago wanted to say right there. He wanted to put himself as number one and not take a step back as number two. And I felt that wasn't just in surfing, that was in life. And I feel like right now he's really maturing as a person. He's putting himself first, and close to 30 years old now, Joe, and finally taking that step to prove himself as more than just a surfer, as a man.
And you've had this thread kind of being familiar in different camps in the past. I remember there was a time Zeke Lau was jumping in the Snaketails crew, and he's like, you know what? There's kind of a lot of people here. I might maybe step out of this and regroup this, because I want to really focus on my goals and kind of focus on the individual aspect of that this sport brings. So it feels like Yago kind of felt that as well, breaking away. Now it's just Leandro da Silva and himself. That's one-on-one. Not a huge stable, just about him on trying to become a world champion this year. And the run that he's had at this right here in Central America has been fun to follow. 9th in 2022. You know, he was really just warming back up to the tour. He had that Liz Frank injury, was sidelined for majority of that season, kind of came back to feel it out. He actually had a brilliant back half of the season, went upside down with some crazy backside airs, and we started realizing the damage he could do on this wave.
Yeah, and I mean, no shame in losing to those guys that he did right there in the first 3 years. Talking about Filipe, who eventually made the final that year. Mami, who coming into the event was number 2 right here at this one. And of course, we all know what John Florence is able to do in the final against Yago, who dropped near a perfect 10 in that one. As here he goes, Skitty going up and riding, Joe.
Over 10 minutes between waves here, and Yago Dora's now setting up a little fin throw. Pulls it back down to the bottom. Quick whip through that section. Nice speedy backhand snap. Goes over the roof on the next one. So tagging the points.
Wow.
Hitting his targets. Stays on his feet. And that'll go into his top 2.
I love this wave. I mean, for a wave that was so difficult to surf, the way he was able to project down the line, maintain his speed the entirety of this wave. And, you know, the angle that he picks coming out of these maneuvers are so interesting, because not only does he keep his speed with that, there's a very important factor when it comes to variation of maneuvers involved with that too, Joe Ed. We saw it from Yago on the 5.67, great pacing and read of the wave. I felt like this one just as impressive, but in a different way to get what's probably going to be a mid-range to a good score right here.
Yago Dora now trying to get at least a 3.33 to take the lead here.
Yeah, that was a cool opening turn right there. Blows the tail, brings it back around, and you can see right here, first one really connects well, more vertical, and right there he just continues that momentum and pace down the line and commits to the end section. Excellent flow, great read, but his reaction time, he looks like a cat out there, Joe.
Matty McGillivray winding up, big sections, high line carves for the man from Jeffreys Bay, pushing off the tail of that CI surfboard. And now this thing's on the move. Maddie driving hard off the bottom, attacking it.
How sick.
Rad turn to choose, now beating that section. There's the vert, snap, riding away nice and cool and calm, just like he is on land, just like he is when he's jumping out of planes at 30,000 feet in the sky. Two of the mellowest cats on tour together, but really fiery and competitive, both hoping for a spot into a semifinal here in El Salvador.
Yeah, and when we talk about quality waves, this is definitely the one with the highest quality in the heat so far, Joe. Much bigger wave on the outside, but a lot of clean face right here. Opens up well, those shoulders, he brings them all the way around. Another deep bottom turn. And the flow on this wave was superb. Course right there, just throwing a bit more spray, more intensity off of the bottom turn. And right here, this was a creative maneuver, Joe, and not something you see every day. Maintaining that speed down the line while keeping the rail in the water with a little bit of a grab, and then just re-engages the rails once again for the finishing closeout turn. We talk about quality maneuvers on the outside on a quality wave, Joe. A couple of great cars by the surfer from J Bay, and it seems like he's just really adjusting to every type of conditions, excuse me, that Punta Roca delivers to him, whether it's barreling in the morning offshore or a little onshore crumble this afternoon.
Such a great stance, such a cool slingshot type wrap with his strength and then combined with his flexibility. Really makes a unique rail line. Really love how different he looks on the face, and then he can respond and change gears. Grab rail snap to beat the section is not something we've really seen today. Here was Yago's.
Yeah, this one came in as a 5.33, so at the moment puts him in first. And once again, smaller wave, creative surfing on the outside. So goes vertical right there, Joe. Look at the angle. He comes out on that turn, more down the line, and it set him up perfectly for these last two turns. Reaction time, though, on point. That is legit contender stuff right there. And somebody who made the final last year in the red, semi-finalist last year in the blue. So both of these guys very successful at this venue, Joe.
This is starting to heat up. Goofy versus regular. The regular foot from South Africa is waiting for his last number to come through to see if he'll be taking the lead off Yago Dora. We'll find out right after this. Crosby Colapinto is preparing for quarter number 2 with his coach Tommy Whitaker. He's got to deal with Ethan Ewing coming up next on a right-hand point break. Not many people in the world that would put their hand up for that battle. Crosby's one of them. He's ready to compete, loves his brand of surfing. He loves his big frontside arc, and he'll get to go rail to rail with one of the greats on tour in Ethan Ewing. It's a huge matchup coming up next. 2 stories as far as rankings are concerned, with Ethan Ewing now up to number 2 in the world. Remember, Crosby missing 2 events, so he's building some points from 33rd of where he started off in this contest, now up to 29 on the live rankings. Speaking of moving, Yago Dora is up to number 3 in the world. with Bear Mamiya getting knocked out the other day. Scores in now from last of Matthew McGillivray. As you see that wave roll underneath, it comes in at a 6.83. Best number so far. He did take the lead before we went to the brink.
Yeah, higher quality wave. Of course, the size of the wave also had to do a lot with the scoring right there, but Matt surfed it superb, and talking about 8 minutes right here against, as you said, one of the best in the world at the moment. Somebody who's great in the clutch too, and the big difference maker that the guy in red has. Joe, we're talking about somebody who has an entire repertoire of airs, of grabs, and of course the different variations right here with the right tide at the moment. I feel like we're going to see at least one more attempt from Yago to take to the air.
There's been some really fun eras with the grabs and the technical aspect of what it brings to airs, and there was a time maybe around like the 2008, 9, 2010.
Kersey, those guys.
Yeah, and you know, Kolohe was a Grom, Evan Geiselman, there were Groms, probably the two of the best in the North America at the time, and they were really trying to focus on what was harder to do. You know, when you talk about stale fish, front side grab, different rotations, how big the sections were. But yeah, like you're saying, around the time Kersey's starting to name big airs and trying to factor in the technical aspects, and often looking to skateboarders, snowboarders to really build those conversations of which type of grabs should be rewarded the most.
Yeah, and of course, I think that comes down to a matter of personal opinion, maybe experience too. Stalefish is obviously one of the hardest ones. You have to fully reach down with your backhand and really get down low right there. The corrupt flip and the courageous are another two of the hardest grabs as well. What this guy does though is that he does them in the most important moments of his career. We saw basically what is called the McTwist last year at this venue. Has an incredible lean too, and want to say Josh Kerr and all those guys with the indie grabs back in the day really paved the way for these guys we see on tour right now, including number 12 who dropped down a spot.
You guys can check this out all live on worldsurfleague.com. It's updated after every heat comes to a close, and look at the jump for Matthew McGillivray, moving up 8 spots into 19th right here in El Salvador, and has the lead at the moment over Yago Dora. And there's a lot of space names ahead of him. That means they've been eliminated from the event, so he's got some room to move. See the points on the right-hand side. He's looking to break a couple of ties. We got Jackson Bunch in here earlier. Tied right now on points with Matthew McGillivray. 5:40 on the clock, and beautiful right-handers peeling through over the cobblestones. It will be Yago Dora locking in. Deep off the bottom.
Oh.
Nice timing on the opening hack. Swinging into that open face hook. Another nice easy paced wrapping turn. He's got plenty of room ahead of him as it's starting to bowl down the line. He's picking up his pace. He's got an oncoming section. He winds up, big tail throw, but he completely disappears. Out the back, it is McGillivray laying down a wrapping comeback. Starting to drive, big section, lights it up off the lip. Nice control from Matty, and he's gonna hop out of there, and he will have a serious jump start on the priority race, passing the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, bummer for Yago. Outside of the first turn, you're thinking, okay, all I need to do is really get a combination going on the inside, and being the second best score of the heat, it's going to be difficult for him to get that right now, Joe, but the wave really just let him down. Didn't have a whole lot on the inside. And smart strategy right there by Matt. He recognized he wasn't going to improve on the 5.33. Kicks out. He's going to regain priority right now with just under 5 minutes, Joe. And really a clutch performance by McGillivray down in the rankings. As you saw right there in the live ranking, he's already moved up 8 spots. And if he makes it into the semis, he's going to be way up there right now.
Gosh, he was almost distracted by how amazing this set looked. He's like, am I on the right wave?
Yeah, and a lot of froth on that opening section. It cleans up right here. Thinking to myself, okay, you get the 2-for-1, you fit in a floater right here, but he's settling for just the advancement, and I think that's something smart at this point of the heat. You have a dangerous opponent out there who can really get things done. As you can see right here, that is a tight snap in the pocket, Joe. Deep bottom turn once again, and just right here, you're thinking, okay, let this wave stand up, keep those rails working, and it just never stood up again for him, literally up until it hit the rocks. So, bit of disappointment right here for Yago. Try to really force the section, and just maybe a bit too strong right there for how it was at the end, Joe. So not going to be enough for Yago, but the first 2 turns were crisp. They were really dynamic, just not enough with that first combination for the kid in red.
Sometimes you see the sections like that, and you're like, you almost would want maybe 2 different boards on a wave like this at Punta Roca sometimes. Did well through that first hack, especially.
And you can see right here, he was setting up for this thing, knew that it was eventually going to bowl up. Not enough control right there at the end and pushed too hard, but the first 2, just sensational, Joe. I mean, we're talking about surfing right at the most critical part of the wave, and those deep bottom turns, especially on the back end. Great stuff by the kid in red. 3 minutes to go, though, needing a mid-6 at the moment for the lead.
Yago Dora, 417 throwaway score for that last effort. Still second, now number 3 in the world, chasing a 6.5. He's had some enormous numbers. In fact, he's tied with Filipe Toledo and Griffin Colapinto with 9+ rides here at this venue at Punta Roca. You know what? We're going to get Griffin Colapinto to come in the booth for the next heat, join us for the call, and talk about 9s and shredding this place at Punta Roca. Here comes Maddie. How was that fan off the tail of the CI? Nice tight wrapping cutback. Activating the flow state through the wrapping turn. Little redirect down to the bottom and squares up for a classy frontside snap.
Oh, how much?
Nice little chat from the rhythm of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Maddie's girlfriend just stoked on that performance, always smiling, and he's just going from strength to strength. He's definitely identified his huge opportunity at Punta Roca, getting a ton of points to feel much safer towards the cut. Man, he's had some dramatic years over at Margaret River. Let's look at this again.
Well, this was a great opening turn right there. A lot of speed down the line. This second one, though, fully lays it on rail. He's competed tremendously well in this heat, Joe. Looking to make it to at least the semis right here in El Salvador. It seems like Yago answered back. Important wave here, Joe.
Chasing a 6.5. Little blast there. Coming around the corner into the open face. Nice carving work from Yago Dora. And just to mention, Maddie's waiting for his last wave as well to factor in. Backhand float. And a little bit behind, so he's going to run out of room, and looks like he might be running out of time as well. Under a minute, he might be calling it a heat. Scores coming in for Yago and Matthew McGillivray. And you can tell Dora was hoping for a bit more on that last effort to really try to put up a fight, and didn't really get to really let loose with some of those crazy tail whips, wild full rotations that he's been able to lay down here year after year.
Absolutely right. And for McGillivray, he improves on his last one, Joe, close to a 6. So forcing the issue even more. Yet now Yago basically needing a 7-point ride. And as you said, calling it quits. He recognizes what he was able to do on that wave and just immediately knew that it wasn't going to be the 6 that he was needing at that point. Still, quarterfinal, you make back-to-back finals days right here, Joe. You win the event in Portugal. You have the event right here, where you've been successful already, and you're just going up against who has just been on the best waves out of the 2 days of competition we've had previously, and he is truly on one. McGillivray into the semis, Joe.
That's right. We are celebrating first quarterfinal of the year for Maddie, now first semifinal of the season here at stop number 4, and a chance to go all the way and win his first championship tour event. You know, for the guys thinking about top 5, they're probably happy that Yago's not getting more close to that #1 jersey, and things will open up on the rankings. Ethan Ewing, Crosby Colapinto in the water. We'll bring in Griffin for the call. Here we go at Punta Roca. Loving seeing the rotations from Dora, Maddie McGillivray, all to the soundtrack of a song that was written just a few days ago. Punta Roca, written by David Electric. The guitars for Steel Pulse, San Clemente local boy. Always smooth, always positive. Good friends with Griffin and a lot of the San Clemente crew. Loves surfing himself. Seen him rip the pier for a very long time, and he's been ripping throughout every day here in El Salvador. Fun to have a bit of San Clemente fly around the world. It's been a popular theme, seeing David Electric's good vibes at all these big surf events, and a big reason is because of a man sitting with us now, Griffin Colapinto. Thanks so much for joining us. David's a cool cat, you know, obviously an amazing musician, one of the best guitarists I've ever seen perform live. Big part of Steel Pulse. Talk about your relationship with him and how much support he's been giving the boys.
Rasta, yeah, he's the man. We always do beach days at Lowers together in the summertime, and you know, just jamming, and he's always making new music just like that one. And yeah, it's just cool to have, like, you know, a different type of energy in the group. Like, you know, we're all so different and unique in our own ways, and like he brings a total different aspect to the crew. So yeah, love that guy.
What a great vibe, and always nice to have a bit of home with you, someone you see around all the spots in San Clemente. This heat's a big one. We've got Crosby, your younger brother, with the late start this year from the elbow injury, and now going head-to-head with one of the most celebrated rail games on tour, Cros versus Ethan Ewing. You're pretty excited for this matchup for your brother. What does he have to do to come out on top?
I think he just has to do him. Like, if he does his best surfing and Ethan does his best surfing, like, to me, they're pretty evenly matched. I mean, Crosby's got more of an air game than Ethan, so I think if he can find that out there, that could be a good point of difference. But I think it's an amazing heat at a wave like this. You know, it's so similar to lower trestles, and then obviously Ethan's from the Gold Coast, so like surfing snapper all the time. So yeah, it's just going to be a blow for blow, and I'm excited to see some set waves.
Mitch, you think about all the prep work just to get to this stage, but, you know, kind of continuing what Griffin's talking about, all those young days surfing right-hand point breaks in their life to build up to this heat in the quarterfinals where they're both at 100%. Game on.
Truly, and as Griffin was saying, big brother energy right there. You trust his abilities, his instincts, and of course having to read the ocean, especially where you guys grew up over there in San Clemente. You have two of the quality premier, not only breaks, two of the most consistent breaks, I would say, from March all the way through October in both lowers and uppers, Griff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's sometimes you get sick of it, you know. It's just it's like the only place we end up. So, you know, you need to take a break. Otherwise, it's like going down the same run at a snow mountain. You just like, oh, I've done this so many times. So, but yeah, it's cool to like feel this, and it's like lowers but in warm water. So, well, there might be some sets coming, huh?
Yeah, those guys are starting to move out. We'll keep an eye on the horizon as we chat with Maddie McGillivray with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, a big heat win, Matt. Coming up against Yago, who is arguably one of the event favorites. How great does it feel to get that win under your belt and also equal your best event result here in El Salvador?
Yeah, I'm so stoked to make it through. Yeah, obviously Yago is someone I've really looked up to my whole surfing career, so it was really cool to surf with him in a heat. It was a little bit slow out there on the high tide, like on dead high, so I knew I had to be super selective, and I'm just grateful that I was kind of in rhythm with the ocean there on the waves.
And with this result, and you're still going, you've moved up 13 places on the live rankings. You're now on 14th in the world. That must feel pretty good to be above that cut line.
Yeah, that's super nice. I was stressing, or starting to stress at least, like not being able to get out of round 3 for the first 3 events. So yeah, this is like a super nice confidence boost, and I want to try to go all the way, see how far I can take it.
I was going to say, the work's not done. We'll let you rest up, get ready for those semifinals tomorrow. Thank you, Maddie.
Maddie McGillivray is at an absolute roll, moving on to the semifinals, and that set did provide a start for Crosby Colapinto, and with that rad drone shot from the sky, you saw how creative he had to get that first wave over Ethan Ewing. Locked in some big hooks, did fall on the finish, to get things started, Mitch.
Yeah, and this was an exceptional wave. As you saw, Ethan right there kind of try to sneak past him, Joe, and we've seen experiences like that, especially from Griff right here in the booth last year. That is just a tremendous turn, and we're talking about somebody quick, somebody tall, Joe, who just fully extends both times on rail right there and still got to the inside right here. Griff, the one thing I really like about your brother, he's got an excellent tempo at a point break.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Yeah, it just goes to button up here. That was a pretty nice turn. That was also a nice turn. And then, unfortunately, he fell there. You mean, just not at this level, mate, as Snaketails would say. But I do think it's still going to be over a 6 at least, maybe in the 7s. Those first 2 carbs were pretty massive, and we haven't seen that in a while. So, yeah, we'll see how it comes through.
Gosh, he's pushing hard. You can see how strong he's gotten over the years, how much power and whip he's putting into those wraps. But yeah, missing the finish, so leaving some points out there. There is definitely an impression it makes on the judges, just the complete package, isn't it? From a big first turn all the way through and staying on your feet. Strider's got Crosby passing him right now.
Yeah, hey, your brother said not at this level. Let's finish it. Let's go.
That should fire him up.
That'll get him going. There's the paddle by. And he's got a bit more fire. Strider, how'd he look, though? You know, that was a long wave. Is he taking the deep breaths?
He was not gassed whatsoever. He's psyching, paddling out there, just on it. He's ready for more. He wants more. I think more than anything, he'd love to beat Ethan in a heat like this, because this is just a test of the ultimate rail game, right? If you can take down Ethan, you can win the contest. That's my thought in this. So let's go. You know, if Cross can do that, he can beat Ethan right now, he can win the contest, no problem.
Like that call, Strider. 6.83 for Crosby on the start without the finishing move. See how important it is to get the first wave sometimes. And Mitch kind of brought up that point, Griff. You've been through some tangly little opening starts, and it did cost you a blocking interference last season. You want to lay that importance because you see how valuable that first wave is that Crosby just rode. But it's a fine line, isn't it, of trying to get out of the way when you have to and not get a block.
For sure. I mean, the ultimate strategy would be, you know, when a really good wave does come through, you just would try and, if the guy's deeper, then you just try and make sure you guys both miss the wave and don't let him just waltz into it. Like, actually, Crosby did really well to position himself to get that wave. And yeah, last year I tried to do that, but ended up getting interference. And yeah, so learned my lesson on that. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? Is not repeating the same things that have cost you heats in the past. That's a formula that you've been building on for a really long time now. Back-to-back years, finishing 3rd in the world as we look at this moment again, Mitch.
Yeah, and this is the danger that Griff is talking about right here. So Crosby literally on the shoulder. I mean, he's right next to the whitewater. And Ethan, in just a free surf, we call that snaking. In a lot of amateur events, they would call an interference on somebody if they try to go on a wave like that underneath you. Luckily, Ethan didn't go. He pulled back. But you know, to your point, Griff, if you're going to end up doing that, you want to make the wave count, right? It's a 6.83. That's a counting score. But against the guy in red, we're talking about one of the premier surfers worldwide, especially at a venue like this. It's got to be 7s or above, really.
Yeah, for sure. I will say the scale has been pretty low this event. So you never
this year, too, right?
Yeah, this year. So you never know. A 6.83 could come into play. I mean, if you get an 8 or something, it's like almost getting a 9 these days.
Part of the learning curve as well is understanding the scale, learning about it, and not making it painful if you're expecting an 8 and then a 7 goes out.
100%.
As far as competitors are concerned, sometimes it can get it, like, kind of change your momentum if you're going, oh, that's an 8.5 and it's a 7.5. But as long as the scale's consistent, the right people are winning. Contest rolls on. Ethan Ewing now stepping into pace. Perfect bottom turn. How about that track in the pocket? Nice patience to set up that open face hook. Nice control of that power, jamming those cutbacks right into the pocket. Changing gears off the lip. There's that classic little step from Ethan. Full roundhouse wrap with the rebound. Bowling section. Lays into it off the top. He's got another running section to lay down a wrapping turn. Inside wall allows him to go up vert on the closeout section. And just a brilliant series of forehand hooks for the Australian to be compared to the 6.83 from the Krosmich.
He just obliterated that wave, and there wasn't a single section that he let go of and misused. And I know, Griff, he's going up against your brother right now, and I'm just saying, like, ain't many people in the world that could have surfed a wave like this, like the way Ethan did.
Yeah, that first card was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That was really nice. And then here, kind of a little sleepy here, but I mean, obviously keeps it smooth and fluent. I thought that turn, was kind of I mean, the section wasn't very good, but that was the one turn that I could pick apart. And then this inside, he does really good to mix it up, lay back jam there. Nice wrap here, little catch. I mean, I'm gonna get hypercritical on these guys and then finish it. So I don't know. I'm thinking half point better than Crosby's wave. We'll see how it comes through, though.
You know what's so crazy, though, Joe? This is a wave that basically went flat for the mid to late section. And once again, I mean, he is just surfing rail to rail the entire time and maintaining that speed throughout the entirety of the wave. And as you know, Griff, judges want to see you really maintain that speed, and not only that, keep their attention going the entire time, right? But Joe, there's 2 or 3 maneuvers in this wave right here where he's just controlling his speed so well. And we're talking about a premier surfer at a point break.
I know that what you're bringing up, Mitch, is when you have that sloped out face, how many guys can get an excellent score or feel that excellence when you're thrown down like a horizontal carve, and when you're bearing your rail like so clean and with power and precision. Ethan demands that from the scale. Changed gears, got the bonus inside wall, and got a finishing move as well, as he's looking for the first win of his season here in 2025. Was actually winless last year, but very consistent, making multiple showings in the WSL finals. 3 times he's been a part of it. 2 career CT wins, Bells Beach, and also at Jeffreys Bay, and a World Junior title that Griffin was a big part of. Griffin and Ethan have been surfing together a very long time. Griff, I remember watching you two, just only 2 guys out, San Clemente Pier. He went from the north side, south side. Griffin's focused, though, because his little bro is going to town. Big wide open hooks off the top. Crosby looks engaged. Nice control of that rail hook, and he'll push out in front, start to fade. Waves going a little off speed. Sticking to the pocket. Great work out the back. Now the Cros belts it with control.
Solid.
A lot in that finish. Nice celebration with the claim. And everyone made sure that they're down in the Red Bull athlete zone for this clash. Waiting on scores, and one is in. Ethan Stard, an 8.17, an excellent score compared to 6.83 for Crosby's opener with the fall. Now with Crosby getting that next wave, he'll flow right back into the lead. First reaction, Griffin, from Crosby's second wave.
The first 2 cars were psycho. I gotta watch them again because I was watching it live outside the mirror here. But let's watch it right here. Okay, nice smooth face. Woof! I mean, that's spray to the moon right there. And then, oh gosh. I mean, those. I'm getting the giggles over here. Come on now.
Come on now. Keep giggling, bro. This is insane. What about the back end of the wave? You love the start.
Yeah, I mean, let's see right here. Boom, hits the lip, gets the fin ditch. Didn't really throw much spray, but, you know, finished it, got the ditch. That's going to be excellent in my opinion.
First 2 carves alone, as Griff is saying, I mean, that's world class. That's elite stuff right there. And especially when you're comparing power v power against the guy in red at the moment, I feel like if you're on the right waves, you're definitely having a chance to really get that opposition going with the 8-point rides too, Joe. But a bit different right here, a bit of disruption towards the end, and if the score comes under excellence, it's because of this. Still a solid finish, though, for Crosby, and it seems like we have a seesaw battle, Joe.
Gosh, you just got to think of Mick Fanning when he could just wind up and throw down a body torque wrap where it never looked like he was holding back, going as fast as he could and rolling it over. And Crosby's just sinking his teeth into these sections, focusing on the components of the criteria. What you see in there, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, obviously big airs and innovative maneuvers is something that we haven't seen so far in the first 3 waves of this heat. We have seen the combinations of major maneuvers, all the flow from both of these gentlemen, commitment and degree of difficulty, but something you very know much about, Griff, variety, innovation, and creativity. It's tough with a tide like this out there at the point right now.
Yeah, a little high tide right now, huh? So, but dropping, so I think the waves are just getting better.
Scores in for Crosby, 7.6 for that second wave. Griffin, we always get these messages from Renato and the head judge, kind of according to each event and each day according to conditions. Is that something that you read and take into account before you paddle out in the heat, or you kind of already know what's happening as far as the criteria is concerned?
Yeah, I already kind of have a good idea of the criteria. Like, I remember asking the judges, I think we were J-Bay. One of the things I learned from surfing J-Bay was the judges love it when you do 3 or 4 consecutive turns in a row, like without having to change your line. And I think that if you're gonna break down the scores here, like Ethan's wave, all his turns were like in a row, where Crosby did like 2 huge turns, but then had downtime and then did another turn on the inside. So if you can find a wave that gives you like 3 or 4 in a row, they seem to really love that.
It's all about that line from start to finish, and you think of the greats at J-Bay that do that so well, from Mark Occhilupo, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, where everything's just in a straight line, turn to turn, bottom turn to big hammers, carves, variety. I mean, saying out all that in a sentence, you're clearly talking about the best in the world that can achieve that. You have so much time to make a mistake, and to have to reset based on a wave, changing speeds. These guys doing a great job in the water right now on this higher tide at Punta Roca. Crosby out front, Ethan Ewing with priority and an 8.17. It's interesting when you look at heats from Ethan Ewing, you just go, man, there's so many heats he has where he's barely going over 2 waves ridden. You know, sometimes he just has 2 waves, moves on. Sometimes maybe it's a third, maybe pushed to a 4th, but one of the most efficient surfers with wave selection that we have on tour, Mitch.
No doubt about it, Joe, and you bring up an excellent point, especially with the tide basically peaking about 30 minutes ago. We're transitioning into a tide that is dropping right now, and this is where it gets low, first of all, and you need to be more selective, but you also know who you're going up against. And I don't know about yourself, Griff, but having this entire schedule, obviously, but incredible talent from number 1 all the way to 36 on the rankings right now. Like, do you just notice who you're going up against and maybe pick your poison and be like, hey, this is my strength and I know his weaknesses?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, you got to know your competitors super well and kind of like how they're gonna try to counter you, and then, you know, surf to your best ability as often as possible. But sometimes when the waves are slow, you don't really need to go like 100%, because it might be super slow. You might not get much opportunity, so you could just go like 80% and, you know, get the job done. So.
Well, Griffin, I enjoyed your breakdown of the best scores in the heat so far, the connectivity from Ethan and Crosby's 7.6. Let's split it up and roll the tape here.
Yep. So, in my opinion, the 2 first cars from Crosby were stronger, and then downtime here for Cros. Ethan straight into a turn there. See, Crosby's wave goes kind of fat there. I mean, Ethan's does too a little bit, but then Crosby just gets the one. Ethan layback jam. Crosby gets the 1 turn, but Crosby's turn was almost a little bit of a miss. Like, you didn't get the spray that you would have hoped for, and then Ethan kind of buttoned it up there at the end. But yeah, that was it.
Yeah, you see the split on the score there, 8.17 to 7.6, slightly favored for Ethan Ewing, just with 1 wave. Has priority, needs a 6.26. More heats to come, including world number 1, Italo Ferreira, who's preparing for Jordy Smith in quarterfinal number 3. Be right back for more Punta Roca right after this. WSL One Ocean always doing great things at every stop on the championship tour. Brian Perez, local hero, part of it. Aaron Brooks as well. Taking trash and turning it into artwork. Recycling those receptacles, making them beautiful. Reuse those as trash cans all around this area. Planting beautiful plants. We'll be checking on those next time we come back. And some great regional support as well from companies like Paso Pacifico. And how about this crew? Everyone's having a great time. Staying in the shade. There's fans in there. There's Corona Ceros being handed out. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching Pro Surfing and being a part of this here at stop number 4 of the season. Waves are pumping. Definitely the best wave, or best day for waves in the waiting period. And we're still enjoying this quarterfinal heat with Crosby and Ethan Ewing. And still enjoying our time with Griffin Colapinto, one of the best on tour, joining us here for the call. And a happy playground that you've enjoyed some brilliant memories out here, back-to-back finals. What a track record at this wave at Punta Roca. I know you love it because of some comparables to home, but what else do you love about just coming to El Salvador?
I love just the relaxedness to it, and I actually sometimes love the heat too, because being able to sweat as much as you do feels, sometimes can feel really good. And yeah, we went golfing the other day. That was super fun. They have a beautiful couple of golf courses back up in the mountains. And yeah, it's just really pretty. And like, there's so many birds chirping all the time. So you can listen to that, get you more present.
I like that, Griff. And as we all know, you're planning on winning this event like you have before. How are you taking in, everything since your loss in the contest? Is everything feeling all right? And as you move forward to Australia?
Yeah, it's been a tough little start to the season for me, for sure. Like, I don't know, I've been feeling really good. Everything, my body feels good, mind feels good, everything feels in place. And I just been coming up against these opponents that are just clutching up like big time, or making a huge error, then clutching up at the end, and I'm just getting like majorly tested. And I'm doing my best to like self-reflect and see where I can improve. And there are probably some little things that I could improve on, and I'm going to. And but not to like overcomplicate or overthink it, and just like keep persevering, and just using it as motivation for the future. So yeah, just trust it.
Love that, Griff. As we see Jordy Smith, who's really enjoying his time. And Mitch, I don't know if you missed it, but he retracted
No. He came up to me.
Okay.
I actually didn't want to say it on air, but I'm just going to say, since you brought it up, that guy's a class act. I mean, I was over there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He came up and he was like, "Hey, Brew, I apologize. It took me 4 years, but I truly recognize what this wave is, and you're right. It is the Latin American J-Bay. It had its moment today," and I was like, "Hey, Brew, I love you. Known you a long time, and I truly respect you. So thanks for your admiration and actually saying that. It was cool. It was a cool moment that we shared."
I love that. As we watch an important wave in the heat, second wave for Ewing, hits the first section. Nice control off the top of that one. And just a subtle fade. Kind of finding his feet on this one, and actually he's over it. Now he's looking over his shoulder. A throwaway use of priority there. Now Crosby in the pole position with Ethan not making any improvement. So you saw the pace on the first section, and the wave just kind of bent away from Ewing. Now Crosby is not going to waste any time, and he will just go up and out.
Good decision right there, Joe. It seemed like it was closing out more than anything, and seems like he might have a rebate wave on the outside too.
Ethan paddles over it as well. 8:10 on the clock. Kind of a rare misread for Ewing to just go up and down with priority. And that'll open a door for Crosby holding down priority. And man, Cros has had some wild heats through these early rounds. And we found Snaketails.
Snaketails and I actually have a bet on this heat. I got Crosby, he's got Ethan, and we're betting a box of Pro V1 golf balls.
How much are they?
I mean, it's about like $40 to $50 for a box, so pretty pricey.
Dude, Snaketails is awesome. Loves surfing so much. He's working with Ethan Ewing, and it's such a great relationship. Snake's obviously very talented in the water. A lot of wins, pipe, J-Bay, sunset multiple times. Last to Ewing, what happened here, Mitch?
Yeah, unfortunately, as you said, misuse of priority. Seemed like the wave was going to be way better down the line, and it just let him down right here. Joe was trying to stay in the pocket the entirety of the wave and really just didn't have a whole ton of wall on it. So 7 minutes to go right here. Misuse, just a 3-point ride, still needing the low 6. And, you know, now that you brought up the question to Griff about how he can readjust, you know, he's going up against Crosby, who already established his dominance with the first 2 waves, had the kick out right there. But now your brother in this position, how do you make sure you keep those 14 points intact and keep Ethan off of the best wave at these next 6.5?
I'd say be aware of those medium ones, because we just saw like those were big set waves and all of them kind of pushed wide. So I mean, it's so tricky because you think, oh, massive set, you know, they love score big waves and the whole thing, but right now with the high tide, if it's too big, it just pushes wide off the bank and it doesn't have any face to work with. So I'm really glad Crosby kicked out that wave, because if a medium ones come, you know, he's going to want to be able to take that off Ethan. And I like how he's sitting a little wider than him here, so he can kind of like have the last look at the wave.
I finally got to see the new trilogy, which was really fun, watching yourself, Seth, and Ethan create just incredible parts. Congrats, first of all. That was, I really enjoyed every bit of that. And I also enjoyed just the push and how much you guys really do push each other when the waves are pumping, especially you and Ethan, you know, and seeing you guys through the World Junior days when he'd stay at your house in San Clemente when you guys were kids. What's been the whole ride like with you two as far as friends, but also bringing the best out of each other in the water as well?
Oh, definitely Ethan's been one of the guys to push me the most in my career. I just remember back to when we were in our teens, and you know, I think he got second to Filipe in the US Open at like 17, and that was really close to my home, and we became really close friends through the Billabong Bloodlines camp and everything. And you know, I would hear other people talk about how Ethan surfs, and everyone just rave about how good his style is and how good of a surfer he is. And you know, just hearing that just like motivates you. You're like, well, I want people to say that about my surfing too, you know, and like just to, you know, to work on those little parts of your surfing. And I actually love the way the judges judge Ethan. Like, some people think that he gets overscored sometimes, but I actually think it's super fair, because to create a style that he has is actually really difficult. And you know, sometimes it doesn't really come naturally. You gotta like work at it and study your favorite surfers, and you know, find the right places for your body movement, and just to find that flow on a wave. You know, to make something look so easy that's super hard, it's really, really difficult. And so those are like the unique little intricacies that the judges see that most people don't. So
love that insight, Griff. As we check out the live rankings, Ethan Ewing moving up a spot, number 2 in the world, right behind Italo. I guess I got to adjust right behind, because Italo has a lot of points.
Yeah, he does. Close to 8,000 of a lead right there. And you know, just focusing on that topic, trust me, people do think of you that way, Griffin. I mean, it's been more than a decade right now, and I just want to say and congratulate you on all of your success. I know it's been a struggle to start off the year, but Joe and I were actually talking about it off air at dinner the other day. US Open, that being your first major win, obviously something incredible, and that's been a platform for both you and your brother. He made the final to qualify on the Challenger Series level, but when Kolohe passed you the mantle of Captain America, so to say, you've done a great job. And for all those people that represent North America, they still look up to you, and look at the impact that you've had. You know, Cole's in the quarters right now, your brother's right here, about to make it into the semis 3 minutes away. Like, I hope you really appreciate that and you understand what kind of an impact you made on the tour the last decade or so.
Oh, thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that. And yeah, Kolohe and Dino's played a huge part in my life, and you know, gave us all of his secrets growing up. And even his dad, Dino, I remember one day I was probably like 16, and I went down to the beach with Dino with like 4 grovelers, because my small wave surfing was really bad, and I was getting ready to go to Japan. And Dino watched me surf these like tiny waves at T Street, and I remember I came in, he's like told me like, hey, you need to move your front foot forward in these waves. And like I moved my front foot forward, and it like made all the difference with my small wave surfing. Like I learned how to like move it forward to bring it back, and then move it forward to like generate speed. And then I ended up going to Japan, and I think I made the quarterfinals, and that was the year I qualified. That was my first result on my qualification year. So yeah, those guys have played a massive role in all of our lives, and yeah, I'm just grateful that, you know, we're able to carry that along and see Crosby and Cole in the quarters and see what happens in the last 2 minutes of this heat. Kind of get nervous.
So cool. What a great shout out to Dino Andino, Rookie of the Year on tour, and someone that really cares about, you know, everybody coming up, especially in San Clemente, passing everything to Kolohe. But man, there's more often than not you'd see Dino at just an amateur event going, hey, I can fix this for you, and he just offer advice or try to get people boards if they needed help getting better equipment. 90 seconds on the clock. Crosby with a 6.83 and a 7.6.
Might have a set here, Joe.
And that's what we're hoping for a big finish. Crosby's just sitting right underneath Ethan Ewing, just a classic priority positioning move, letting Ethan kind of drop the point a little bit.
This is a wave, huh? This looks like a nice wave.
And so Ethan would probably love this one, but Crosby can just say, that's all right, I'll take it off you. And he's already going to commit to it. Ethan making sure that he's going.
Oh!
And somehow Crosby got lost in the whitewater.
Uh-oh.
And Ethan has this wave. Here we go, the big blast, but he falls on a big section there.
Wow.
Wow.
What just happened?
That was wild. What just happened? It looked like Crosby was right in front of him, and then he somehow got like sucked up the wave, and Ethan snuck underneath him.
Why do we always have to do a heat like this, Joe? I mean, can't we have a peaceful ending to a heat?
Well, Crosby's had some wild ones that has finished with some just fireworks, from the Kanoa moment with the interference at the end, chasing a one in the opening round and the buzzer, and now that little, almost a tangle up. Ethan got free, but then fell. And we're going to run out of time.
He was on his way to the score, too. Like, that wave didn't have a whole ton of potential, but that second turn, he pulls it off, and only needing a low 6. I mean, he was on his way to that thing, Joe.
No call from upstairs. That's nice and clean, and Crosby Colapinto is able to get the jump on Ethan Ewing and head to the semifinals. Wild finish there, Griff, but you got to be proud of your younger bro.
That's a big moment. Big moment for Crosby. I'm super happy for him.
How would you describe that finish?
I think Crosby had priority, and you know, there was enough time for there to be a wave behind, and he probably thought, oh, maybe I could fake him out, and then he doesn't go, I don't go, and then I get the next one. And then I mean, Crosby fumbled that. Like, Ethan was on his way to the score. He got away with one. He's been getting away with a couple.
Pretty exciting. Always enjoying our time with Griffin Colapinto. It continues with Italo and Jordy Smith up next. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Jesse Mendez for the call.
Another wild finish for Crosby Colapinto. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. We are in the on-deck circle watching as almost a nightmare unfolded as Griffin Colapinto is calling his own little brother's heat. The booth went silent for a second there as Ethan Ewing had a shot, uncharacteristically falls, but all's well that ends well for Crosby Colapinto. He is now a semi-finalist. We've got 2 more slots yet to fill, and we could be looking at potentially the heat of the event. We've got Italo Ferreira going up against Jordy Smith, both of these surfers on a fast trajectory straight to the top. This one is something we've all been looking forward to. We're gonna fire it up right now with Italo Ferreira in that yellow jersey, hammering 2 big backside whips all the way through to the inside. Here we go. What does Italo have on the finish? So far, so good. And this is his MO. Get a quick start, smash the wave. 4, 5, 6 blistering backside hooks for Italo Ferreira. And that's how he's been winning every single heat he's entered. Jesse, how are you gonna stop Italo?
I think Jordy knows exactly what he needs to do, and it's pretty clear in my mind that he just needs to play his game, which it sounds as cliche as possible, but be selective and wait for good waves, because you don't want to try and match the speed and the velocity that Italo has on those smaller ones. So he needs to be on open up walls like the one he has in front of him.
All right, first wave for Jordy Smith. Hammers it at the start, gets around the section. Big carving turn right there. Spray flying 50 feet, another. Mixing up his turns down the line. Another big arcing whip for Jordy Smith. You could tell he is using every bit of his power with every turn he's thrown.
This is exactly
nicely
what
done. That's
done.
how you answer back.
That's exactly what he needs to do. He cannot try and match his velocity with Italo. He can match power, and he can actually make things look much bigger than Italo does, because he has a way bigger frame and he's on his front side. So that's going to help him open up on the wall, and that's exactly what he did on that wave. Impressive surfing from the big groove from South Africa.
I think he has a wider variety of turns, especially available to him on his forehand. So Italo, he's going to stick to that, nothing wrong with it. Vertical snap, kicks the tail out. He is so good at that one. But Jordy kind of has a more of a menu to work with here, and he's showing the judges a lot of different looks.
Look at this second turn. It's as on rail as he gets, but also transitional to set up for this massive layback. Do you see how much release he got and how delayed he was on that bottom turn? And that's all because of the setup he had from previously. And right here, it seems like he's going to overcook that last turn. Goes a little bit over the handlebars, but somehow regroups, uses both of the backhands to kind of support him and come back up.
And that's as much of a claim as I've seen from Jordy in a long time.
Look at that, like he gets in the pocket. This is a very aggressive on-rail carve, and it's gonna set him up perfectly for this next maneuver here, which is for me probably the most aggressive turn of this wave. Look how up and vertical he gets, presses that back foot, gets the release, has that feeling and sense, of like uncontrollable under your board, but controlling the whole time. It's very impressive from him. Very composed and knows exactly what he has in front of him and what he needs to do. And this is Italo on the other hand. That's what I'm saying. Look at the difference on the speed. He's going to be quicker. He's going to be cutting those bottom turn shorts and getting up and vertical. I'm actually impressed that score came into a 5.17. I guess this combination of maneuvers right there in the end were pretty nice, but man, I expect fireworks from Jordy coming. If you compare, this is a 5.17. This has to be excellent. This looks like excellent for Jordy Smith.
Well, you're right there. Jesse, get ready for it. The number comes through for Jordy Smith's opening ride. I'm gonna wait for Italo to finish his replay because that was really, really solid surfing. But the judges have spoken. Jordy Smith comes through with an 8, 6, 7. Goes near excellent on his opening ride. The first exchange weighted heavily in the favor of Jordy Smith. Loved the combination of turns. Loved the speed, the power. He just looks so locked in right now. You see his feet. They look like they're connected to his board. everything. So solid, so steady. A well-earned 8.67 for Jordy Smith. And as Jordy paddles back out, we have sent our man in the zone back into the water. Strider Wasilewski, welcome back to the lineup. How was that first exchange?
Whoop whoop! The office is open. Let me tell you something. Less is more. I think, you know, just settling down and finding those bigger, better waves is the way that Jordy can win this heat. Going excellent on an opener. It's got to build a huge amount of confidence up against the, you know, the current leader. Italo's going to catch a million waves, and I think that, you know, that's his game plan, though. He gets in a rhythm, he starts catching waves, he starts doing what he needs to do. But I feel like if Jordy just sits back and accepts the fact that this wave is like J-Bay, and he's already said, yeah, okay, yeah, it was kind of like J-Bay this morning, and kind of gets into the mana of the wave and waits for that next really good wave, he could wrap this thing up and send himself into the semis. So I think less is more at this point, and I feel like, you know, I think if Italo does the same thing and waits for those bigger, better waves, but not too big, right? We heard Griffin talking about it. Those medium ones that are kind of hugging the reef the best are the ones to go on. So this is going to be fun. Less is more. 2 waves, that's all it takes. Stephanie Gilmore told me that.
She knows what she's talking about, so does Strider. 26 minutes to go here, so Jordy Smith with one of the highest single wave scores of the entire event. He gets it when he needs it, going up against a surfer who has been ripping his way through heats in Italo Ferreira. Let's take one more look at Jordy Smith's last wave, and I believe we've got an illustration station by Jesse Mendez.
Let's stop right here. Just go back just a little bit, just a touch. I want to point 3 things that's going to make this wave special. Let's stop, and you can see how much is that rail synced on the water right there. And what's that going to give? It's going to give him support, and it's going to give him an angle to apply a perfect carve in front of him when he gets up the top. We can go forward a little bit. As he comes up, he starts to decompress, and then he starts to compress again. And you can follow, you can stop here. Have a look on his front arm, how it's worked, how his body, it's actually compressing and twisting to give that amplitude that he needs in order to get that board. And also, it's gonna set him up with the nose facing that angle, and it's gonna put him in the perfect spot close to the whitewash for him to reconnect and delete himself for a perfect bottom turn to get up and vertical in this section right in front of him. You can see that there's barely any downtime. He's sure-footed, composed, and goes straight from one rail to the other. And right here, you can stop. He finds the perfect angle to get to that little pocket in front of him, and he's gonna open up, and with the back foot, he's gonna press on the tails and on the fins to get a good release and extension throughout this turn. Beautiful executed, composed, and an amazing display of rail surfing from Jordy Smith.
Thank you for that, Jesse. I learned a lot watching that.
I'm like nervous right now because there's a lot to digest. It's just so, it's like the more you look, the more things comes to your head, because it's that impressive of how much rail he was able and how much technique he's able to apply into those waves. So,
well, here are your top scores of the entire event. 2 of them belong to Jordy Smith, and he's got a lot of time left in this heat. 23 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Italo's first wave, a 5.17. Jordy starting strong with an 8.67. And that's how you start and build momentum. He's in second priority now, and I mean, you can almost feel it, right? Just nervous energy from Italo. Usually in heats, Italo's just catching wave after wave after wave. He's only ridden 1, but he's really only had that 1 opportunity. And in that opening wave for wave exchange, it was all Jordy Smith. And that's how you take the wind out of your opponent's sails early.
No doubt. And if you look back to it, there hasn't been any mistakes. Like, none of the surfers caught a rail. Like, none of those surfers missed time. Just the wave quality made the difference right there. Obviously, if Italo would have been in that wave from Jordy Smith, there are big chances of him actually getting something close to the excellent range. Jordy did some damage on that wave. It was not easy to match the amount of water displacement and how he was able to fit every inch of that wave into his surfing. So I'm not saying it was easy, but Ito is definitely capable. And now I think it's pretty set on his head. He started off, warmed up, and he needs to come on a bump. There's nothing else for him to produce right here, or for him to wait for and hope for.
It kind of looks like Jordy wants to talk to him. He's just got that look like he wants to go, hey, bro, how you doing? You having fun?
It's convenient at the situation of the heat, right?
Jordy has just been cruising here in El Salvador. He's been coming to where we've been staying, having breakfast or having dinner. Just nice and relaxed. You know, he really, everybody's been saying this event feels like a surf trip, but I think Jordy has leaned into that more than anyone. But he's not, you know, over free surfing. He's mostly just having his surf trip in his heat. He's been coming in loose, happy. It just seems like there's a lot of freedom right now. Jordy Smith, 21:50 to go. And he's gonna go ahead and whip it on this little wave. Just get a quick little backup score. Make things that much more interesting. I like that snap. Now he's trying to film a video part. Goes down there, but I don't see anything wrong with that wave. Nothing else happening on the outside section. So it'll be a minimal backup score, but second wave written nonetheless for Jordy Smith. 21:23 to go. Crosby Colapinto just took down a surfer that everybody was saying has this one in the bag. But guess what? Crosby did it. He's on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, that was a good heat. Crosby, interesting last 2 minutes of that heat. I think it was even 90 seconds. Please tell us what happened with priority at the end there.
It was a long 90 seconds, but just I had priority over him, and he got that wave, got a 3, and I just knew, like, all right, I got to take the next best wave off him, but it's also, like, he needs a 6, and there's, like, waves out here that are, like, kind of some shoulders, and I kind of looked at the wave, and then last minute was, like, pulled back while he was taking off, and then I kind of got sucked over, but luckily it was like Punta Roca was kind of on my side right there with the waves going slow and then him falling on that wave, but it's just crazy, like the ocean can do that, you know, how you can just be like, you know, he has an 8, but then he couldn't back it up, and then I ended up making that heat with my 7 and my 6, so just really grateful for this wave and that opportunity to surf against Ethan and to have another day out here.
And you got your 2 scores back to back. You held that lead for a long time. Any stressful moments in there besides those last 90 seconds?
Definitely like on the end of the waves where like kind of a little bit, like I got a little too excited and wasn't in the present moment right there because I had my turns out the back that felt really nice, and I was coming in. I'm like, all right, just got to finish it. And the first one I kind of did that where I got too excited. It was like I was falling in slow-mo. But besides that, just felt really good on the turns I was doing out the back, and the feelings of those turns felt great, so I'm excited to keep surfing.
Looking really sharp and coming up against Maddie McGilvery in the semifinals. Any redemption there that you want to have for your brother after you lost out in the round of 32 to Matt?
I wouldn't say redemption, but there's like I want to make a final. I want to win a contest, so just doing it for me right now and just keep it going, I guess.
Great to have the Crows back on the tour. Back to you guys.
He said it. It's Crosby time. And you got to think that, right? Why not me? Someone's going to win this contest. Why not me?
I mean, this wave suits his surfing very well. I feel like every wave on tour kind of suits the guy surfing because he's that all-rounded, but this wave specifically, like a right-hand point break with lots of room. He's a tall guy, very powerful.
If you beat Ethan Ewing, you can beat anyone. Really, I mean, the way Ethan's been surfing that's a big one for Crosby. Here we go again, Jordy Smith. Just playing around, having some fun. It's
crazy to think about it. Like he did the hardest wave you could possibly think about drawing, and then he goes into 2 mistakes back to back. I know the 2.5 he went massive because he felt like he needed to because that wave didn't have too much in offer. But this one, it's almost like it's just like a clear rookie mistake or something.
Well,
like
he's kind of pulling in Italo. He's already ridden 3 waves. Italo's still out the back, and I know these two guys have been competing against each other for a long time, you know, from opposite sides of the globe. Definitely opposite styles in how they approach heats. That's an awkward wipeout. But Jesse, tell me about some of the history that these two surfers have. You know, in the media, they've chirped at each other a little bit, all in good fun, or is this an actual real rivalry?
I think there's a rivalry there, of course. Those guys have been on tour. I don't know how long has Italo been on tour, but I got to say around 8 years. So they've surfed so many times against each other. Like, he builds up, and they're different characters. They think differently. They surf differently. They have different perspectives of how they approach the water as well. So all of this kind of creeps in, and it's just added thoughts that going into the heat that it brings the fire up for sure. And I feel like Jordy, Italo doesn't need more fire. Like, he's fine with it. He knows exactly what he wants. He's here to win titles. Jordy's in that phase of his career that anything that pokes him, it's kind of almost good because it's going to make him bring the best out of him. He needs that energy. So maybe just bring in a little bit of that, a little bit of heat, and it's working his way so far.
If you kind of look at lifestyles too, Italo's probably in his flashiest lifestyle era yet of his career. You know, he started humble beginnings, and then as he kind of started that rise, gets the gold medal, gets the world title, starts buying shoes, gold chains, you know, diamonds in his teeth.
Earrings.
And that's what's happening now. But for Jordy, he already went through that phase because he had the shoes, you know, he had all the fancy stuff, and now he's kind of back to flip-flops and board shorts. So it's kind of interesting to see. Jordy's already been through all of that, and he's kind of on the other side now. I would say way more cruisy, and Italo is still just in that maybe glamorous, flashiest part of his career. So there's probably a little, I don't want to call it animosity, but just kind of an interesting conflict between these two surfers. And of course, you know, Italo, he's so good and so consistent. He's got to kind of bother everybody on the championship tour because he is just relentless in heats. And it's not even necessarily with tactics, it's just how much he surfs and how hard he pushes every heat, every wave.
How good he is, really. But like, he's that irritating bee buzzing your ear, you know? Like, everywhere you go, the guy's there. He's catching waves in the lineup deep, in the peak, underneath, going around. So like, he has that energy. So yeah, definitely annoys a lot of people, and he gets in their head. But I feel like with Jordy, like I mentioned, in this time of his career, he needs that type of fire to get him going. Like, he needs either perfect waves or that type of fire. Otherwise, like, he's been through everything. Like nothing really can instigate him anymore besides those really big moments, and this is one of them.
Well, Jordy's one of the few surfers that, you know, went through the majority of the Slater era. Of course, he was mixing it up with Bruce and Andy Iron, so he's been through the Wild West days of the championship tour. And, you know, he's weathered the Brazilian storm. He's surfed against Gabriel, Italo, Filipe for years and years. So he's been through every scenario. But here's the recent history between these two surfers. 2-4 with Italo has the edge. They were in the 2019 Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal final. And there you see the max heat scores. Again, relentless. Italo, 18.43 as an average. His max wave score is maxed out at 10 points flat. That's a hell of a stat.
But you kind of see how, like, this is a pretty big numbers. Like, even the average heat score for both surfers above 13 points. So that's pretty impressive. Both of them bringing the best out of each other. So this is just going to be one of those heats that I wouldn't doubt they're going to come up in above that average, and I hope so. Just need a little bit more waves.
Well, so far with 14 minutes to go, Jordy Smith been playing around with some backup scores. He got a 2.5. Now he's sitting with a 3.17. He's been in second priority since, I don't know, the last 15 minutes. And Italo, very unlike him to drop anchor and wait, but you see he's twitching out there. He wants an opportunity. He wants to go nuts on his next wave. You can almost feel that electricity, that energy coming off of him right now. Let this one roll by. Maybe a lump coming through on the outside. Not big enough. So we wait. Both surfers coiled like cobras, ready to strike.
Kind of have a feeling that this is going to be a nerve-hacking heat. Like, in the end of it, things are going to get pretty tight, you know? Like, if there's that one set that comes in the next few minutes with only one wave or one quality wave, it's going to put pressure into that last exchange.
I don't want to see more Jordy rolling the dice here on the inside.
Well, he might be hearing you right now.
Leisurely, surf trip-like paddle into this wave. Boom. Unleashes the frontside reverse with power. This wave giving him something down the line, starting to grow a little bit. Great turn there. Solid surfing for Jordy Smith, as usual. And he is just burying this board. This wave just stands no chance. Float. More? Why not? Releases the tail, but gets blown out the back of the wave, but great surfing there on a pretty small wave for Jordy Smith, but he definitely made the most of it. Won't be surprised if that is above and beyond the 317.
Yeah, me neither. I think he's going to drop that right out the window. Once again, just know exactly what he needs to do in every single wave, and he knows he has to push. He's going against Italo. He already has a backup. So he's probably expecting Italo to drop some hammers as well with the opportunity that he's going to get.
I like this wave. Yeah,
I love this wave. He's kind of a grower, has a good pace to it. He starts off with a nice, beautiful 3 right there and combos it up. And this is when things start to get a little bit better for him. You can see the bow coming back towards him, and he starts to unleash those beautiful carves. This one gets caught a little bit, maybe apply a bit too much pressure and try to get too tight on that pocket that was very small for a guy like him. And then a nice floater here and kind of goes for broke. That's that layback, kind of similar to what he did on that big wave, but just releasing a little bit more than he probably would have liked to. That wave.
No, he's giving me one. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro here in Punta Roca. We're close to hitting the Corona Cero post show. I'm here at the Corona Cero Tech, and guess what, guys? It's been a beautiful day, a great afternoon. The waves have been cooking. It is time for a Corona Cero, 100% natural ingredients, 0% alcohol, made on the beaches of Mexico, like myself. Let's enjoy one. This is for you. Salud.
Thank you. We're all looking forward to a Corona Cero break. Uh-oh, back to business. Italo. Second wave right in with 8 minutes, 50 seconds to go. That was huge. Monstro turn from Italo Ferreira. This wave a little chunky. Here we go, telegraphing. Where's the section? It's a throwaway, a no-go for Italo Ferreira.
He's in trouble now.
I am kind of baffled, actually. Was that like a frustration kick out?
I think they're both playing the same game, expecting both surfers to kind of go to broke, and obviously Italo kind of has to. He needs to try and match something closer to 8.6, and this wave was not going there. And that's all because there's size on it, but the wave is very split up. It's that first wave of the set, and there hasn't been many bigger waves in the last 15 minutes, so it's very messy. You can see it's trying to find the right coping, the right curve, but it's not there. And that's why it's so special. Those good surfers, like the top 5 contenders, they know exactly what they need to do on a wave, and they know how to switch. So he realized halfway through, I either need to go big or I'm not getting anything close to an 8.67. So he risked it. Sometimes it goes his way, sometimes it doesn't. It did on the previous heat with Ramsey Bukian. But this time, the wind's blowing the opposite way, so that board just flew right past him.
Well, one flash of that Italo brilliance on that wave, but other than that one big turn right in the middle, awkward on both ends. And you could tell that Italo's a little bit frustrated right now. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left. Now Jordy Smith's out the back with priority. So as Italo paddles into the takeoff zone, we've got Strider Wasilewski right in his eye line.
Yeah, just you know, him kicking out of that wave and you know, looking over at Reynolds and just kind of gave him the pat of like the board on the water, like bouncing, and he didn't feel stable. He didn't like the wave. He's just, you know, you can see the frustration out of him. So, you know, whether it was just him not digging in and just kind of trying to draw out the turns a little more, but that wave was, you know, you guys were talking about it. There was only one good set wave in that, on that, you know, and before that, the water, you know, with the wind, it gets a little ruffled. So that thing just kind of went out to sea, but I feel like Jordy would have torn that thing to pieces. Just bigger guy, heavier rail. So I think that, you know, there's some frustration obviously with Italo right now. So he's on the back foot. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that now he's up against it.
Yeah, that wave was kind of chunky, kind of funky. Sort of like me on a dance floor. Hopefully for these two surfers, more opportunity will come through. And again, I loved the turn he did on the middle of this wave. But other than that, I mean, it's just a strange wall. This turn was great. Bam! That was huge. So the score comes through to 4-6-0. I would say 4 of those points went to that turn in the middle. I mean, that was an attempt. That wasn't a on purpose
for sure
blowout.
He has a never give up mentality. No matter what he needs in combination with 1 minute, he's going to give his best. So that's what's great about this guys, because every once in a while they're with their back against the wall and they pull the miracle, like Andy did against Kelly, like Gabriel has done it before. You know, like that 2 minutes left, you guys needing like a combination of 2 waves, and he somehow pulls it off.
Yeah, I don't care what combination of scores you have. You're never safe when Italo is sharking around the lineup. And here we go. Jordy Smith lets Italo go on this one, and he goes for the rodeo, goes down.
Did you see Jordy right there? Right when he was about to take off, he just showed a little bit of interest. Just to mess up on the head, like just to mess him up.
Good.
Like those are the little things, sudden things that a lot of people won't see it, but those surfers, like they say, no matter what they say, they're just like having fun out there. They're calculating everything about that fun that they're having.
Yeah, it's posturing. It's using every trick in the book. And here it is. Watch Jordy.
Right there. Oh, I'm gonna go. No, I'm not. Just that specific moment right there gave a thought to Italo's head. Is he going? And sometimes he just sets you up a little bit late to maybe falling off. Obviously, I don't think he fell off because of that. That was a massive attempt of a rodeo flip, which is a very technical maneuver. But yeah, he wants to creep in his head no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I like that thought process from Italo. Go for something wild. And here's why you're never safe when you're going up against Italo Ferreira. He needs an 8-0-1, but guess what? He has nearly twice as many excellent waves as anyone else on the championship. 14 excellent waves, and that's not just big airs. That's big turns, big barrels. He is the complete package.
He has enough excellent waves of both second and third combined.
Yeah. Right now, this is when he needs one. He's got 3 minutes and 50 seconds left, but Jordy Smith's holding court with priority. And Jordy's a vet. Definitely one of the most knowledgeable surfers on the championship tour. He knows what waves will do what. He knows, you know, when to do the little head fakes, the little movements, potentially get in the mind of his opponent.
I have a feeling that right now it just got to the point that he's not, like, or maybe even a minute ago, like that he's not looking for 2 waves anymore, not looking to better the 517 and close the gap in between him and Jordy Smith. I think now it's time to just kind of hopefully a big set comes and it's clear in his head he needs an excellent wave. If Jordy doesn't better on the next exchange.
I mean, if Italo would have pulled that last air, rode out, did a couple more turns, could have been 8. We haven't seen anything quite like that yet. Here we go. Set rolls through. Jordy uses his priority. This one looks like a gem. Big lip sliding turn to start, arcing back. Wave kind of bouncing around him, but he's kind of riding through the chop with relative ease. Gets a little slidey on that last turn. That's a nice and clean roundhouse cutback. Casual power all the way down the line. This one's gonna run on the inside. It's gonna give him more. I'm thinking layback. No, floater. Ooh, whoops.
Do you know how you picture the layback right there?
I can picture it.
Because he's been doing that and forcing it, but that's the heat IQ that a guy like Jordy would have. He knows that wave has more than a 5-point to offer if he just finish it up. Unfortunately for him, and thankfully for Italo, he ended up committing a mistake of falling on a floater once again in this heat, but like that's just how smart he is. He wasn't going on 5th gear like he was in the previous waves. He knows that the situation of the heat, any 5-point, 6-point ride is going to put Italo in a very bad spot.
And he tagged this wave on the outside too.
But didn't overcommit to anything. As you see it right there, beautiful way to start. And then right here, he's gonna do a nice carve, but there's a bit of rib in the wave, so he loses the rail a little bit there, but he's always in control.
That's that split-second reaction time to get everything back in control.
Yeah, it's just present in the moment, not trying to overcommit, not trying to get ahead of himself. And this is the layback section. No, sorry, this one right here that you mentioned. It looked like he was going to go for it, but he knows, hey, I don't need much. I just need to finish this wave, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But unfortunately, a little bit of too much weight on that front foot as he was landing that floater and went over the handlebars. But such a smart competitor.
You need to come up with a name for that situation when you're caught between two maneuvers. Because you can tell he was thinking air, maybe layback, floater was probably
the last one.
Yeah, not something he was looking for. And he kind of just threw himself off balance. He does improve. He betters that 4.5 with a 5.23. So the work he did from the outside to the mid portion of that wave gets in the edge. Now Italo needs an 8.73. So that would be one of the best waves of the entire day. I mean, it could come in the way of a flip, big back 5, 6 huge turns down the line. But for Italo, time is running out, 20 seconds left. Hoping for the miracle wave. Is this it?
Looks like that's his last chance. I don't see another wave coming behind in time.
Is this a 9-point ride for Italo Ferreira? Quick stall on the takeoff. Quick spin. It's the backside reverse. Horn blows, it's over. Here we go, the stall, the windup. What will we see from Italo? Goes huge. Overcooks it, overextended, and under-rotated. He goes down. Jordy Smith is on to the semifinals. A Herculean task to take out Italo Ferreira, who has been charging through heats. That is a statement victory for Jordy Smith.
That's a big win for Jordy. Going into the semifinals tomorrow with offshore winds, he could be a threat.
I feel like we are way more fired up than Jordy is. Maybe he'll show his emotion in the post-heat interview. All right, we're back at it. One more heat to go. Cole Houshman versus Miguel Pupo. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Shots fired. Jordy Smith, convincing victory. Italo Ferreira out of the contest. The Big Brew moves through into the semifinals. Oh wow, right off the buzzer. Cole Hauschman picking up where Jordy left off. Pure power down the line. He's on his 8th turn already, with more room to work on the inside. Call that chucking buckets. And he's not done yet. One more switchblade snap on the inside section. Solid start for Cole Hauschman. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. We've got a Goofy v Goofy matchup in the water, in the booth. It's all Goofies for the rest of the day. Miguel Pupo versus Cole Hauschman. Number 13 going up against number 6. So pretty high stakes for a potential shakeup in that top 15. Number comes through for Cole. Appropriate, 6.67. Power surfing, gets in the edge, and here we go. That was about to be huge.
Oh my gosh, and that wave is just peeling down the line, unfortunately for Miggy.
Didn't that happen to him in his last heat as well?
Yeah, he's actually the heat before as well against Ian Gouveia. He was very shaky, but cleaned up throughout the heat both times. Let's see if that's going to happen once again, but seems like this Cole Hauschman started off a little bit stronger than the opponents had on his previous heat, so that might apply a little bit more pressure.
Score comes through 0.67.
That section
no
was one of the best sections we've seen it, like out the back. This is why I feel like this wave probably came a little bit on the lower side. This 3 next turns, he kind of goes too lateral down the line. It's very hard to read. You can see there's like a low road and an up road on that wave. He manages to do very well, but couldn't get as critical and as tight as he was probably hoping for and finish off strong. Amazing way to start the heat, but he would have probably loved to have more of these turns right here throughout the middle section right there. Look how tight that is, how he's able to bring that nose in. But right here, he has to start to put it on the gas down the line, kind of check turn, second one once again, and then he goes for a third one the same way. That's what kept the score a little bit on the lower side, but man, damage done and good way to start the heat for Cole Hauschman. Because right here he starts to open up. See notice the difference, how tight that gets, how his nose comes all the way back around. And that's more of a complete maneuver instead of those down the line that he had. So
you know, the series of slices, it's like machete, scalpel, 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 samurai sword, scalpel, katana, and the last one was a switchblade.
That was pretty good.
Cole Hauschman, his first quarterfinal appearance in 2025. That's how you want to get the ball rolling heading to Australia. Give yourself some momentum. The cut is nigh. It's happening in 3 events after this one. So with 29:47 to go, Cole Hauschman sits out the back with a 6.67. Miguel Pupo has priority while we wait for the next waves to roll through. Let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodge is with Jordy Smith.
That's right. Well, Jordy, it's a low in that heat. Talk us through that the whole arc of that matchup.
Well, I started off on the rocks wearing the wrong rashie, and then Nick ran back, grabbed me the right one, the right color at least, and then I hadn't broken it in yet, I hadn't stretched it out. They must have thought this one was for Tom Thumb because it's flipping giving me armpit rash. But yeah, then I just started off the bat. I kind of was going to push him a little deeper for the first wave. He went, got a 5, and then it just kind of left me out there waiting for that good one. Started with an 8.6, and that's kind of what you have to do against those guys. You've got to really put the pressure on them. So I knew with the inconsistency, if I could put up big scores, that was going to add pressure to him with not a whole lot of waves. And yeah, we've obviously had a couple back and forths, a little bit of rivalry every now and then. And I thought he was, maybe just kind of chomping at the bit, maybe a little too much. I could kind of tell that maybe with a little bit of his energy, he really wants to like smash me. And sometimes, you just can't let your ego get in the way of just surfing waves. So for me, there's nothing really going on. It's just go out there, surf, and enjoy yourself.
Looking happy, Jordy. And just talking about the semi-finals, 50% of the athletes in it are South Africans. Pretty cool to see you guys doing so well.
Yeah, that's a rarity. Eh? Luckily, the rand's so poor at the moment, so the boys are going, time to shine.
Shine, make the dollar. Anyway, Jordy, but I mean, as we head to tomorrow, You've surfed twice today. What's the routine?
She's kind of the same thing, Rose. We've been eating at the same place where you guys are staying every night. Anything not to get Bali belly again. And then, yeah, just some eggs in the morning again. Surf like it's finals day, and yeah, like I said, the main thing I'm here is just to have fun, eh? And I keep saying that, but it truly is. I'm a passionate surfer at heart, and yeah, with the competing everything aside, it's really about just getting the best waves you can and performing for everybody.
We're keen to see you ramp up tomorrow. Well done, Jordy.
I think Jordy Smith might be winning the post-heat interviews as well.
He kind of always does.
Yeah, and I love that attitude. You know, yeah, he's competing, but he's having so much fun, and it's working out. Jordy Smith with a huge leap up into the top 10, 4 spots up to number 8. And look at all the dark gray names above him. He could be moving up even further with a win here. Oh, he'll be.
Is the final 5 kind of a go of him right now? Like, you know,
100%.
starting off the year that good. And if you look forward from us right now, obviously he's still in the event here. We have 3 right-hand point breaks, which he's won Bell's Beach before and done extremely well on the other 2.
Oh, he's ringing that bell. It's gonna be fun to watch.
It is.
I like what Jordy Smith's cooking up this year in 2025. So we have about 26 minutes to go. Set coming through. Strider Wasilewski's right there in the zone. Will these surfers activate, Strider?
I mean, I can't see it yet. Let's get the reveal. Now I've got the reveal. They're not on the wave.
No.
So they're not activating, but we do have a more westerly wind coming right now. The tide's dropping. The rocks are, like, you know, still dangerous. I highly recommend you go to the WSL Instagram and click and like my wipeout on the rocks. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I've had to paddle out and I went face first into the rocks, so might as well check that out while you're at it because, well, it's a great moment. You got to check that out.
Stride, you copy me?
I hear you.
You mentioned about the west wind, so it's kind of clocking towards the right of the screen. Does that make in the face of the wave a little bit cleaner for the surfers?
Yeah, like a west wind actually will come up the face and almost go offshore. So there's a little bit of leftover lump out the back from the southwest wind, but right now the wind's kind of coming more west up the face, which is really nice, which will keep those waves really clean when they come through. You can kind of see them right now. If you look out there, you can see those faces like super clean on the inside, a little bit of offshore almost. So I think we're gonna have some really nice waves as this thing closes out.
Do you feel the same amount of energy with the swell in the water right now? Is that going to hold until tomorrow?
I think we've definitely seen, you know, the lulls today, and that's just, you know, the way the deep southern hemisphere swells happen. You know, they take a long time to come. When they come, they just come firing through. I do think we're going to have some great waves tomorrow, still head high to a little bit overhead and just coiling along this beautiful cobblestone point. So it's going to be an awesome finals day, and we just got to pick the right moment, right? We've got semis and finals, and we're going to have those moments through the day to where they're just going to be epic. So, I mean, look at how good these waves are right here, just coming down the plane. It just makes me want to surf. It's going to be on for sure. I'm going to maybe go underneath this one with my hat and my sunglasses.
Okay. Bye. See you later.
All right, we're back.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, we do have the luxury of picking the best part of the day for our semifinals and finals. It will be tomorrow. It's the last day of our waiting period. And for sure, if you want to see a strawberry starfish just straight up dry docked on those rocks, check out the WSL Instagram page to see Strider Wasilewski take the hard way out. Pretty funny, and I like that he can laugh about it as well.
Putting his heart out there and his skin, you know, like you have to.
He gives us his all.
For sure, I have no doubt on that. But I like how they mentioned as well, like all those waves that are coming unridden. Like for people that are thinking why they're not pulling the trigger, because I know for a fact a lot of people don't understand why a wave comes by and surfers don't pick, because as much as you surf those waves on a free surf, those guys are looking for 6 and above or even 8s on a day like today because the waves are so good. So you gotta be selective and make sure you're coming on a quality wave for the potential that the swell offers for us today.
There's Miguel at the top of the peak, or at the top of the point with priority. And Cole Hauschman, he was sitting in the lineup for 15 minutes before his heat started, so he watched what Jordy Smith was doing, and he saw that strategy of just kind of taking those scraps that Itualo wasn't even looking at, and they worked. He got a big score, kind of like Cole started with, the 6.67. Now if he starts, you know, maybe messing around, having some fun on these insiders, he could put himself in a big lead. 23 minutes to go. Surfers waiting to potentially get things rolling. Let's go to the Red Bull Athlete Zone where it's almost happy hour, but Mitchell Salazar is still at work.
I truly am. So is Reynos. He's right here. Good job, coach. Good event. Good event. Love you long time. Yeah, love you long time. You're on camera. You want to say hi to the fan back home? Just right there up top on the corner? Yeah. Big Shaka. Yeah. Good job, coach. Proud of you. Hey, guys, we're just talking about how much fun we've been having all day. This event has been awesome. Of course, waves have been cooking. How's the crowd down here, too? Jordy just got ambushed by all the fans. Super fun. And how's the water temp out there? You have a good time, Reynos?
You know, this venue is one of the best for high-performance surfing, you know. And,
Talking about high-performance surfing venue, yeah, the best.
you kind of can't ask for more. A little more surf,
What?
more opportunity, but other than that, the quality of the
Hey,
work that's being produced is insane.
what about our free surfs, though? Jesse's been out there. Chris has been out there. You're saying the whole time you're not ripping. You are. You are. Chris, Jesse, we got another goofy foot brother right here who says he's not ripping. We're getting him in the Masters later this year.
Goofy footers unite.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
You know, Goofy Footers United. Boys, back to you. Let's enjoy the rest of the day. We got the Corona Setup poster after this. Let's go.
Thank you, Mitchell. I like that. He's kind of all over the world there. He's going into some pigeon, sort of, you know, some Spanglish coming through. So Mitchell Salazar, the end of the day here. And yeah, Goofy Footers Unite, because we've got two of the best Goofy Footers on tour going head-to-head right now. 21 minutes, 20 seconds left. Cole Hauschman in the lead with that 6.87. Miguel Pupol still hanging on to priority. And I like that a lot of the surfers who lost yesterday, even the day before, have come back down to support their friends. You know, and in the case of Rio Waida, talked to him a little bit as he was hanging out down there, and you know, he's just soaking it up. He still says he's got a lot to learn, enjoying his best year ever. You got the Colapinto brothers down here still, Tommy Whitaker, Reynos Hayes collecting his gear. There's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. This is just kind of a nice time for a debrief. Of course, Griff and Crosby most likely cheering for their fellow San Clementian, Cole Hauschman. It takes a village to make a champion, I think.
They kind of have, it looked like a little chat, you know, like getting things sorted for Betty Lou. Like there's a lot to digest on that way, on that heat that she had. Kind of had a shocker until the last little bit of it. So, but a lot of positive things coming out of it. The best surfer she's probably done all year was on the last wave. So maybe bring that anger to the next few events, and I'm sure she's gonna do just fine.
Yeah, that was low-key one of the best waves that we've seen of the day. And that was just pure aggression, pure frustration, pure anger coming out. And Betty Lou tagged it. Put that one in the files. Inside of 20 minutes to go. We're gearing up for what I think is going to be one of the best Corona Cero post shows ever. So much to talk about today. Miguel Pupo enjoying one of the best years he's had on the championship tour, currently sitting at 6th. 2 fifth-place finishes to start. That's huge for Miguel. Dropped back to 17th in Portugal, but already in the quarterfinals here, so a solid result. This is a keeper. And I'm pretty sure, Jesse, you know I'm really bad at math, but pretty sure he's going to stay in the top 10, regardless of what happens after this heat.
Yeah, he's on the top 10, no matter what. But it's a long road, and I feel like he's definitely aiming for the top 5. He finished at 6 once with that last event win he had in Chopu before. And this is the next go. It's the next step, you know?
He deserves it. He's that good of a surfer. Fortunately for him right now, he's been a little bit out of position. A couple falls that have been hindering his performance so far, but still, he surfed his way into the quarterfinal. And only one score of note on the board for now with a 6.67. What's going to happen next? Will the ocean come alive? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We will be right back. been a huge day of surfing here at Punta Roca, La Libertad, El Salvador, starting off with this epic matchup. Katie Simmers going up against Enter the Warrior, Sawyer Lindblad. This is a heat that everybody was excited for. I mean, anytime you get to see Katie on a right-hand point break, you got to get fired up. Sawyer Lindblad kept her honest. This one was pretty evenly matched until the end, but it was Katie Simmers who got the win.
And the type of surfing and the read that she has on the wave is pretty impressive. How she's able to compress and decompress, generating speed. And here's the polar opposite, just as powerful as it gets at rock.
Overall, the highest heat total for both these surfers combined, Gabriella Bryant with the wave of the day. This is it right here. Beautiful, powerful, precise surfing. The board, the style, everything in its proper place. I say one of the best waves that we've seen ridden in the entire event. Solid claim at the end. The beach went wild. What a moment for Gabriella Bryant.
I mean, that was some of the best waves we've seen it on the women's side in a while.
Slam dunk.
Great claim, by the way.
You'd have to think this was a bit of an underdog situation with Crosby Colapinto overpowering Ethan Ewing. Not an easy thing to do. That turn right there was super solid. Just throwing pupusas into the sky. Crosby Colapinto, a statement victory over Ethan Ewing, who everybody, I mean, I'm talking every surfer, all the fans, everybody watching home, they were thinking this is Ethan Ewing's heat event to lose. And guess what? Crosby got him.
This is the big Geordie. Look at this turn. Like I can't get over it watching it. Straight into a beautiful layback with so much release but so much control at the same time. Posture on top of the board is always perfect and very composed. Finish it off strong. It felt like he was overcooking that turn for a second, but he brings it back and gives a little fist bump. It's been a while since I've seen Geordie do kind of a claim. That was nice to watch.
Well, the numbers tell us that somebody tall is probably going to win this. And somebody strong. I mean, look at this. This wave without priority, just forcing that backside reverse around.
Looking at back.
Yeah, midway through the turn, checks the waves. Nothing out there. Keep it going. Good decision. Inside starting to run. Speed burst there. Huge power turn. Hang on. He does it. Golf clap from the peanut gallery.
It's a good backup for the situation of the heat. You know, Miggy has nothing yet. 13 minutes left.
Kind of strange, isn't it? Same thing with Italo. He only had one wave in the first 15 minutes of that heat. Similar situation for Miguel Pupo. Good choice here. Comes through to 493. Solid backup score. You now put Miguel in combo.
Yeah, and if Miguel gets a good wave, like he already has a backup and he can just kind of wait. He's going to check it back right there to see if there's sets coming. I think his decision of checking it back and to pull the trigger of going all the way through, if there's sets coming, he probably doesn't want to get too far away and maybe lose priority. So he would have probably kicked out, and if Miggy was on a wave, he would went back with priority. So smart of him to have a little check. This was a different turn. I did not expect that to happen.
It was like a power slide reverse.
Yeah, because there's no lip to it. Like, it's hard to disengage the fins because if you have no curve on the wave, the fins are completely synced.
And he looked back and noticed that he was thinking, Miggy, are you watching? Miggy's not. He's probably sitting outside going, what is happening? Where are my waves?
It's been in that situation before, though, throughout this event. Round 2 had the buzzer beater, remember? And then round 3 started very slow against Ian Gouveia, and then the next round this morning had the same problem with Al Cleland, got waves but didn't warm up until halfway through and got that 8.5. So he's used to the situation already so far in this event. Let's see if he's going to be able to pull the trigger again.
Well, 11 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Things are getting weird in the lineup, and Strider's right there for it.
Yeah, you know what? There's a funny thing. It looks like there's a big set coming, and it just lays down. And you know, I think Cole's been smart about, like, you know, trying to, survey this inside corner. There's been some pretty good little runners in here. We were talking about it earlier, and he's just picked up on it. You know, he got a little backup score right there. He paddled by. He's like, I'm not effing around. I got to go control this heat. And you know, he's got a clear objective when he was paddling by, and I love that. You know, he's confident. He understands what he's got to go do, which is, get out there, control the lineup. Obviously, Miggy has priority, but after that, this thing's going to be down to the wire. It's going to be at that point to where the numbers are going to be, in his favor as far as time goes, and if he has priority. So this is a great time to have that mindset of controlling the heat.
Yeah, it's time to shine. If you're Miguel Pupo, you need to get yourself on a meaningful wave. You need to put together a 2-wave total above an 11.50. 6 will kind of help you, but really you're looking for 7s and 8s if you want to stand a chance here with almost 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, because you expect Cole to capitalize on the 4.83. Mostly if you pull the trigger on a smaller wave, most likely there's going to be a set, because there hasn't been. I got to take that back. Miguel's first wave was a set, and that was a bomb of a wave. He just overcooked that first turn, but we expect to see at least another one before this hit's finished. So Miggy needs to kind of just be patient at this moment.
And now we're inside of that 10-minute mark. What a time for the ocean to slow down. We're looking at about peak high tide now. Still, you can still see the plenty of energy and movement in the water, but everything's just been so condensed and pushed in towards the rocks. And the wind has definitely been whipping around in all different directions, so it's chopped things all up. Minutes left now. Cole Houshman's kind of inside mess around wave could be a keeper at a 4.83. Here we go. Something's knocking. Who's going to answer? Probably neither of them, because that's a soft knock. That's not going to do it. Cole Houshman has had a bit of a rough start to his season. A couple events where you'd expect a big goofy footer like him to do well. Pipeline, 17th place. Abu Dhabi Pro, that was a wild card event. Really, really tough to call who was going to do good there. Followed that with a 17th. Did get a 9th. The Mayo Ripco Pro Portugal. So this is a strong quarterfinal finish for Cole Houshman. Again, all these surfers doing whatever they can to build any kind of momentum heading towards Australia. And it's pretty cool that it's a tight turnaround, because you do big things here, it's not like there's a month between events. You only have a couple of days between events, so you're gonna have that good feeling, that good energy with you all the way to Australia. Just a quick, 24, 48 hours of traveling from El Salvador.
Very quick.
There's a little puddle jumper.
Oh, and you got to think about some of those people are actually going home in between as well. Like, I know a lot of the Brazilians are going to go home, and then they're going to take the route of going through South America, which you get a flight to Chile and Chile, Melbourne straight. So, yeah, they have a few hours to get to Brazil, and then probably maybe a day, maybe 2 days to rest, and then go back into the next one.
7 minutes to go here. Looks like a set is rolling through, and it's going to be Miguel Pupo using his priority. Nice clean face on the outside. That's the turn we wanted to see from Miguel. Set things up with a nice swooping carve. Wave flattens out in front of him. Just takes a breath. Patiently waiting for this thing to form up. Nice and smooth, weaving down the line. All right, here we go. Some activity on the inside. Quick snap there. Comes around a big section. All right. That's more like it. The other half of the Red Bull Athlete Zone starts cheering loudly for their guy. So Miguel Pupo is currently in a combination spot. I think that wave's gonna get him out of that, and then he'll get the required lead after the judges lock their scores in.
He's back in the game. This is money. This first turn, look how tight he gets up that bottom turn, gets up in vertical. The only downfall of this wave is just how much downtime there was in between the sections. So he takes his space off. I overheard Alejo saying on the back of it, saying, come on, dude, like show some energy, you know, like in this meantime. And then he finished it off with a massive kind of a board slide down the line. Backside re-entry there. Beautiful surfing from Miggy. He's back in the game, no doubt about it.
I really like this kind of contradiction of styles too. Miguel's just so smooth, and it's just so, it's silky all the way down the line, and then he's so fast when he gets under the lip. And Cole Hausman, just brutalist, nails it every single time. Score comes through for Miguel Pupo. It's a 5-3-0. You're right, he's back in it. Now he needs a 6-2-1, totally attainable in the span of 5 minutes, but Cole Hausman is out the back with priority. And you know he means business. He wants to control what happens at the takeoff zone. So Miguel Pupo is going to be in an interesting position, trying to find something that either Cole lets go by, or, you know, maybe something that didn't look great, and he maximizes his opportunity.
Which this is going to be a very interesting scenario, because Cole Hausman on the previous heat let 2 waves go by. One that Alejo got a 5-something that wasn't that critical, but the second one that Alejo almost turned the heat over, ended up tying with him. So he knows, like in the back of his mind, he's thinking like, hey, 4 minutes left. Anything of substance that comes up, I'm not going to let that wave go. So it's going to be a matter of when that wave comes, and if there's going to be time afterwards for Miggy to capitalize on it.
Well, I got some fun news for you. Here's a look at your so far 3 event winners. Baron Mamiya won at Pipeline. What an epic event that was. Italo Ferreira went wild in Abu Dhabi, just surfing out of his skin. 1,500 Red Bulls went down. He was flying 115 miles an hour in a Bugatti. He got crazy in the pool. Yago Dora won in Portugal. He was going up against Italo Ferreira in that final, so that just proves to Yago that he has what it takes to take out the very best. And the cool news, guess what? No repeat winner down here in El Salvador. You're gonna see someone brand new take home the title. And I like that. I like to see, you know, fresh faces on finals day. Matthew McGillivray, I mean, he has kind of been that dark horse that had just pretty much dominated every single heat he surfed. You got Jordy Smith, who's done, you know, who's done Jordy Smith things. I mean, just surfed to his strengths. Finals day is going to be so fun to watch. 3 minutes to go. Strider Wasilewski, your day's almost over, but give us something as we wind down this final heat of the day.
Let's get into the scenario here. It's almost identical to the heat with Ethan Ewing and with Crosby Colapinto. The thing is winding down. You know, you've got priority. Your opponent needs a 6, mid-6, I think it was, for Ethan. And the time is like basically the same. And you know, I feel like, you know, in that last one, Crosby made a mistake and let Ethan have that wave. And if Ethan would have pulled off that second move, he would have got the score for sure. So I think Crosby might have learned from that mistake and saw that at the end of that heat. And you know, those are all you know, they're all sparring partners on tour. So you know, I think that could be something that might help Cole here in this situation. Cole does understand that, you know, that he knew exactly where he was going to be in this heat with control at the end, knowing that Miggy was going to catch that last wave. And so this is just going to be a fun little last couple of minutes as this thing boils down, because, you know, there's almost the exact same situation that his buddy went through. And, well, we'll see what happens here. It's going to be fun to watch. Also, let me know if I went viral yet on my starfish on the rocks. I want to know about it.
Bro's definitely going viral. One of the slams of the event. And guess what? There's one more opportunity for us to watch Strider all across those rocks. So keep the cameras rolling when Strider comes in. I hope for the best. He's a great guy. He doesn't deserve to fall twice in one day. Come on.
He does not.
A minute 34 to go. Well, it looks like a little bit of energy coming through the lineup. Miguel Pupo, second priority. Time's flying away. This heat appears to be slipping through his fingers. He did get one score of note, that 5.30, but you can't help think about that ugly number, that 0.67. That fall. That fall is going to be something I think he remembers on that long flight to Australia. Bright side of this, though, quarterfinal finish, not bad.
Not bad.
He's strung together his best season so far. Strong start for Miguel Pupo. Cole Hauschman trying to get rid of a couple 17ths. This is going to help him in that department.
But no matter what, like when you have an opportunity to make finals day, like it hurts a lot. Like, so this is going to sting Miggy. Just seeing the opportunity kind of slid off his hands with that first wave. He felt probably the best wave off that heat. And with 25 seconds left now, I don't see two waves coming.
Number 91, Big Worm. Solid victory here, maybe. All right, 13 seconds left. Am I building it up for nothing, Jesse? Is this gonna happen? 5 seconds. And that is gonna be it. Cole Hauschman, the San Clemente powerhouse, gets the win over a hard-charging Miguel Pupo. Has been styling his way through a bunch of really well-served heats, but unfortunately for Miguel, his run is done. Cole Hauschman now, best result of the year so far. He's into the semifinals. Wow, what a great day of surfing, and guess what? We're gonna wrap it up for you in a bow. Stay tuned for the Corona Cerro post show. I can't wait.
It is time for the Corona Cerro Post Show. Hi, everybody. What a Friday it's been here at Punta Roca. Cole Hausman, how about that? Best result in the making this year on tour. A high five from his good friend Griff that he shared a final with last year at Bells Beach. Cole looking for his second victory and in his second season on tour. Big powerhouse backhands is going to be involved with another big surfer on tour, both 6'3". Cole has Jordy Smith to look forward to in the semifinals. Hey, we made it. It's Friday. Grab yourself a Corona Cerro, 100% natural ingredients.
Cheers, Mitch.
Zero alcohol. Cheers, you guys. Salud.
Salud.
Great job to you guys today. Thinking about the conditions we had. Obviously, the best we had of the entire waiting period. And one of my favorite days I think I've seen of competition at Punta Roca. Starting with the round of 16, women's quarterfinals, men's quarterfinals. Very productive, Mitchell. What did you love about today?
Definitely. I mean, the waves were awesome, first of all. I think that's the most important part about everything, but the performances and how many upsets we had throughout the entire round of 16. I mean, so many people went down within the top 10. Most importantly, though, how many people catapulted themselves both in the top 5 and top 10 as well, Joe.
True. A lot to digest there. Big upsets today, Jesse. What about you? What's standing out?
I think what stands out for me, it's not even the rankings right now. It's just the amazing waves we had. This is the best day of surfing we had so far this year, maybe matching with Pipeline, and he was incredibly part of it.
This is what it's all about, seeing the world's best and the best quality waves at these world-class venues. Cole Hausman really enjoys his time with Miguel Pupo. Now he gets to hang with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, well, into the semifinals. Well done, Cole. And on the live rankings, you jumped from 22nd to 12th place. It's been a long time since we've seen you in the pointy end. Feeling good about this result so far?
Yeah, it's like a little slow start to the year, and it's hard not to think about the cut, you know. It's just like that looming thing in the background, no matter how hard you like put your mind to just like my goal is top 5. It should be finals day every event. But then you're just like, oh, get through the 9th round, get through the quarters. You're just like, you want to make that cut. But yeah, I'm not trying to pay too much attention to that part of it. Just, you know, at this point now, it's like my eyes are on the final and on the win. So more than the cut, I want to win another comp. So that's the goal.
And to get there, you have to get through Jordy Smith. It's the California kids up against the South Africans. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, it's a super rad draw we got left, and Crosby on the other side of it with Maddie and me and Jordy. Yeah, I'm stoked. A couple of big boys, so stoked to put on a show of some power surfing, hopefully. And yeah, at this point, I'm just trying to enjoy it, have fun, and eyes on the prize.
Well done, Cole. Some epic semifinals coming to us tomorrow, guys.
I love that, Rosie. Yeah, some big matchups. Some of the tallest guys on tour matching up in those semifinals. And Rosie, South African, identifying a big run for Maddie and both Jordy Smith. It's sort of eerie for Cole as well. I mean, he had Griffin at Bells. Will he get Crosby here in El Salvador? But, you know, a lot of great surfing to look forward to. First, let's break down the form of Jordy Smith. He had Leo Fioravanti, and Fioravanti's been so hot, Mitch, especially with his starts. But Jordy all of a sudden found his flow and found some resemblances of back home.
Yeah, and typically we do see Leo win the opening exchange right here, Joe. 7-3-3 for the surfer representing Italy, had the opening. And I just want to say the way he was surfing in the previous rounds, he was the best surfer out of the event, had close to 16 points yesterday. And as you mentioned, Joe, waves were just cooking this morning, but he went up against the red-hot Jordy Smith. And unfortunately for him, his backup wasn't as good as Jordy's. Still surfing great. He's going to have to settle with a 9th place finish. This guy, though, 8.5 on this wave, Joe.
That was so insane, and a lot of great sportsmen say things slowed down for the greats. It really felt like Jordy controlled the pace of Punta Roca today.
No doubt. It felt like he spent about a minute on rail just in that heat itself. That was so impressive from Jordy, and he felt like he was just surfing like he would draw the wave at J-Bay. As much as he didn't like to mention, he had to kind of give it up. That on a day like today, with the heats that he got, this was very similar to J-Bay.
Gosh, just looking like he was cruising and just effortless approach, pulling up under the hood, getting barreled, mixing it up with massive carbs, using all of that rail, even had time to make some board changes halfway through this heat, Mitch.
Yeah, no, he's having fun. And when Jordy's having fun, he's the most dangerous surfer perhaps in the draw, Joe. And we just saw excellent waves out of him. We saw him be very comfortable, as Jesse was mentioning, and he converted even on smaller waves too, which makes him lethal in tomorrow's kind of conditions, Joe. Once again, though, board looks impeccable. His timing looks awesome, but he is enjoying himself out here in the Central American point break we know as La Punta.
He qualified in 2008, you guys. 18th year on tour. You could run this tape at any time and you'd be like, well, when was this? You know, when is his prime? Is there a such thing for Jordy Smith? He hasn't peaked yet.
That's crazy to think about it, because those surfers that are on the top for that long, they need to bring something new every year. So he's been doing that for 18 seasons.
Nice.
Very creative.
Very creative, yeah, as he had a nice breakdown with Leo Fioravanti. Leo's been ripping, so you can tell his confidence is still sky high, even with the loss in the round of 16. We saw the finals bracket just swell up with big names. Jordy dealing with Italo Ferreira. That was fireworks. Gosh, they've had a lot of history over the years, Mitch.
Yeah, no, and I think this quarterfinal bracket into the semis is a testament to how good the championship tour is nowadays. We're going to have a new champion here at this point, but most importantly, people that are actually surfing for the careers at the moment. Matthew McGillivray getting at least another semifinal. Cole Hauschman looking to win his second event, and we could potentially be seeing Matthew McGillivray win his first ET event. Same thing for Crosby Colapinto, Joe.
Gosh, so much on the line, and you look at the top three, they're just moving towards that top part of the rankings, and then all knocked out, you know, talking about Yago, Dora. Maybe a bit of a surprise seeing Ethan out, and especially with the fall against Crosby. That was wild finishing to that heat, and then also world #1. So, you know, for the guys, especially like Griffin, who's deep on the rankings and want a spot in the final 5, probably best case scenario to see that top part of the rankings dismantled today.
Yeah, it's the best case scenario, but it also open up other opportunities for people that haven't been on the talk. So for, I guess, Griffin's case right now, there's more people that are contenders for them to get in the top 5. They're still a long way ahead. I'm sure Griffin's going to bounce back, but it's a long road.
Women's quarterfinals was insane today. Maybe the best part of the tide. It was really clean. The wind got favorable and light, and Gabby just can't stop smiling. She loves her job so much. And she had a big heat with Bella Kenworthy. Maybe some of the best power surfing we've ever seen on tour, Mitch.
No doubt, and especially from Gabriella, having the highest score of the event so far, both on the male and female side. 9-point plus, 17 points plus, Joe. But we talk about somebody who has just been selecting her waves better than anybody else. It's been Gabriella Bryan, last year's runner-up, and you can just see display of power. Great comeback by the surfer from San Clemente, though. As you said, Bella Kenworthy, she's been on a roll, too.
It was a great heat, great look at Bella Kenworthy, and we were always wondering what's going on with this knee brace. We got a little update that she is dealing with a little bit of pain, but she's pushing through it hard, and knowing that, it's like she has a different style than Gabby Bryan. She was going a little bit vertical, trying to ditch the fins a little bit more of a skate influence in her approach, and she threw down some big numbers, even got into the 8-point range, Jesse.
Yeah, that was impressive from both surfers. Obviously, the talk of the day has been Gabby, but you can't keep the eyes off Bella surfing. She's been very progressive and bringing something new to the tour, which is great for us to watch. And Gabby just so strong, solid, and the finishes were amazing as well.
Great to see that, a 9.23 and 8.17 from Gabby Bryan, 17.4 combined total, and was just lights out. Driver 3.0, magic board, threw the 3-point shot to Dog, Leo, and Connor. Giant support from the Dog Pound as Gabby Bryan is on a roll. She tends to improve when she shows up at venues. Remember her run at Margaret River, final one year, win the next. Last year, El Salvador, runner-up. Let's see if she can keep that theme alive. It definitely looks like she's the favorite heading into finals day, Mitch.
Yeah, and definitely a contender, not only here, I think for the World Championship too. I've heard many people say throughout this event already that they're thinking actually that Gabby's going to become world champion at the end of 2025. She's got a tough one though. It's a rematch of last year's semi, Caitlin Simmers against herself, and Molly Picklum, Isabella Nichols. We're going to have a Nazi in the final, Joe.
Gosh, the hot streak of Molly Picklum this year as well. Semi-final at Pipe, runner-up in Abu Dhabi, semi-final in Portugal. Wow, so much consistency and just quietly kind of sneaking behind the world #1 and #2 at the moment. Jesse, this is a great run for Molly Picklum.
That's very important. You kind of like, you want to be on the spotlight, but it's almost better for you to just keep quiet, you know, and all of a sudden you just take the pie in the end, because all you need is to get consistent throughout the year, and that last day to be in your A game.
That's right, and she's really comfortable this year, kind of owning her season, you know, deciding if she's going to work with someone like she did at the pool or just invite good friends to give her good energy, Mitch.
Yeah, and I fully agree with Jesse. I actually think it's better for her to be number 2, number 3 seed heading into the finals. Obviously, we're a long ways from that right now, but the way she's competing, as you said, Joe, she's surfing like somebody who's looking for her first world championship. Very consistent, very mature style out there.
We love it. Well, we've got to a great part of the waiting period. Surfline forecast helping us out. Weeks out from day 1. Now we're getting close to finals day tomorrow. Thanks to Mike Watson and the crew. We knew today would be the best. Mike telling us that it's peaking today, but plenty of left over for the semifinals and our finals to crown the champs.
I mean, like we were kind of talking about, this was the whole talk of the whole week, hoping things were going to line up, and it really did. The last 2 days were incredible, and tomorrow, as much as it's going to drop, there's still going to be a lot of size there, and we're probably going to see some amazing waves being ridden.
Well, we saw a drastic change in the conditions today, didn't we? I mean, from what we saw this morning, kind of that offshore, kind of side shore lump was at times a little bit tough to surf. And then things just got better. The wind kind of pulled more southwest, and it got really light and rippable. So tomorrow they want to make a call at 6:45, pretty early, but they're not in a rush. You know, first check is the wind, the conditions. Got all day to find the best case scenario to run those last few heats. Mitch, I love where we're at.
And depending on who you ask, they might want to surf in onshore conditions. They might want to surf with offshore conditions. And that's why the surfers have so much influence at this level too. Hey, I want to wait a little bit longer. I want the tide to fill in a little bit more. So it could be a potential finals day where we're seeing excellent barrels on the outside, or it could be just rippable as we saw this afternoon.
Gosh, so many big heats to look forward to, and so many big performances that we saw through today. I mean, how do you even make a top 5 for the Corona Cerro Post Show with a day like this? You definitely earned it if you got there. Number 5, congrats to Yago Dora, getting a 7.67. First thing in the morning when we didn't even know a maneuver like that would be possible with this wind.
I mean, I was actually watching with Ian Govea, and as he was pumping down, I was like, no, he's not going to go. And Ian was like, yes, he's going to go. I was like, no, he's not going to go. And all of a sudden, probably the biggest air we've seen so far in the event.
Also joining the air show at Punta Roca, Italo Ferreira, 7.33. We knew that Yago would pass the torch to this guy, Mitch.
Yeah, as we call him here in Spanish-speaking America, Animalitalo. The guy is just a freak of nature, Joe, and not many people have the kind of natural resources just to go for something like that. Pedal to the metal kind of victory right there for Italo.
It's a huge air. It's crazy we're getting used to it. Because it's nuts. Number 4, it's a quarterfinal victory. So smooth. World number 1, Katie Simmers, loving Punta Roca.
I mean, definitely very smooth, but I love how much she can sting. You know, like she compresses and decompresses, and you can see how it kind of has like a slingshot effect. Every bottom turn she does, she generates so much speed, and that just opened a huge opportunity for her on the top of the lip.
Great job to Katie Simmers. So smooth, really connected in a wild battle with her good friend Sawyer Lindblad. Had a blast running across the rocks. She'll be fired up for finals day. And how about this one? The Cross taking on Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, and of course we did this heat with Griffin, and there's been 3 heats so far this event, Joe, where Crosby has just had some drama right at the end of the heats, but he had some amazing and exceptional surfing in this heat. Fluid on rail, and of course one thing that we always have to highlight, that incredible arc that he has on the outside of these waves, Joe. I mean, on point. He defeated Ethan at his own game in a real tight battle, and it came down really to a clutch moment at the end of this heat that got him the W. Good for Crosby, though, especially after missing out on the first 2 events of the season.
Just grip it and rip it for the Cross. Absolutely punching out the finish as well, and then a wild ride at the end of that heat, but he got the win and taking number 2 on the top 5. Been really loving the vintage Jordy Smith show that we've had all day today.
I mean, the combination of maneuver out the back and the release control. You know, when you do something that it's that exciting, make it look that easy, you know the guy's talented and has a lot of abilities on top of a surfboard.
I love how you're talking about what fires you up on tour for one of the older guards. It's good waves, it's good competition, someone to fire up. Smith is fired up, and congrats, Gabby Bryan. You had a birthday the other day. You just won the post show. Going huge today, Mitch.
Oh, and she had the best birthday present she could have asked for right here, Joe. Perfect waves at the point, and of course,
surfing just as well as she likes, dropping an 8, and then as you said, the highest score of the event, a 9+. And when we just talk about consequential maneuvers, I mean, in the history of female surfing, we might have seen the best combination of maneuvers on the outside by Gabby on this wave right here, Joe. 17-point+ heat total. She has looked exceptional. She is going to be hard to defeat on finals day tomorrow.
Gosh, strength to strength, power to power. She has Katie Simmers tomorrow in semifinal number 1, one of the biggest totals of her career, into the 9s with that 9.23. Some competitors went closer to 10 with that display of power surfing, Jess.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting, and I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be a great day.
So 6:45 call, potential 7:03 start to see if we're going to run straight into the semifinals for the women. We got a little bit of room to move just in case the wind's not favorable, but it looks like it will be a finals day mañana. Otra ronda for us here in El Salvador. Have the best time ever. Enjoy WorldSurfLeague.com, and we'll see you bright and early on Saturday morning.
Everyone wants to hear me say it. It's definitely more like J-Bay today.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.